Curiously, closed shops are common even in peak hours. Wash Institute surveyors discovered that dysfunctional toilets were forcing shopkeepers to halt business and use a nearby dump for bladder relief. This issue is not unique to Medchal. It reflects a broader problem across small towns in India. In a study funded by BMGF, USAID for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Wash Institute found that ULBs often cluster public toilets within central business districts, leaving other high-activity areas with overutilized toilets, open urination, and open defecation. Wash Institute's toolkit on locating public toilets provides ULBs with a localized 10-step approach to ensure toilet sufficiency. A database of public toilets is geolocated with details of functionality and seat utilization in peak and off-peak seasons. By additionally geolocating high-activity areas and open urination or defecation spots, new interventions are pinpointed. Finally, citizen validation surveys authenticate proposals to ensure that public toilets are available when and where people need them.
Shanti commutes to work by bus, switching at 2 points along her 1-hour journey. Heavy rains worsen her trip, but even on her period, stopping to use a restroom isn't an option. Finding a clean toilet requires a 10-minute detour, risking her chance to catch the connecting bus. Last year, Shanti contracted a urinary tract infection, like countless others who hold in their pee. Though public toilets have been built in large numbers under the Swachh Bharat mission, ULBs treat their daily maintenance as an afterthought. Supported by BMGF and USAID, Wash Institute has developed a toolkit to streamline public toilet monitoring. Using this toolkit, states can assess public toilets.
We request all participants to kindly join the main conference hall. We will be beginning shortly.
And safety. Toilets receive a revisable rating, and a dashboard mechanism allows ULBs to monitor them at scale and plan interventions. Public feedback reinforces this process, making ULBs accountable for clean and functional toilet infrastructure.
ये साल था 2014, जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शुरू कर महात्मा गांधी के स्वच्छ भारत के सपने को अपनी आंखों से देखा
कि मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासी भारत माँ के संतान हमारी इस भारत माँ को अब गंदा नहीं रहने देंगे। पूज्य बापू को सपनों को पूरा करने में हम कोताही नहीं बरतेंगे और ये जिम्मेवारी हम सबकी है।
फिर क्या, देश ने आजादी के बाद पहली बार स्वच्छता के उस आंदोलन को देखा जिसमें बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान और महिलाएं सभी शामिल थे। सड़क का कूड़ा अब उन्हें बोझ सा लगने लगा था। स्वच्छता के स्लोगन सिर्फ दीवारों पर नहीं लिखे गए, बल्कि लोगों के दिलों में उतर गए। इस ऐतिहासिक बदलाव को देश के हर शहर तक पहुंचाया वर्ष 2016 में शुरू हुए स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण ने। इस सर्वेक्षण ने देश के हजारों शहरों के लोगों को 52 से अधिक मापदंडों के आधार पर प्राप्त अंकों के द्वारा मौका दिया अपने शहर को स्वच्छता में सबसे अव्वल बनाकर पुरस्कार पाने का। सिर्फ 73 शहरों, 1 लाख सिटीजन फीडबैक और मेजरिंग फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस पर फोकस के साथ इस सफर की सफल शुरुआत हुई। स्वच्छता के प्रति लोगों की बदली सोच, सकारात्मक प्रतिस्पर्धा और साल दर साल नए एवोल्यूशन के साथ ये सफर वर्ष 2022 में 4,355 शहर और पीपल फर्स्ट पर जा पहुंचा है। वर्ष 2023 में इस सफर का फोकस वेस्ट टू वेल्थ होगा। साथ ही वर्ष 2023 में कुल अंकों की संख्या वर्ष 2022 के 7,500 से बढ़कर 9,500 होगी। इस वर्ष पहली बार असेसमेंट प्रोग्रेस 4 तिमाहियों में 4 चरणों में किया जाएगा। फेज 1 और फेज 2 का मूल्यांकन SS 2022 के लिए डिजाइन किए गए सर्विस लेवल प्रोग्रेस इंडिकेटर के आधार पर होगा। तीसरे फेज में फील्ड असेसमेंट और सिटीजन वॉइस इंट्रोड्यूस किए गए हैं। यूएलबी द्वारा किए गए दावे लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया के लिए सार्वजनिक डोमेन पर उपलब्ध होंगे। हालांकि इनका वैलिडेशन नागरिकों के द्वारा ही होगा। साथ ही असेसर्स प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स का फील्ड पर जाकर मूल्यांकन करेंगे। चौथे फेज में शहरों के स्थानीय निकायों द्वारा काम की दी गई जानकारी का ऑन फील्ड वैलिडेशन किया जाएगा। साल 2023 के लिए अंकों के साथ साथ इवैल्यूएशन पैरामीटर्स में बदलाव भी किए गए हैं। अलग अलग डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन के लिए अंक 10% से बढ़ाकर 13%। बैक लेन्स की सफाई के लिए विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है और इसे 1% से बढ़ाकर 3%। प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए 2% से बढ़ाकर 9%। और दिव्यांगों के अनुकूल शौचालयों के लिए अंकों का प्रतिशत 3 से बढ़ाकर 9% किया गया है। इसके अलावा एनसीसी कैडेट्स, NYKS, NSS को भी क्लीनलीनेस और मॉन्यूमेंट्स के मेंटेनेंस और फ्रीडम फाइटर्स से जुड़े पार्कों की सफाई और रखरखाव से जोड़ा गया है। भारत का हर शहर अब बदल रहा है और स्वच्छता के तमाम मापदंडों का पालन कर न्यू इंडिया के निर्माण में निभा रहा है महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका।
घर साफ है और बाहर भी है, स्वच्छता के रास्ते पे आगे ही बढ़े, आगे ही बढ़े।
गाँव गली मोहल्ले शहर सभी में स्वच्छता का त्योहार करे।
स्वच्छ में बजाते, 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 स्वच्छ में बजाते,
स्वच्छ में बजाते। इरादे हैं, देश से वादे हैं, हर कर्मी साथी भी सपने ये आते हैं।
स्वच्छता के महानायक का, स्वच्छता के हर प्रहरी का आभार करे, आभार करे। स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते। अलग अलग स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाए, ये जन जन को सिखलाए। और आने वाली पीढ़ी पे इस बात की जिम्मेदारी है, और इस जिम्मेदारी में हम सबकी
We
भागीदारी।
request all participants to kindly enter the main conference hall. Also, for the note of all participants, attendance for day 2 is based on your ID card. So your ID card will have a scanning QR code. Please make sure to scan it at the registration desk to register your attendance.
ये ज्ञान भी है, अभियान भी है, भारत का ये सम्मान भी है। स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहराते बस जाना है।
ना थकना ना रुक जाना है, और बाकी जो है संदेश यही।
इसे धर्म समझ अपनाना है, स्वच्छता स्वभाव अपनाना है।
इसे संस्कार में लाना है। स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते,
स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में
विश्व के सबसे बड़े जन आंदोलन से जुड़ने के लिए स्कैन करें या विजिट करें www.swachhtahiseva.gov.in।
मैडम कितना समझाया आपको, आप समझते ही नहीं है।
चाचा कल से पक्का पक्का कल से।
देखो मैडम, आज तो मैं आपको एक बात समझाना ही चाहता हूँ। देखो ये है हरा डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम गीला कचरा डालते हैं, जैसे कि रसोई का कचरा, अंडे के छिलके, पुरानी भाजी, सड़े हुए फल, ये सब। और ये है नीला डब्बा, इसके अंदर हम सूखा कचरा डालते हैं।
चाचा पक्का कल से।
ठीक है, कितनी बार समझाया तुमको।
देखो चाचा, आज गीला कचरा हरे डब्बे में और सूखा कचरा नीले डब्बे में। चाचा,
We request all participants to kindly enter the main conference hall. We are beginning now. A very warm welcome back to the National Knowledge Workshop, Advancing Safely Managed Sanitation in Urban Areas. We hope all participants have their ID cards and have registered for attendance on the second day of the conference. We move directly to our program schedule. I first request Shri Shashanka Velidandla, Director, Government Advisory Wash Institute, to formally welcome our panelists and participants to today's session.
Good morning, everyone. May I request everyone to kindly settle down, please. I'll also request participants from states to kindly reach out to their colleagues who are not here and gently remind them to reach here as soon as they can. We have a full day of wonderful sessions for you lined up, and we'd like for as many of you as can make it to sit through the whole of the day. So kind request to participants to reach out to your colleagues and have them join us as soon as they can. We know due to logistical issues, one of the venues are still, the participants are still joining us. Thank you, please settle down. So wonderful to see you all on the second day of this workshop. I hope you all had a great evening yesterday visiting Lucknow. I got some very good feedback from the one or two places that were visited. Thanks to our partners and co-hosts in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Very grateful to Government of Uttar Pradesh for organizing and guiding us to these locations. We'll start the day with a very warm welcome. Thank you all for joining us again. Today is, as you know, the second day. We have the entire day dedicated to used water management. And the day will unfold. Yesterday you saw in the presence of honorable ministers from Government of India and the state of UP, several knowledge products were launched. Today we will take the time to unpack those knowledge products and to unveil the content of those knowledge products. Used water management is a technical subject. We'll try and unpack it as best as we can. There are three distinct phases to designing a used water management project and implementing it. The planning part, the engineering part, and then the implementation part, which is procurement, and then construction, and so on. In the day you will see all these three aspects, the planning, engineering, and the implementation part addressed. You will also see a lot of states that have done good work, who have advanced a little bit, share their experiences, and we will get to learn a lot from each other. So the states that have done well and the states that are aspiring to do well, we will exchange notes and we'll learn from each other. So please participate with gusto. You have a lot of great experts here, people who have actually designed STPs have come here. They have done type designs of STPs. My colleagues from NCPE are here. My colleagues from NMCG are here to share their experiences. Many states who have done great work are here to share their experiences. Once again, I extend a warm welcome and hope you have a very productive day. Thank you.
We now begin session 4 of the National Workshop. First of all, I call upon our panel speakers, Shri Jitin Vasudeva, PWSSB, Shri R.R. Jarolia, SE Madhya Pradesh, Shri Hano Taka, SMD, Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Sanjay Gautam, Chief Engineer, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Binay Kumar Dash, Additional MD, SBMU Odisha, Shri Satish Kumar, Assistant Advisor, CPHEO. We request the speakers to kindly occupy the dais. Additionally, I welcome Dr. V.K. Chaurasya, Advisor, CPHEO, to kindly provide introductory remarks and moderate this panel session.
I request other panelists to please take your seat on the dais. So, very good morning to each one of you. We will start this first session, that is on experience sharing by states and cities. We have designed this session, maybe entire program of this used water in a way that some states who have been doing well compared to others, they will share their experiences, and some who have been struggling because of one or two problems, we have called them also. Based on discussion, it is going to benefit. So first session we are going to take based on this DPR preparation and how to expedite. Then we will come for procurement, and then technology and standard related confusion has been there, that we will deal in detail. And apart from that, we will be taking that project financing, recycle, reuse, that is coming in case of circular economy in a focused way. So these things we are going to cover today. But before that, my joint secretary was to just give introductory remarks, but due to some other engagement, she is busy and she will shortly join. So she has told me that some of her viewpoint also will be sharing, and in between when she will come, she will also intervene. So we will start with basically that approach for used water management and status of DPR preparation in different states, what we have analyzed. See, here we are going to take this approach in a way like previous two workshops. One was held in Bengaluru, another was held in Chennai. When that Bengaluru workshop was held, there our focus was how to tell about guidelines, how to make CSAP. Basically, through this workshop, we are advancing how Swachh Bharat Mission can be implemented expeditiously, and whatever the interactive knowledge share is there, so that we proceed in a robust manner and also at a faster way. So at that time, guideline dissemination and various type of options available that we were mentioning. Similarly, last year in case of Chennai, our focus was how to make city sanitation plan very expeditiously, and then we can proceed. So both these, I will say, targets we have already met. 100% our almost जो eligible CSAPs हैं, more or less that has been approved, and now the next phase is coming, that is related to DPR preparation, procurement, and faster implementation. So here our focus will be in used water management, basically how to expeditiously prepare DPR, what are the points that need to be taken care, and similarly after that procurement related things, that how we can do. In this case also we will be sharing that other states how they are doing, and then we will be doing this implementation. So all these sessions are going to be very rich, very informative, और इसमें we have tried that lecture कम से कम होगा, जो experience sharing है that will motivate, and you also requested to participate and do that. So I will start with my presentation, that is please share my presentation. इसमें जैसे as I mentioned, the key focus of this is that how to expeditiously prepare DPR, then award of work, and withdrawal means submit request to ministry and utilize fund. ये तीन चीजें इसके लिए focus हैं. लेकिन इससे पहले please go to next session, next one. ये targets हैं that which we know that we have to work towards it, but before that I will come to the topic of this thing, that is workshop, advancing safely managed sanitation. So yesterday some of you were not available at that point of time. So I would like to just slightly mention that safely managed sanitation, what is thing that we want. In case of safely managed sanitation, we want that excreta of one person should not affect either environment or any other person. We have to mention in a such a way, contain in such a way, treat in such a way, transport in such a way that it should not create a trouble to other. So keeping this view and approach, and also one important approach that STG 6.2 mentions, where almost all states have deliberated, they have arrived. उसमें 6.2 में it is clearly mentioned that all people should get by 2030 let us say adequate and equitable sanitation at affordable rate. This third point I am insisting that whatever we make, it is not only adequate, it is not only equitable, but it should be at affordable rate. So keeping these things only we are proceeding and interacting, and whatever the guidance is there we are providing. And I also request that whenever you are planning and let us say going for implementation, those things also should be kept in mind, that whatever infrastructure we are proposing, that should be relatively robust also, meet SDG requirement also, and is able to provide service delivery also. That is very important. Only stand-alone we should not propose that something we prepared and other is finding difficulty in running and providing service. So these three objectives, because all towns we have to go for ODF++, we will discuss that how we will be getting, and then 50% used water, 50% towns has to achieve used water. Go to next one, please. These are the objectives that all should be safely collected, and including fecal septage management also should be properly collected and treated, and mechanized cleaning, those things. Yesterday we have a good session and it was very informative. So these are the prime objectives. Go to next one. इसमें जो एरिया ऑफ डिस्कशन होगा, अप्रोच टू डीपीआर, लैक ऑफ क्लैरिटी ओवर स्टैंडर्ड, ये बहुत सारे स्टेट्स स्ट्रगल करते रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑफ वेरियस रीजन्स वी ऑल नो, एंड देन ट्रीटमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी सिलेक्शन एंड issue of availability of land. ये मेरे को लग रहा है at DPR stage if we see these 4 points we are able to deliberate. Panelist को भी I will request that they would share on their experience on these 4 points that will help all other participants who are participating from different states. Go to next one. अच्छा, okay, that is fine. I will take from here. So these are the components. इसमें I am not going to repeat anything, only regarding the funding of some of the components like construction of sewer network, strengthening municipal drains. For that one option is already available. Yes. Apart from regular funding and 15 Finance Commission with the state and ULB, they have a lot of work to done, so that is almost consumed in many cases. But this UIDF fund, Urban Infrastructure Development Fund, here only we have shown 10,000 crore, but it is now 20,000 crore. As per budget announcement, every year 10,000 crore will be available, and it is a very simple loan and no, simple loan, very fast also, and ये देखिए एक बार क्यों इसमें हो गया उसको यस यस ये बहुत ही सिंपल है और इसको कहीं भी एसेस करने के लिए we welcome Joint Secretary ma'am. She has joined. So ma'am, we have just started, and we are explaining that out of 3 priority, how to expedite DPR preparation, how to expedite procurement, and withdrawal of fund. Those 3 points only we have started, and we are going. So this 10,000 crore is actually 20,000 crore, and another is going to come, and National Housing Bank is monitoring these things. So any sort of proposal wherever network के लिए funding is required, at simple interest rate you can access that fund. So this one information I wanted to share. इसमें as I mentioned CSAP status, you might have seen that most of the CSAPs very well, मतलब states have prepared, ULB have prepared through cross learning and also through their own कह सकते हैं efforts. So now that time of implementation is the thing. In this case, something we have collected from states, though DPR we could collect from only 8 states, but many of them, Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, they have done exceedingly well. And tender document also, tendering of projects, many states like Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, Puducherry, Tripura, they have done even 100% of the projects. Others are also following. So even we are going to share there some of the tender documents also we will upload on website. You can take advantage of that also. And isse related whatever these model documents we are also preparing, that will also share. So there will not be any, let us say, lack of available information or some model which you can immediately modify in the state as per your requirement and go ahead with that. So these are some of the states. Others, somewhere they are, I will say, struggling because of decision making or because of some other problem, technical know-how. So this workshop and this cross learning, as I mentioned, some of the states doing well, some other they are struggling. This discussion is going to be very helpful. Then the main challenges that we have observed, where administrative people can also discuss with their technical people and sort out, that claimed lack of finance, issue of land availability, low technical capacity, somewhere high price project cost, poor techno-economical things, and quality and uniformity in the approach. These are some of the things that we have observed, and these things we will try to capture here. Finance already I mentioned. Land ke liye we will be separately mentioning that wherever suitable land is not available, state has to step in. This is going to save a lot of fund capex at present also, in O&M also, and for future expansion also. Especially we are dealing with a smaller town, where in a smaller town the cost of land in all cases is not so costly compared to larger city, and population is going to increase, sewage is going to increase, and there is no planned land available. So this is time that we should purchase suitable land where you in many cases need not to spend a single extra penny, because if I say in a project, if we are proposing 6 kilometers away a pipeline where suitable land is available, so if you reduce this distance to 2 to 3 kilometers, whatever the saving state is going to put in pipe, that can be utilized to purchase land. Similarly, in case of technology, many places we hear that, okay, we have very little land, let us say 1 acre and something, and there only we could do only SB SBR, which is 2 crore, 3 crore per MLD. If we purchase 2-3 crore mein land, and then whatever is remaining out of that, you implement this simple technology where O&M issue is not there, capacity requirement is not there. So all states, smaller city will be able to do without any effort, and it will be giving good result. उसमें कहीं पर भी ये चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है कि हमारा स्टैंडर्ड मीट कर रहा है कि नहीं. देखिए जितने मैनुअल में उनमें दिया है, एवरीवेयर 250 मिलीग्राम पे वी हैव टेल टू डिजाइन, बट व्हाट एवर द फ्लो इज कमिंग थ्रू ड्रेन एंड इवन थ्रू some pipe network, the BOD is 100, around 100, 120 and 30. So 50% load is already not there. So even in any of the nature-based technology, less mechanized technology you utilize, you will be able to get 20 BOD and something like that. And I will tell very clearly that hardly there is any difference between 10 BOD and 20 BOD, because the fish, if you take aquatic things, if you take, their growth is more in 10 to 20 limit BOD compared to going, if I tell you we treat just like Pangang Lake, where no life exists, that is not our objective. If we do, let us say 10 BOD, 15 BOD, there is one study also from Indian, this Inland Water Institute Central in Odisha and also West Bengal. They have clearly told that when BOD is less than 10, there is again stress on fish. When it is 10 to 20, because of photosynthesis and whatever nutrients are there, their growth productivity is very high. In 1 hectare, even 10,000 kg tak fish you can generate. When it becomes 20 to 30, there they feel a little bit stress. और इससे ऑक्सीजन का भी जो अवेलेबिलिटी है 5 मिलीग्राम पर लीटर से जब कम है, उसको भी 8 आवर तक दे कैन बियर. तो ये चीजें जब जानेंगे तो एकदम ये होता है ना कि वी हैव टू गो ओनली लेस देन 10 बिकॉज एक डायरेक्टिव है, और समवेयर पीपल हैव लर्नड इट. Higher cost involve cost, O&M issue and capacity issue. तो blatantly we have not to follow. ये चीजें ये cross learning इसलिए है, we discuss, we reach as a consensus, and wherever intervention required, whether with state pollution control board at central level, we follow. These will things give a sustainable project. If we do in an unsustainable manner, I will come. Many projects they have been constructed but not able to maintain. So these are some of the issues which we have to see. यहाँ पर जैसे हमने बताया, अभी भी कई लोग ये बोलते हैं ओपनली कि अच्छा एनजीटी ने 10 बीओडी दिया है और उस केस में हमें तो 10 फॉलो करना है. जब एनजीटी ने 10 बीओडी दिया है तो ये अलग अलग स्टेट्स को देखिए. तमिलनाडु में अभी भी स्टेट पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड का नोटिफिकेशन है, फ्यू मंथ बैक वी हैव कलेक्टेड. आंध्रा, ओडिशा, इनमें 30 बीओडी है, उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होता. दूसरे हरियाणा, केरला एंड दे हैव मेड 10. सिर्फ मेकिंग 10 इज नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट, जो मैंने पॉइंट एक्सप्लेन किया. तो इसके ऊपर नेक्स्ट सेशन में वी विल बी एक्सप्लेनिंग इन डिटेल, दैट विल मेक थिंग्स वेरी क्लियर. इसी तरह से एक यूपी में चूंकि वर्कशॉप हो रहा है तो ये मैं मेंशन करना चाहूँगा. यूपी में अक्सर ये शिकायत आता है कि हमारे वहाँ तो 10 बीओडी करने के लिए है और वी डोंट वांट टू टेक रिस्क. यहाँ पे आप देखिए ये नगर पंचायत लार जो देवरिया में ही है, वो लिख के एनजीटी में सबमिट कर रहे हैं कंपैरिजन अगेंस्ट 30 बीओडी, लेकिन ऑल अदर पीपल आर अफ्रेड ऑफ. तो यहाँ पर भी जब उनको सबमिट करना था तो देन ही शुड हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड एसबीआर एंड देन सबमिटेड टू एनजीटी कि यस नाउ इट इज 10 बीओडी. दैट ही हैज नॉट डन. तो इस तरह से कंफ्यूजन कहीं भी स्टेट में नहीं होना चाहिए स्टैंडर्ड्स को लेकर के. एनजीटी में ये रिपोर्ट तो सबमिट हुआ है ना, और अभी करीब 1 साल पहले सबमिट हुआ है. तो इन चीजों को ध्यान में रख के जहां जितनी जरूरत है उस हिसाब से लेकर के करें, दैट विल बी गुड. एक ये चीज हम ज़्यादा अभी नहीं इसमें करेंगे, मे बी लेटर ऑन डायरेक्टर और जेएस मैन कैन स्लाइटली एक्सप्लेन. लेकिन हमारा फास्टर प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में जिन जिन स्टेट के पास एसएनए के इशूज हैं उसको क्विकली करें. जहाँ किसी को हेल्प की ज़रूरत हो लेट अस नो, हम लोग उनके साथ मिल के वीसी करके और जैसे भी होगा विल सॉर्ट इट आउट. जहाँ प्रोजेक्ट एक्सपीडाइट करना हो उनको भी आप लोग इसको लेके करें, जिससे कि विड्रॉल ज़्यादा हो सके फंड्स का और जल्दी हम प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकें. ये मैं बेसिकली अब बोल रहा था कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग इनिशिएटिव. सेकेंड फेज में वी हैव रीच वेयर डीपीआर प्रिपरेशन, टेंडरिंग एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज आवर प्रायोरिटी एंड वी आर वर्किंग इन दैट फेज ओनली. सो in this case, the planning approach, as we mentioned, because safely managed sanitation in the very beginning, yesterday Kaushiki mentioned what is requirement, and end में everybody has to go towards safely managed sanitation. Entire yesterday that you might have seen Honorable Ambassador, he was mentioning about Los Angeles and other. In their entire area they have sewer network and other. But when mission director was speaking, he was also telling, yes, fecal management we are doing. In US, any of the city you won't get fecal sludge management. But here we are telling yes, go for fecal sludge management. Fecal sludge management only one case में required है छोटे टाउन में, जहाँ हमारा STP और ये चीज नहीं आ पा रहा है, उसमें आप रूरल कन्वर्जेंस में बनाइए टिल वहाँ पे कोई सिस्टम होता है, एंड ठीक है, एंड लोकली वो चीज ये करके कर दीजिए. तो ऐसे करके एक बार आप प्लान करिए तो चीजें आसानी से आ जाएंगी. और नेक्स्ट इसमें ये करके कर देते हैं. ये यूज्ड वाटर के अलग अलग कैटेगरी के हम लोग जो वो दिए हुए हैं, मतलब पॉपुलेशन वाइज, वैसे आप एक बार प्लान में कर सकते हैं. इसमें सारा ऑप्शन दिया हुआ है, जब आप ये कर सकते हैं वो करिए, नहीं तो दूसरा करिए, नहीं तो तीसरा करिए. और कंट्री में सारे एग्जाम्पल से अवेलेबल हैं. ठीक है, ये अलग अलग जो हम हायर पॉपुलेशन में जाते हैं उसमें वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन, एरेटेड, ये चीज़ें टेक्नोलॉजी ओनली बढ़ती जाएंगी, बाकी सारी चीज़ें वैसे ही हैं. ठीक है, ये और जब सेकेंड क्लास में जाएंगे उसके आगे यू आर ओपन फॉर ऑल टेक्नोलॉजी एंड अदर. और IND जहाँ पर भी नहीं बन पाता है आप इंटरिम के रूप में करके लें, और लेटर ऑन प्लान इन सच ए वे दैट जब भी होता है पैसे आते हैं आज 2 साल बाद 5 साल बाद आप नेटवर्क की तरफ करके कर सकते हैं, डिपेंडिंग ऑन अवेलेबिलिटी एंड फिजिबिलिटी. इसको स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एडवाइजरी भी लेकर के आए हैं, जिसमें एक फिकल स्लज से रिलेटेड है, दूसरा हमारा टाइप डिजाइन है डिफरेंट STP से रिलेटेड, और तीसरा मल्टी स्टोरी जहां बिल्कुल भी लैंड नहीं अवेलेबल है तो नेचुरली सिस्टम तो हमें प्रोवाइड करना ही है. यू कैन अडॉप्ट इन वेरी लेस लैंड, दैट ऑप्शन इज आल्सो गिवन वेरी वेल. सो सजेस्टेड इनमें जो चीज़ें आ रही हैं, जैसे इन स्टेट्स ऑफ MP, मध्य प्रदेश और पंजाब, गुजरात, दे हैव ऑलरेडी इम्पैनल्ड एजेंसी एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड DPR एंड इन फास्टर वे दे आर मतलब इम्प्लीमेंटिंग दिस थिंग्स. CPHO आल्सो विल बी जस्ट प्रोजेक्टिंग ऑन मॉडल DPR दैट वी हैव प्रिपेयर विथ हेल्प ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़. एंड सिमिलरली द प्रोजेक्ट जो ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रायोरिटी है IND एंड अदर DPR, द प्रोजेक्ट्स कंपोनेंट, दोज थिंग्स आर गिवन. स्टेट्स में आल्सो हायर मतलब एजेंसी फॉर प्रिपरेशन लाइक दैट, मतलब दिस थिंग्स आर वे फॉरवर्ड, जिससे कि अदर स्टेट्स जो किए हैं यू कैन आल्सो डू इन ए फास्टर मैनर. सिमिलरली जो टेंडरिंग से रिलेटेड है, दैट वाज द DPR रिलेटेड थिंग्स. ओनली सम एग्जांपल एंड कमेंट इन द लास्ट आई विल गिव, अदरवाइज दैट DPR फास्टर DPR प्रिपरेशन स्टेज इज ओवर. दिस इज टेंडरिंग रिलेटेड थिंग 2-3 पॉइंट्स वेयर टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट MOHUA जो भी सक्सेसफुल है वी आर गोइंग टू पुट ऑन वेबसाइट एंड शेयर विथ यू पीपल. उसी में स्लाइटली चेंज करके, नीड नॉट टू री इन्वेंट, जो सक्सेसफुली अवार्ड हो गए हैं उसी को लेकर के करिए और उसमें हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. एक मॉडल हम लोग ये ड्राफ्ट भी बना लिए हैं, और फॉलोइंग ड्यू प्रोसेस वी विल सेंड फॉर कमेंट्स. इसमें फास्टर प्रोक्योरमेंट के लिए ई मार्केट प्लेस में जेम के थ्रू लॉट ऑफ मतलब आइटम्स हैज बीन रजिस्टर्ड. इट विल एक्सपीडाइट प्रोक्योरमेंट, और जहाँ कहीं भी आपको और भी रिक्वायरमेंट लगे यू कैन लेट अस नो, वी विल मतलब फर्दर स्ट्रेंथन ऑन जेम पोर्टल. सो दिस इज रिलेटेड टू दिस थिंग्स. देन एक और हम लोगों का रिक्वेस्ट है कि व्हाट एवर द कंट्रैक्टर्स ऑलरेडी बीइंग इंगेज्ड, please provide that information so that we will engage with them, try to understand that how, what steps to be taken so that it can be done in a faster way, and at the same time we will do capacity building also for them. ठीक है. सेफली मैनेज का जो डेफिनेशन हमने करके बनाया कि अंत में वंस वी आर प्रोसीडिंग टुवर्ड्स ODF++, एक्सक्रीटा हैज टू बी सेफली कंटेन्ड एंड आल्सो कलेक्टेड, एंड वेयर एवर पॉसिबल इन ऑन साइट मैनर वी हैव टू ट्रीट इट आल्सो. So इससे related that data, because next GMP cycle is coming, you are all requested that at Swachhatam portal yesterday it was made very clearly that what are the requirement, how you can fill. वो चीज़ एक बार ले करके और क्लियरली उसमें आप लोग फिलअप करें. ये डेफिनीशन है अलग अलग ये सेफली मैनेज का, ये प्रेजेंटेशन हम आपको सर्कुलेट करा देंगे. उसमें अलग अलग किन कंडीशन में सेफली होता है, बल्कि क्विकली जब हम ये बोलें, एक तो जो नेटवर्क का है हाउस से सीवर एंड देन STP, दूसरा इफ यू हैव सेप्टिक टैंक, and soak pit, and desludging is treated at co-treatment or FSTP, that is also there, or twin pit. ये basically 3 चीजें हैं जिसमें कि safely we can get that. ये information आपने एक बार collect करना है. ये हम लोगों का प्रोक्योरमेंट का हो गया. अब एक जो एडवाइजरी ऑन फीकल स्लज मैनेजमेंट हम लोग रिलीज किए हैं, जिसमें काफ़ी स्टेट्स में कई जगहों पे कंफ्यूजन रहा है कास्ट को लेकर के, डिजाइन को लेकर के, उसको हम लोग स्टैंडर्डाइज करने की कोशिश किए हैं ऑन साइट में. तो इससे रिलेटेड हम लोग जो चीज़ें हैं अभी इनका स्टेटस ये है. बट आई विल कम बेसिकली टू दिस वन, दैट कास्ट वेरिएशन हैज बीन देयर. डिजाइन में यूनिफॉर्मिटी नहीं था, तो वी हैव ट्राइड नाउ टू bring this advisory where we are providing uniformity. एक चीज हम यहाँ पे emphasize करना चाहेंगे कि in case of चुनार, if you see total for 10 KLD project cost is 2.7 करोड़. उसमें मेन प्रोजेक्ट जो प्रोसेसिंग का है 30 लाख है, बाकी सारा रोड बनाना इधर उधर में लेकर के और पैसे खर्च हैं. इस तरह से वेस्टफुल एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं होना चाहिए. यू कैन इमेजिन 2.75 करोड़ में ओनली 30 लाख इज ओनली मतलब प्रोसेस कास्ट. सो इस तरह का बहुत ज़्यादा कंक्रीटाइज बना करके और पैसे खर्च करने का हमें नहीं बनाना है. मिनिमम में जितना हमारा काम बन जाए, इस तरह से भी बेड बना करके और नहीं छोड़ना है. इसके लिए हम लोग जो स्टैंडर्डाइज किए हैं ताकि ऑप्टिमली यूटिलाइज हो जाए. ये बेसिकली 3 पे बैरिंग कास्ट, ओवर साइज एंड जो लिटिल आर नो सेप्सिस कर सकते हैं. तो इस केस में ये मेन फीचर्स है जो हम लोग एडवाइजरी में लेके आए हैं. अप्रोच फॉर यूज्ड वाटर, प्लानिंग एंड स्टैंडर्ड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी सिलेक्शन, डिजाइन प्रिंसिपल, यूनिट साइजिंग, ये सारी चीज़ें अभी जो हम लोग का एडवाइजरी है वेरी क्लियरली इट विल गिव दैट हाउ यू हैव टू गो. और साइज भी हम लोग पॉपुलेशन वाइज लगभग इंडिकेट किए हैं ताकि इधर उधर एक्सपेरिमेंट करने की जरूरत नहीं रहे. इससे आपको हेल्प मिलेगा. और प्रोसेस भी जो सबसे सिंपल है क्योंकि ये इंटरिम टाइप का है, दैट वी हैव ऑलरेडी प्रोवाइडेड. रेस्ट थिंग्स अलग अलग करने की जगह व्हाट एवर एफर्ट इज देयर गो टुवर्ड्स प्रॉपर यूज्ड वाटर मैनेजमेंट एंड टिल यू कैन यूटिलाइज. इट इज वेरी सिंपल एंड कास्ट इफेक्टिव आल्सो. इसमें कास्ट भी आल्सो वी हैव इंडिकेटेड एट करेंट प्राइसेस. तो यू कैन सी समवेयर 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ इट वाज कमिंग फॉर सेम कैपेसिटी. नाउ इट हैज रिड्यूस्ड टू 19 लाख 30. भाई ओनली 2-3 थिंग्स आर रिक्वायर्ड. वन, व्हाट इज योर मटेरियल, लेबर, स्टील एंड कंक्रीट, वही लगेगा ना, उससे ज़्यादा क्या इसमें कास्ट लगना है. तो ये चीज़ें हम लोग लेकर के और इसमें आपको गाइडेंस दिए हैं. ये कुछ एग्जाम्पल जो मैं ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट का बोल रहा था, पंजाब में भी विजिटेड, हरियाणा टाउन का इफ यू सी already they have prepared and it is for 2 MLD because most of the towns के लिए this sort of things will be shooting. Then another भोलत है, वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉइंट 4 MLD का they have prepared. इनमें क्या ब्यूटी है कि सम 18 लाख 20 लाख में पर एनम का आपका वो एंडम हो जाएगा. नो स्किल्ड ऑपरेशन एंड अदर, केवल पंपिंग है. लेकिन इफ़ यू कम टू दिस वन, इफ़ यू सी, वहीं पे मच्छीवाड़ा टाउन है जिन्होंने SBR लगा रखा है. दे डोंट हैव फंड, दे डोंट हैव स्किल टू मेंटेन. वो 6-7 महीने के अंदर में सारा रस्ट होके खत्म हो गया. अब नाउ अगेन दे हैव टू इन्वेस्ट सम 6-7 करोड़. नोबडी कैन डू दैट ऐसे फ्रिक्वेंटली. तो जैसी कैपेसिटी है, जो फाइनेंसेज अवेलेबल है, जैसी रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसके अनुसार प्रपोज करें. केवल ब्लाइंडली हाई टेक्नोलॉजी और हाई स्टैंडर्ड पर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. ये कुछ यूपी के ही प्रोजेक्ट थे जिनमें कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशंस थे. एक खेमरी का था जिसमें डबल मतलब इसमें कास्ट लग रहा था. उसमें आधे कास्ट में लैंड खरीद लो, आधे में सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी. ये जो सिचुएशन है दैट वी कैन डू. जब आपका 3 MLD के लिए 6 करोड़ लग रहा है, 3 करोड़ में आप 2 ही करोड़ में बहुत ज़्यादा लैंड मिल जाएगा. उसके बाद आप लेकर के टेक्नोलॉजी में कर सकते हैं. इसमें कई जगह पे 600 मीटर लेंथ में 7 मीटर डीप दे हैव गॉन. और कई जगहों पे इस तरह की चीज़ें अवॉइड करना चाहिए जिससे कि हमारा कास्ट बढ़े नहीं. ये कास्ट यूपी गवर्नमेंट के लिए स्पेशली इट हैज़ बीन ए चैलेंज कि उनका प्रोजेक्ट हर बार कास्ट ज़्यादा आ रहा है. उसी तरह से 1.4 किलोमीटर में 53 मैन होल डाल दिया है. ये चीज़ें जब तक स्टेट लेवल पे PPRD सेल आप लोगों का अनलेस इट इज़ मतलब हम कह सकते हैं कि स्ट्रिक्टली एग्जामिन एंड प्रोवाइड गाइडलाइन फॉर डिफरेंट मॉडल क्लास ऑफ टाउन, दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स विल बी देयर एंड स्टेट के हंड्रेड्स ऑफ करोड़ विल बी वेस्टेड. एंड बाद में वो एंडम का जो मैंने प्रॉब्लम बताया दैट विल ऑलवेज बी देयर. सो ये एक एग्जाम्पल है करड का. आई रिकमेंड ईच वन ऑफ यू टू विजिट करड वंस इफ दे गेट टाइम. यहाँ पे राइट फ्रॉम मतलब ट्रीटमेंट टू रिसाइकिल, रीयूज एंड एट मिनिमम कास्ट इवन फॉर रीयूज they have society. There is no government involvement. They themselves, and not a single drop of water is going to river. Entire thing they are using in a beneficial way. तो ये एक मॉडल है. ये चीज़ आप लोग कभी भी करके देख सकते हैं ऐसे यूज करके. इसी तरह से जो छोटे हमारे कई जगहों पे आ रहे हैं ना कि 500 KLD 1 MLD, उन छोटे के लिए हरियाणा में जो बड़े विलेजेस का मॉडल है उसमें मैचुरेशन पॉन्ड में फिश करके भी आप 50,000 1 लाख रुपया हम करके सालाना करके कमा सकते हैं। वो एंडम विल बी फर्दर रिड्यूस। तो ऐसे सस्टेनेबल मॉडल बनाइए कि हमने लेके ऐसे ज़मीन ऐसे टेक्नोलॉजी बना दिया जहाँ पे वो जो ट्रीट हो रहा है उसमें हमें स्किल की ज़रूरत नहीं है, मैकेनाइज एनर्जी की ज़रूरत नहीं है, और प्लस उसमें से जो रिटर्न मिल रहा है उसी में व्हाट एवर लिटिल ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस इज रिक्वायर्ड इट कैन बी डन। छोटे टाउन में ऐसे सस्टेन करेगा जो विलेजेज में हैं। और इसी तरह से ये अनदर एक एग्जाम्पल है हरियाणा का ही ग्राम पंचायत का, वो लेकर के डील कर रहे हैं जो छोटे छोटे KLD हैं। इसमें एक चीज़ लास्ट में हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे कि जो छोटे टाउन्स हैं 50,000 से कम, उनमें कहीं पे जब आप लेटर से FSTP या ऐसे सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी करते हैं तो हमने 2,000 रुपये पर पर्सन के हिसाब से उसमें एस्टिमेट किया है, वो आपको 500-600 में हो जाएगा। व्हाट एवर बैलेंस इज देयर दैट यू कैन ट्रांसफर टू लार्जर क्लास 2 सिटी, जहाँ पे आप बीच में जब प्रायोरिटी है तो नेटवर्क भी डाल सकते हैं एंड यू कैन यूटिलाइज फॉर बेटर सिस्टम विद इन अवेलेबल फंड। तो ये एक एस्पेक्ट आप अप्रोच करके ले सकते हैं, दैट विल बी हेल्पफुल। और साथ में जब कहीं पे आपका वेरिएशन होता है प्रोजेक्ट कास्ट में CSAP से, उसमें कोई वरी की बात नहीं है। उस समय उतना डिटेल एग्जामिनेशन नहीं हुआ था, सर्वे नहीं हुआ था, अभी DPR स्टेज में थोड़ा बढ़ेगा। सो थैंक यू। ये थोड़ा चीज़ें मैं शेयर करना चाह रहा था कि आप लोग आपस में कैसे करें। बाकी हमारे जो पैनलिस्ट हैं उनमें स्टेट से दे विल शेयर क्विकली देयर experience and others will also share their experience. Accordingly we will see and we will get some time for question answer also. So thank you very much. Now I will invite Punjab Mr. Jatin Basdev ji to please come and share their experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful presentation and insight into all the states. First of all, I would like to thank MOUA for organizing such a great knowledgeable workshop. It provides a platform to share the knowledge of what each state is doing. And moreover, it provides how to learn from what others are experiencing and not to waste time in maybe learning from our mistakes and rather than moving forward in the journey for the Swachh Bharat. First of all, I would like to thank MOUA that they have starting using the term used water management. Earlier it used to be wastewater management. Just like the ambassador to US yesterday said, from toilet to tap is a mental block in our to let the people know about the community that we are going to use the wastewater. So it is a used water management term which is being used. In Punjab, when we started with this journey, there were 150 ULBs which we identified. Out of that, 56 we have planned in Swachh Bharat Mission 2. These 56 ULBs are where there is no sewer which is existing, no STP which is present in these towns. And we have proposed a sewer network of around 195 kilometer rising main. And plus, if you can check the average STP capacity, turns out to be 3 to 4 MLD. Out of these 56 towns, the class 2 towns are 4, 16 are 3, and class 4 towns are 36. So we have prepared 54 DPRs out of 56 and tendered out 39 DPRs, and we have already awarded work for around 26. My topic is DPR planning and preparation. So I have briefed out the contents. The first thing which we'll be doing is the execution framework, causes of the project delays related to DPRs, the areas, key areas we need to focus, preparation of DPR, some tendering process and eligibility criteria, and whatever we are provided with some technology provider clause, and the challenges which we have faced till now in the implementation. Execution framework, basically sir has already divided that there are 5 stages. The first and foremost stage is the survey, planning and analysis part. The more we focus on this area, the lesser we'll be facing the difficulties during the execution, and more will be smoother the execution process. In the DPR preparation, what we have done is, back. No sir, back. It's not. Yes. Thank you. In the DPR preparation part, what we have done is, thank you. What we have done is, we have standardized one format at the head office level. We called all the field offices with the various years of experiences. We called them at the head office. We spent around 2 to 4 weeks standardizing the DPR portion. What we did was, we prepared a standard DPR of, let's say, 100 pages. We chalked out that the page number 4, 10, 15 and 18 will carry these datas, like page number 4 will carry the soil investigation data, page number 10 will carry the inlet parameters data, page number 16 will carry the technology portion specifications, and page number 24 will be related to the sewage network pipeline design. So what we did was, we freezed all the specifications, and based on what the field offices will have to do, in spite of spending their time on 100 pages, they just have to focus on 5 to 6 pages. So what that converted into, if we did not follow a planning approach in the DPR, what causes delays are, first, from the point of the STP land, if a site selected is not good, that is, if it is having some legal complications, it is an encroached land, or if it is having some flooded areas, or it is at a lower levels, it is not approachable. So we spend more of the times, at least we can say more of a time in spending on time on these issues rather than on the smoother constructions. So whatever the causes of the DPR which lead to project delay, we have to eradicate at the start only. That becomes an important part in planning. So a proper site selection has to be there, soil investigations, proper design parameters to be considered, just like Chaurasia sir said, that you don't need to go into a 10 BOD or this, we can take at 30 BOD, and design parameters need to be fixed considering the O&M cost and what is the budget of the state. Then earlier we used to face a problem that in one of the DPR some scope is written, in one of the DPR another scope is written, so the contractors working at 2 different locations did not get an idea, sir, I am doing this at that location and I am doing this at this location. My scope starts from X point to Y point, whereas in your DPR it starts from X to Z. So we, during the standardization process, we clearly defined the scope. So it did not lead to any problem in the execution. Inadequate project drawings is a consequence of a non-comprehensive survey. If a comprehensive survey is done at the start, all the project drawings are listed, then it does not become a problem, and the person who is quoting the tender knows each and every part. It does not keep into account any unforeseen item which has not been shown in the project drawings. And one thing we improved this time from our last experiences is the realistic project timelines. Earlier we used to give only 12 months for the STP construction. This time around we focused and had a meeting with all the contractors. They told us that an ideal time for an STP construction right from the designing till the completion is 18 months. We agreed to their suggestions, and this time around in our DPRs, we took the timelines for the project as the 18 months for the construction right from the designing and the handing over of site. So they can also spend around 3 to 4 months time in the soil investigation again, their hydraulic flow diagrams and the engineering part, and then when they can mobilize their labor, they can do construction relatively easily. DPR preparation has been done by the engineers of PWSSB and including obviously the supporting staff. We did not hire any consultants for this project. In Punjab, we have already have an experience of around 100 STPs which are constructed. So it was a good experience that we already had all the types of technologies available, all the types of construction which has already been done. That experience brought us to the preparation of a very good sample DPR which was done. We had various meetings with the ministry. Chaurasia sir guided us of all the clauses we could have. And then once the sample DPR was prepared, we circulated to the field staff. And what they did is in around a week's time or 10 days, they could come up with their individual DPR based on their scope, the funds which were available to them, and then the actual site requirements which they had. One, again, a thing which we did for the first time in Punjab was, in all the cities where the sewer network is not existing, what is happening is all the water from the individual households is flowing from the drains into a nearest water body or a pond. In most of the cases, in most of the ULBs which are very small, in around 10 to 20,000 population, they have 3 to 4 ponds which are existing in each of the ULBs. So firstly, we made a conscious effort that we need to design the sewer of that whole ULB, be it branch sewer or the trunk sewer. After doing that, we decided to tap each of the pond. I'll show you in the next. This is a case of Bilga, which is a ULB of around 15,000 capacity. This is in Jalandhar district, Punjab. This is a 15,000 population ULB. It is having 8 ponds. So what we got was, we took our time around 6 months for the identification of land. We got it from MC. It was an municipal corporation land only which was available. And then what we did was, we tapped all the 8 ponds which were available, designed whole the network of the ULB, and then we laid the actual size as required as per the design statement, so that in future when state or ministry offer us funds for the branch sewer, this main sewer will not be relayed, will not be disposed of, or will not be reused. So this is the thing which saved a lot of money, and you cannot every time dig roads and come back again with a sewer of a different size or depth again and again. So this happened as one of the success stories in Punjab, that we were able to have all the ponds tapped, plus lay the trunk sewer. And after that, one thing which we proposed again was, from ponds into the trunk sewer, we proposed a screening chamber with a weir. In case of a dry weather flow, it will move into the trunk sewer. In case of a wet weather flow, when the flow is more than what is, and there is a monsoon or rainy seasons, it will flow into the ponds again for that amount of time. Only for the rainy season it will go into the ponds, else for every time during the year for 9 to 10 months it will flow into the STP. During the tendering process, what we started was, we prepared the documents in-house only, and these were called on the basis of turnkey, that is EPC contract only, where the technology of STP kept as open, including an operation maintenance of 5 years. This time, for the first time, PWSSB experimented with calling the tenders for STP, FSTP, MPS, rising main, sewer network, and reuse of water, all in a single contract. And we had a huge success. Around 26 tenders we have got already. So this success was based on that we even allowed the joint venture. We had various meetings with the sewer contracts. They were earlier not ready to move into the field of STPs, but once they saw it as a future to be done in India, so they came forward and said, okay, so we allow you, you go ahead with the joint venture tenders, hybrid tenders, we'll quote the tenders. For the eligibility criteria, only 2 or 3 things which we edited. We allowed them that all the participants, all the bidders can meet the requirements, and for them, where they have already constructed an STP, they need not have the technology provider MOU where they are already doing it on a same technology. The challenges I have already told, that land is a challenge, resistance at various places owing to smell, that the land rates will go down, we don't have the access, there will be a sludge disposal issues. They became the issues. I would request ministry to provide further funds once we go into the completion of the SBM for the branch sewer also. And now our focus mainly is on operation maintenance part. One thing which state is now deciding, we are taking up with the PEDA, an organization for installing solar plants on all the STPs on rooftop and the area which is remaining. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। दो तीन चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इन्होंने करके किया है, पूरे टाउन का प्लान करके, और जितना फंड अवेलेबल है दे आर पुटिंग ट्रंक मैन लेटर ऑन व्हेन एवर फंड कम दैट कैन बी यूटिलाइज। सेकेंड, दे हैव बीन पैनल्ड एजेंसी, दे आर हेल्पिंग, एंड सेकेंडली व्हाट एवर द कंस्टेंट्स आर देयर दे आर ट्राइंग टू एड्रेस, नॉट लिविंग ऑन कंट्रैक्टर एंड अदर। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। नाउ आई विल रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर जरोडिया, प्लीज कम।
नमस्कार सभी को मेरी ओर से। मैं आर जारोलिया ऐसी यूडीडी मध्य प्रदेश से आता हूँ। मध्य प्रदेश में हमारी टीम हमारी महुआ की जीएस मैडम के निर्देशों में, आदेशों में, मार्गदर्शन में, और हमारी टीम हमारे विभाग के पीएस सर, कमिश्नर, मिशन डायरेक्टर सर, डिप्टी मिशन डायरेक्टर सर, और मेरे साथ मेरी कुलिंग एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर मिस प्रियंका धानापुने, मेरे साथी, मेरे सहयोगी कंसल्टेंट मिस्टर कार्तिक तिवारी, ऐश्वर्य तिवारी की टीम के साथ हम मध्य प्रदेश में ह्यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट SBM 2 के तहत जो कार्य कर रहे हैं, हमारे स्टेट में नंबर ऑफ ULB 418 हैं, जिसमें हमारे 33 शहर अमृत टाउन में जो है ना सीवरेज नेटवर्क में पहले कवर हो चुके हैं, और जिसमें हमारा जो है ना सीवर नेटवर्क विद STP कंप्लीट हो चुका है, या मतलब जो है ना फंक्शनल हो चुका है, और कुछ हमारे शहर में जो है ना वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस भी है। प्रोग्रेस भी है, और हमारे 32 शहर हमारी MPUDC मध्य प्रदेश अर्बन डेवलपमेंट कंपनी हमारे यहाँ गठित है। तो हमारे जो है 32 शहर जो है ना KFW जो है ना ADB या अदर जो है ना फंडिंग एजेंसी से फंड ले करके वो जो है ना काम कर रही हैं। तो हमने जो है ना ओवरऑल 353 जो है ना ULB को इस स्कीम में जो है ना शामिल करके वो इस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं, जिसकी टोटल जो है ना हमारी STP की कैपेसिटी 866 MLD है, और हमारा इन सभी में इंटरसेप्शन डाइवर्सन में जो भी हमारा नेटवर्क है वो 1497 जो है ना किलोमीटर है। हमारी म्यूनसिपैलिटियों के पास अभी हमारे पास जो है ना 195 डिसचार्जिंग जो है व्हीकल हमारे पास उपलब्ध हैं, और इन हमारी जो है ना म्यूनसिपैलिटियों को जो है ना पॉपुलेशन बेस्ड हमारा जो एलोकेशन जो फंड है वो 2459 CR, सेंट्रल शेयर 1229.5 CR है, स्टेट शेयर 983.60 CR है, और हमारी ULB का शेयर भी हम जो है ना मिलाने का हमने कमिटमेंट लिया है, तो 245 जो है ना CR है। ये हमारा जो DPR है वो 131 जो है ना हमारी DPR 1 के स्टूडिंग हो चुकी है। कौन सा? हाँ हाँ, ये वाला है ना। अच्छा, इधर ठीक है, ओके। हमारे जो है ना 14 प्रोजेक्ट पेपर होकर के SLTC 208 DPR हमारी जो है ना अप्रूव हो चुकी हैं, जिसकी कॉस्ट 1199.44 जो है CR है। टेंडर हमारे जो है 17 में हो चुके हैं और हमारे जो है ना ये प्रोजेक्ट 178 में हमारे जो है ना टेंडर फ्लोट हो चुके हैं। हमारे इसमें हमने जो है ना एक तय किया है कि 5 करोड़ से जो है ना अधिक की DPR में हम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज से जो है ना बैटिंग करा रहे हैं। इसमें हमारे 17 प्रोजेक्ट जो है ना अवार्ड हो चुके हैं और अभी हमारी जो प्रोग्रेस है मतलब जो है ना 20% यानी सर्वे वर्क स्टार्टेड बाय द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर और जो है ना फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस और जो है ना फाइनेंशियल प्रोग्रेस अभी हमारे इसमें जो है ना नील है। इसमें यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट के में जो है ना हमने 26 कंसल्टेंट जो हमारे एम्पेनल्ड है इनका जो है ना हमने DPR प्रिपरेशन में सहयोग लिया है और हमारी जो गाइडलाइन और SAP के जो है ना प्रिपरेशन के तहत जो हमारी यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट के जो है ना हमारे जो नॉर्म्स हैं तो इसमें पॉपुलेशन, टेरेन, रिवर एंड बैंक टाउन्स और नंबर ऑफ ड्रेन्स इन टाउन, इंडस्ट्री एंड कॉमर्शियल इंपॉर्टेंस, इसमें जो है ना इसको हमने पूरा देखते हुए इसमें हमने जो है ना DPR तैयार की हैं। बेस्ड ऑन क्लासिफिकेशन एबव टाउन्स वेयर जो है ना अप्रूवल DPR और इसको हमने जो है ना 3 लेवल पर जो है ना DPR का वैलिडेशन का तय किया है। पहला ULB लेवल पर, तो इसमें हमारी जो है ना लोकल निर्वाचित जो एक बॉडी है इसमें एक PIC होती है, प्रेसिडेंट काउंसिल, तो उनसे अप्रूवल लिया है। देन सेकंड हमारा जो है ना डिवीजन लेवल पर हमारे सुपरिटेंडेंट इंजीनियर जो है ना पोस्टेड रहते हैं तो उनसे भी हमने DPR को जो है ना वैलिडेशन यानी उनके एग्जामिन और रिकमेंडेशन को हमने जो है ना निर्धारित किया है। और उसके बाद हम स्टेट लेवल पर जो है ना हमारी इंटरनल टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन करके उससे जो है ना हम पूरा परीक्षण करते हैं। उसके बाद हम जो है ना SLTC टेक्निकल कमेटी के सामने ले जाते हैं और उसके बाद फाइनली जो है ना रिव्यू अंडर द चेयर मतलब हमारे जो है ना UDD के जो कमिश्नर हैं सर हैं वो फाइनली हम जो है ना उनके सामने जो है ना इसको रिव्यू करके और फिर जो है ना फाइनल करते हैं। फील्ड वैलिडेशन जो है ना ये इसमें हमने इम्पेनल्ड कंसल्टेंट, ULB के इंजीनियर्स, डिविजनल इंजीनियर्स और स्टेट PMU टीम का जो है ना हम इसमें सपोर्ट ले रहे हैं और DPR वैलिडेशन जो है ना हमारे अभी DPR वैलिडेशन हम जो है ना करा रहे हैं, अंडर प्रोग्रेस हैं। एक हमारा शहर जो है ना उमरिया, ये चैलेंजिंग जो है ना हमारा टाउन है और प्रोजेक्ट एम्पीलेट जो है ना इसके करने के लिए तो हमने जैसे इसकी जो केस स्टडी जो की है वो मैं कुछ आपके सामने जो है ना इसमें लाना चाहूँगा कि हमारी जो बाउंड्री हमने शहर की जो मार्क की है और इसमें जो है ना जो नाला हमने जो दिखाया है इसमें हमारे सामने जो चैलेंज है वो हमने मैप में भी दिखाने का प्रयास किया है। इसमें जो चैलेंज है हमारे प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, ये उमरिया टाउन की हमारी केस स्टडी है। टाउन प्रोफाइल 2011 का हमारा पॉपुलेशन है ना 33,114। 2026 हमारी जो है ना पॉपुलेशन एक हमारा जो इंक्रीज मेथड है तो अप्रोक्सीमेट 42,000 जो है ना हो जाएगी। इसका वाटर सप्लाई 135 LPD जो बेस्ट है, और सीवरेज जो है ना जनरेशन जो है ना 26 में हमारी 4.6 जो है ना MLD है। यहाँ सबसे बड़ा एक्चुअली चैलेंज है उमरिया का कि इसकी जो है ना जो जोग्राफिकल जो टोपोग्राफी है वो इस टाइप की है कि एक ही जो है ना किसी दिशा में या एक या दो दिशाओं में इसके जो है ना जो नालों का जो आउटफॉल है वो ना जा कर के, और इसमें जो है ना टोटल ये जो एग्जिस्टिंग ड्रेन्स हैं ये 49 मतलब जो है ना मेजर नंबर्स हैं काफ़ी, और ये इसमें जो है ना 13 जो है ना मेजर नाले हैं, और जो है ना इसमें ड्रेन्स जो है ना जो माइनर हैं वो 36 हैं। डायरेक्शन फ्लो 13 मेजर ड्रेन्स फ्लो टूवर्ड द वाटर बॉडी, ये जो है ना हमारी वहाँ उमरिया में काफ़ी जो है ना प्राचीन काल की वाटर बॉडी हैं, तो उनमें जाके जो है ना मिलता है पानी, और 36 ड्रेन्स फ्लोइंग इन अ डिफरेंट डायरेक्शन। कैलकुलेशन ऑफ फ्लो इन दिस ड्रेन्स, ये टोटल जनरेटेड सीवर है तो 13 जो मेजर नाले हैं इसमें 45 से 50% हमारा जो है ना ये आता है सीवरेज वाटर, और 36 जो मेजर हैं उसमें 30%, और रिमेनिंग 20% जो है ना ये दूसरा जो छोटे छोटे नाले हैं तो वो 20% जो है ना उस एरिया में जो है ना फैलता रहता है। सजेशन इसमें हमने जो हमारे कंसल्टेंट जो है की मदद से हमने और जो है ना वहाँ की स्टडी करके जो इसमें फाइनल किया है, तो सजेस्टेड अप्रोच ऑफ दिस टाउन जो है ना ये डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड सिस्टम एडॉप्ट किया है। तो 2 STP हमने जो है ना 600 KLD के जो हमें जो है ना बड़े नालों में जो है ना इसका जो डिस्चार्ज आउटफॉल का मिलता है वहाँ प्रपोज किए हैं। STP टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्टेड जो है ना ये कंस्ट्रक्शन वेटलैंड, और एक जो है ना STP 1 4 मेजर ड्रेन्स और 2 माइनर ड्रेन्स के लिए जो इंटरसेक्शन डाइवर्सन हो गया, और जो है ना 13 नाले जो है ना हमने ये जो इसमें बिलो देन जो है ना 20 जो MLD है तो उसके लिए फिर हमने जो है ना ग्रेवल्स फिल्टर का जो है ना एक यूनिट बना करके, ग्रेवल्स फिल्टर की जो है ना एक संरचना बना करके, और इसको हमने जो है ना ये 20 KLD 30 KLG में तो इससे जो है ना इसको पानी को ट्रीट किया है, मतलब करने का प्रोविज़न रखा है। इसमें सिलेक्शन जो है ना ये सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी जो हमने ली है मोर देन 20 टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर across India reached out of 3 level of consultant meeting held to assess feasibility of zone adoption toward the state requirement। हमने सभी कंसल्टेंटों को जो ना बुला करके एक जो है ना उनसे मीटिंग करके ही जो है ना फाइनल किया है हमको कितने जो हमारे 20 जो ना टेक्नोलॉजी जो प्रोवाइडर्स हैं तो उनसे जो है ना टेक्नोलॉजी टाइप का जो है ना बीडर से एग्रीमेंट लेते हैं कि पहले उनसे जो है ना आप प्रोवाइडर से एग्रीमेंट हमें दें, उसके बाद ही हम आपको जो है ना बीड में इंटरटेन करेंगे। तो फैक्टर ऑफ कंसिडर टेक्नोलॉजी सेलेक्शन जो इस एरिया का भी इशू आता है, लैंड रिक्वायर्ड है कहीं जो है ना मिलती भी है ना, फिर और हमारी म्यूनिसिपैलिटियों की जो है ना ये इतनी फाइनेंशियली जो है ना कैपेसिटी नहीं है कि वो उसको जो है ना लैंड वर्कर करके और जो उसका अमाउंट पे कर सकें। कैपेक्स और ओपेक्स का भी हमने जो है ना टेक्नोलॉजी में जो है ना बड़ा ध्यान रखा गया है, और ट्रीटमेंट इफिशियंसी में भी जो है हमने इसके जो है ना उसको ध्यान रखा गया है मापदंडों को, और खासकर हमारी जो सेंसन जो कॉस्ट है और उसको भी हमने जो है ना ध्यान में रखते हुए प्रयास किया है कि हमारे जो सेंसन कॉस्ट है इसमें हमारा प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट हो जाए, कि ULB का शेयर तो हमें लगाना ही है लेकिन उससे अधिक जो है ना ULB का शेयर न लगे, क्योंकि हमारी ULB हमारे मध्य प्रदेश की नहीं, मैं समझता हूँ कि सभी ULB में जो है ना शेयर से अधिक राशि मिलाने के लिए थोड़ा सा कठिनाई का सामना जो है ना करना पड़ता है। तो शॉर्टलिस्ट जो है ना 6 लो कॉस्ट डिफरेंट सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर पोटेंशियल इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ ह्यूज वाटरमैन DPR। हाँ ये हो गया, लास्ट हो गया। कंसल्टेंट इंस्टीट्यूट लाइक जो है ना IIT इंदौर, NIT भोपाल, NIT सूरत, नेशनल जो है ना एनवायरमेंट इंजीनियरिंग रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट जो है नीरी, to explore suitable method for interception diversion (IND) of drains, discuss with the technical experts from the various water resources, irrigation related department to evaluate various success IND method, conducting field visit or ULV validation, first draft DPR for selection of and interception diversion method, assessment of land suitability for STP. तो ये हमने जो है ये जो है ना ह्यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट के DPR उसके लिए जो है ना पूरा मध्य प्रदेश में तैयारी की है, और आगे भी हम जो है ना महुआ के GS मैडम के निर्देशन में हमारे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स के गाइडेंस में हम इस पर काम करेंगे, और जो है ना हम निश्चित रूप से जो है ना एक इसका जो टाइम पीरियड है उस पीरियड में हम जो है ना सभी प्रोजेक्ट को पूर्ण करने का प्रयास करेंगे।
थैंक यू जरूलिया जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। 3 चीज़ें बहुत अच्छा इन्होंने करके बोला। हमने 26 कंसल्टेंट को इम्पैनल किया। दूसरा 3 लेयर पे उनके एग्जाम DPRs जो प्रोजेक्ट बनते हैं अप्रूव होते हैं, जिसमें पॉलिटिकल से लेके सारे लोग उसमें इंक्लूड हैं। और एक तीसरी चीज़ इन लोगों का एक स्पेशल है जो हम बताना चाहेंगे, जब सारे स्टेट्स CSAP में बिजी थे जल्दी जल्दी बनाने के लिए, ये मध्य प्रदेश का ये था कि नहीं हम प्रॉपर DPR बना करके और एक साथ लेके आएंगे जिससे कास्ट लैंड एवरीथिंग इज फ्रीज्ड। जब हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में जाएंगे तो उसमें कोई हिच नहीं रहेगा। दैट देयर अप्रोच इज पेइंग। अभी इनके सारे प्रोजेक्ट लगभग अप्रूव हो गए हैं और आगे वो अब इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में है। देयर इज नो हिच, पॉलिटिकल से लेके सारे लोग अलाइंड हैं, और आई होप कि इनका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सबसे फास्ट होगा जो मेरे को करके दिखाई दे रहा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच मध्य प्रदेश। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट हनो टाका जी अरुणाचल जस्ट टू शेयर हिज व्यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Good morning, everyone. First of all, greetings from the Arunachal Pradesh, the land of rising sun. In fact, I have nothing much to share experience or to say. I'll save my time for the rest of the speakers, so I'll say only take 2 minutes of yours. We are implementing the youth water management in 27 urban towns in Arunachal Pradesh. As you know, Arunachal Pradesh is located in the easternmost corner of the country with a hilly and very difficult terrain covering a geographical area of about 84,000 square kilometers, which in fact is the size of 5 other smaller northeastern states, except excluding Assam and Tripura. So given these challenges, we have also a lot of challenges while preparing the DPR. And then Arunachal, since we do not have any required the bandwidth or manpower in this expertise domain area, we hired a consultant for the preparation of the DPRs. And we are implementing 14 FSTP and 13 STPs in Arunachal Pradesh. And we took over 8 months long to carry out the hydrological studies, topography, current use water discharge, collection, etc. And traveling from one point of Arunachal to the other point of Arunachal, it takes 2 to 3 days sometimes. And because of all these regions, we took a good 8 months. Some of the challenges, as I've told you, traveling was one of the challenges for the consultants to travel from one part of the Arunachal to the other part of Arunachal. And the second challenges was identifying the land, because in Arunachal, there is no such land called government land. All the lands are owned by the individuals and the private, and it is strictly forested, so it is not feasible for setting up STPs in some of the hilly terrain areas. So we have to find in such a location or place, and we had to convince the landowners, and all this process took a certain time. And we divided the teams into 4, northern, eastern, central, and that way. And that way we could save a lot of time and energy and while preparing the DPR. Of course, CPHO was in constant touch. We sought the advice of the CPHO from time to time for every distinct. The population for each of these ULB ranges from something 4,000 to 25,000. So it's sparsely populated, and because of that, even the DPR cost was a bit high. Initially, the mission allocation was something around 79.8 crore, which we requested later to enhance it to 110 crore. But after the DPR preparation, currently the DPR cost has come up to 168 crore. So I take this opportunity to request the Mahua JS ma'am to consider funding for the as a gap funding or viability gap funding for used water management in Arunachal Pradesh. I don't have much to say, and I did not even prepare the PPT. So these are the experience from Arunachal, and hopefully this DPR will be useful for some of the northeastern states or other hilly states of the country. And currently the DPR has been approved by the state level technical committee as well as the high powered committee, and we are in the process of preparing the RFE. And for that also we are engaging some consultant to ensure that that RFEs are made in such a way in EPC mode and also allow participation of very good vendors so that the project implementation is successful in the state of Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you so much.
Arunachal is in definitely northeast, and terrain is very hostile. In that case, all there are 27 DPRs for different city that they prepared, and it is approved by SLTC, and they are going for implementation. That too in such a condition where land was a constraint, no government land. So this will help all those states who are still struggling. They can learn and they can expedite. Thank you, Anutakaji. So now I request Binaji, please come and share experience of Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mahua and JS ma'am, for organizing this national workshop where we can cross-learn from other states. Sure. So this is the position of our approval status of the used water management. We have 115 number of ULBs. Out of that, 106 comes under non-Amrut cities because there are 9 Amrut cities. And the assessment we have made, the capacity of waste water management is 335 MLD, and length of IND has also been assessed. And the total number of cesspool tankers and dislodging machines, we have already empaneled the agencies. And at the OWSSP level, at the state level, we have made the empanelment of the agency and given it to the ULBs. We have, the flexibility has been given to the states so that depending on their, size, requirement of size of dislodging machines and all, they can procure it. Sizes varying from 500 liter to 5,000 liters. So there are small townships and old towns where the lanes and bylanes are very narrow, so they require small dislodging machines. Accordingly, we have made that arrangement. And the total mission allocation is 990 crores, and the central share is 495 crores. And the SLTC meeting we conducted, and we submitted the proposal, and we are very much thankful to the Mahua. The very next day, NARC meeting was held, and it has been approved. And we received the fund of 120 crores. And respective state share has also been released, but we are making planning already 45 towns. We have done the assessment where the land is available, where we can actually FSTP and STPs for treatment of black water. We have done substantial progress. For grey water, we are now focusing on that. So in the coming year, we are planning to spend that amount and achieve in those 45 cities where land is available for construction of STP as well as the outfall level treatment. So the DPR tendering work of FSTPs already it is over and completed also. In 115 ULBs we have done 120 FSTPs, and OWSSP is the nodal agencies. They have done all this execution, everything, and it is running, and not only the total capacity is 2.087 MLD, and that is mainly all the small and medium township where there is no sewage line are there. We have made this, and we are not only giving service to the township only. Under rural-urban convergence, the neighboring panchayat area sludge we are also bringing to that particular STPs. We have executed agreement with blocks. So nearby adjoining ULBs, we have executed the agreement so that we are bringing sludge to those nearby STPs, and treatment is being done there. And second is that empanelment of agencies and rates have been completed for procurement of cesspool MTR, as I have already told. And third one is the community partners or women self-help group, transgender SHGs we have engaged, and we have imparted training to them, and from time to time we are imparting training, and the capacity building we are doing. They are mainly managing the STPs, FSTPs. And not only that, we have done the wall painting in the FSTPs in vernacular language, so it is easy for them step-by-step operation. In case they forget, they can see the whatever step-by-step operation is there on the wall, and they are doing it. They are, very well they are managing the FSTPs. And for grey water management, already we have identified 45 number of cities. Out of that, we are preparing now 9 number of cities where DPR we are under preparation, and the land is also available there. And next, we are planning where the cities land is not available, then we'll acquire the land from state budget, and in that approach we are progressing. These are 5 cities where the STPs are there, COD cities. We have already done 12 number of STPs where 373 capacity, MLD capacity is there, and we have utilized so far 187 MLDs treatment. And number of, in the sewer cities also, there are some parts where sewer lines have not been laid. So those on-sewered part of the sewered cities we are covering through FSTPs. So we have made FSTPs in sewered cities as well, so that there will be no, disposal of black water here and there. So in that approach we are progressing. And there are 2 other cities, Raurkela, Talcher, we have already done 1 wastewater treatment plant, and Raurkela we are making 2 numbers of wastewater treatment plants. These are the pictures of the STPs. So there are 2 kinds, as you know, there are 2 kinds of water. It is black water. Black water I have already explained. Now is the grey water that is coming from water from kitchen, bathrooms, and washing of clothes. That we are doing through those 4 kinds of intervention. One is household level intervention, where the soak pit can be done at the backside of the houses, and the grey water can be treated, grey water can go to the pit. And second is street level intervention, where the land is available, street level intervention is also can be done. And community level intervention, where we have already made this kind of community level intervention, where water can be led to the pits. And 4th one is outfall level intervention. Outfall level we have made the maturation pond, where the waste part of the water can be settled, and that water can be treated. These are the total number of 120 number of FSTPs of varying different capacities, starting from 10 KLD to 75 KLDs. We have already made. So total is as I have told, 2.087 MLD capacity we have already made the FSTPs, and not only the urban area, rural area also we are providing the services. And the management, yeah, please. And another thing is that we have 491 number of cesspool emptier vehicles are there. Already we have procured 391 and 100 numbers are private owners. Initially when we started this assessment, then we completed the FSTPs. Private operators were operating in the cities and they were disposing indiscriminately here and there. So we seized the vehicle, imposed penalty. Not only that, so then we brought them into our loop. So we empaneled them, registered them, fixed the rate. Then they are really helpful to us. So these private owners, and gradually we are, some capacity building we are also doing to sewer entry professionals, providing loan assistance and support to them to procure these kind of machines. And because they are already in this kind of services, so they are really helping us. So gradually the number of private operators are increasing in the cities. And they are also helpful for us for bringing the sludge from the rural part. Initially in the rural area, it was only up to 10 kilometers from the urban boundary. Gradually we expanded up to 40 kilometers now. These are the kind of intervention in non-sewered ULBs, household level, land level, and the constructed wetland in the community level. So we have already done in some 10, 11 number of pilot cities, and we are successful. So gradually we will expand it to the other cities as well, the outfall level. You see, this is a place where the land was used as a GVP, garbage vulnerable point. It was not of any use. So we made it and made the wetland in Dhenkalan is a place, we made it. And not only we treated the water, the beautification has also been done, planted some plants and all. This is the entire drain survey, survey has been done in a city, Jatni, very close to Bhubaneswar. This is how we are approaching. In particularly Jatni, we have done the detailed, DPR. So the total population is 75,000 and the total current water demand is 10,150 KLD, and the 65, as you know, 65% of current waste water is the wastewater. So we have identified land level is 25 and the total grey water management is 302 KLD. So already land level intervention we have done, and that is 21 KLD. So total is we have so far done 302 plus 21 plus 192. So balance is 6081 KLD. Water needs to be treated. So for that we require land of 20 acres. So that land we have, that is available there in Jatni. So we are planning for outfall level. So we have identified 45 number of cities like this where land is available. We are planning to do it, and outfall level and STPs also, IND, all kinds of things we are planning to do. And in other balance, rest of the cities where the land is not available, we'll plan later on for acquisition of the land, so we can execute this project. So what are the challenges? The main challenge is enforcement, because we have identified, after the assessment of the cities, we have identified the polluters. So we have to educate them, sensitize them, then we have to impose penalty. Already we have started in the 11 pilot cities. We have engaged tulip interns and also MIS experts. So they have all, base level information they have collated. Then we'll start imposing penalty and all. Then the selection of suitable feasible land for construction, that I have already told. And the integration of drainage system in the ULBs in order to implement the grey water management. That is like IND kind of thing we are planning to do. So these are the things. We are really helpful to our Dr. B.K. Chaurasia sir and Mr. Rohit Kakkar. They are kind enough to provide us support in this grey water management. We are also planning to send our team to where they have done good work like Punjab and Haryana to Crosslawn and also preparation of the DPR. So, so far the black water is concerned, we have done substantial progress. Now we are focusing on the grey water in Odisha particularly, and this year we are very much hopeful that we will achieve all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinayji. Thank you very much. In case of Odisha, you have seen that regarding this sludge treatment, they have done excellent work in all ULB basically. And regarding this grey water and maybe black water, they are planning intervention at, let us say, at local ward level and also at outfall level. So some of the experiences, once we get documented in ward level, that will be, I think, helpful for all other towns also where flow is 5 KLD, 10 KLD and it is going untreated. So those type of intervention will be helpful. Some point of time we will share. So thank you very much, Odisha. Then I request Sanjay ji, UP, please come and share your points. Thank you.
Next. Namaskar. कहाँ से चलेगी? A brief overview of the Swachh Bharat Mission 2. It was launched during the 75th anniversary of independence, as we all know. And the target is, ambition, vision is garbage-free India by 2026. Core areas which are planning to, we are going to plan. Acha, ठीक है. See, this is the current status of our ULBs in Uttar Pradesh. We have 762 ULBs in total. 60 ULBs we are covering in Amrit towns. In these cities, up till now, we have constructed 126 STPs of capacity 4074 MLD, and 54 FSTPs have also been constructed so far in different programs. These STPs have been constructed in different programs, starting from the GAP 1, Ganga Action Plan first, till now we are constructing now STPs in Amrit towns. This is the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2 overview. We have outlay of 5041 crore, central assistance, as we all know. We are going to construct 670 STPs in population cities, population having less than 1 lakh. The treatment capacity will be around 1820 MLD. This is an assessment based on CSAPs we have already logged in. Currently, we have prepared 59 DPRs in the state. 4 DPRs have been approved. Work is going on in 3 days, 3 cities. Of course, it's very slow, but we are going to expedite it. These are the projects, again a brief overview. Populations, we have categorized now in the construction or the preparation of DPR in 2 phases. Population less than 25,000 and population more than 25,000 and population between 50 to 1 lakh. Out of this, in first phase, we are taking up DPRs in 67 number of ULBs, which are having population 2011, more than 50,000, less than 1 lakh. This is the current status of sewerage of in the state of Uttar Pradesh in 60 Amrit towns basically. because till now we are doing works of sewerage in only Amrit towns. The total households is 81 lakhs, covering total number of households including slums in 81 lakhs. Household with sewer connection before Amrit 2, it was 22.90 lakhs. Before Amrit, it was 28% coverage for 60 Amrit towns. After Amrit, it will be around 35%. This is an overview of the cities when we'll be implementing this Amrit program. After Amrit implementation, there will be 314 ULBs which will be 100% covered by water supply tap connection. Why I am highlighting this? Because after Amrit, in these 314 cities, we'll be supplying 135 liter of LPCD water. So when we supply 135 liter water, then we assume 80% of that will be generated in sewer. So this will again be a challenge for us to provide sewer facilities in 314 towns. The breakup is like this. Out of these 314, 75 district headquarters will be covering 64 district headquarters. 6 Nagar Nigams will be 100% saturated. 54 ULBs of 8 aspirational districts will be saturated after Change 3. This is a total scenario of water supply. We have 140 lakhs of households. Before Amrit, earlier it was Amrit towns, now it is the total scenario. Water supply coverage before Amrit, it is 37. New house connections proposed Amrit 2 is 43.04 lakhs. Total household covered with water supply after Amrit will be 95.91 lakhs. The water supply coverage after Amrit will be 68%. These are some photographs of projects we have already constructed, commissioned under Amrit and different programs. We are facing currently, the challenges are, after construction of the project, after this execution and implementation, DLP, we hand over the projects to the concerned ULB. There is lack of technical manpower in the ULBs. Other problem we are facing in Amrit, as we will face in this SBM2 also, the share of ULB. Third is awareness of ULB regarding pollution, as the private operators are now operating, collecting septage from septic tanks and other things. They are openly disposing of it into water body or some river or open land. Fourth challenge is availability of suitable land. In all our projects which we have prepared DPRs, the one main constant is availability of suitable land. In every DPR we are pumping around 3 to 4 kilometers of sewer to a STP, which is around average 3 to 4 kilometers away from our mainland. These are the main concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay ji. Last slide में very मतलब ऐसे clearly they mention that whatever they are constructing under even Amrut, those ULBs are large. Technical manpower and operation is a problem, and in the last also he mentioned that land ka there is a issue, so again we are going 4 to 5 kilometer. I think state government need to deliberate on it and find out the ways so that whatever we construct that is doable, and for that the example of Punjab and Madhya Pradesh and even Odisha, they have mentioned that how they have impaneled for expeditious preparation of DPR, and intervention should also be there for land, and accordingly this funding is not a big issue if properly managed and proper technology and other things are taken, but definitely providing some model DPR in 2-3 category, 20,000 population, 50,000 and 75, and telling all consultants to follow this way. 4 to 5 months mein all things can be done, otherwise it will keep on lingering, and wherever help is required, CPHO is there. Now I request Satish Kumar, just we help Chhattisgarh and what they have been doing out of that one project, we help to develop as a, let us say, model, so that others can get the guidance out of that. So he will be quickly presenting on that, matlab how, what all features are there, though in other cases you have seen that. So Satish Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning, everyone. So though my presentation is on the model DPR, the presentation has 3 sections. One is the major observations which we are communicated to the states based on their DPR which has been submitted for our review. And the second one is what are the constituents of a typical DPR. And the third one is the Chhattisgarh DPR which sir was mentioning. So these are some of the major observations of the DPR which we have received during the past few months. So the first one is actually they have proposed this completely mechanized treatment processes. So we are not actually against any mechanized treatment process, but at the same time you would have seen it in Chaurasha sir's presentation. There was this Machiwara example of 4 MLD STP in Punjab, right? So you have to judiciously plan as per your need, as per your end use, as well as per your the capacity of your ULB for operation of such STPs. So that is our first observation. Second one is regarding the details of the existing infrastructure that is missing, and its integration is also missing. It does not, it's not only the sewerage projects, but also for the water supply. So you have to give the details of your water supply project, what is the rate of water supply, then you have to go for planning the sewerage projects, and then you have to integrate your existing infrastructure with the proposed ones. Then the third one is design periods. Though you can design it for 30 years, but the funding under SBM is limited only to 2026. So whatever the components or else whatever the capacity which you are proposing after 2026, that have to be borne by the state governments or else from some other source of fund. And then approach of SBM is not followed. For example, in class 2 towns, you are supposed to go for the C1 network, and in the suburban areas, you can go for drains for the conveyance. So that was missing. And then the next one is key plans and the necessary drawings and the designs are missing. And then higher inlet and outlet parameters has been mentioned. For example, in one case I remember that they had considered an inlet BOD of 350, which is actually neither the actual nor the standard one. Standard one is 250 and the actual one will be around 100 to 120 MLD. Sorry, 100 to 120 milligram per liter. And the stringent norms like 10 milligram per BOD has been considered in most of the cases. But when we see in that end use pattern, then they are actually going for using it for the irrigation or horticulture purpose. So as we all, most of your technical persons, you might be knowing that 30 milligram per liter of BOD is actually advantageous for the irrigation as well as for the horticulture purpose. So rather than going for 30 milligram, they are going for 10 milligram unnecessarily. So that is the thing. And next one is the ancillary component cost is very high. You would have seen it in Chaurasha's presentation once again. In case of this Chunar FSTP, it is actually 2.75 crores. The proposed cost was around 2.75 crores, but the actual treatment cost is actually 30 lakhs. So you can compare it. So, your ancillary cost can be a part of your total treatment cost, but it should not be exceeding your treatment cost itself. So that does not make any sense, right? So with this, I'm coming to the end of my first section. So this is the second section, which is the contents of a typical DPR. So basically, in any DPR for anything, be it water supply or be it sewerage or be it solid waste, you'll be having 5-6 sections. First one will be the introduction, basic introduction about your cities, and the second thing will be your assessment and all those things and your estimations, what would be the population estimation, what would be a sewage generation estimate, and all those kinds of things will be coming in here. Then the third thing will be what is your need, how much capacity you need it, and what is a type of treatment and what is the end use and all those things. So those kinds of information it will be coming in here. Then comes your gap analysis. Based on your gap analysis, you will be projecting your proposals, and you could propose your proposals for 100% of your gap, or else you can propose it for a part of the gap. So that way also you can do it. And after that, you have to go for the design and the alignments, and then you have to go for your bill of cost estimation, quantity estimation as well as your cost estimations, and then you have to give all your annexes regarding this one, right? So these are some of the steps, as I have explained this already, but I just want to highlight one thing. See, after collecting this data and after doing the gap analysis, it is mandatory for any sewer projects actually going for zoning. So the third point, that zoning and approach selection, it is actually mandatory. So zoning, you have to select it based on the topography of your particular region. And then approach selection will be based on various parameters. One will be based on your population, as Chaureshya sir was mentioning earlier in his slide. Class 5 and 6 towns, and class 3 towns, and class 4 towns, and class 2 towns. So different category of approach you have to go for. And in addition to that, you have to go for the approach based on your end use of your treated wastewater. So based on that also, you have to go for this approach selection. Okay, that's it. And then O&M revenue, yes, that is actually, and the fifth point that is actually important in here. So basically what we will be doing is we will be selecting the technology, then we will be going for land identification. It is not like that. First you have to identify the land, and based on the land availability, you have to work out the economics, whether in case of UP also, sir was telling that they have to get this IND for some 4-5 kilometers away from the tapping point, right? So if land is available there, for example, I'm having 500 square meters of land, whether that land having a multi-story STP or going for a completely mechanized processes like SBR or MBBR, is it actually, what is the cost mechanics that is involved? So that you have to work it out, and based on the land availability and this cost economics, that is especially the O&M cost, you have to select the technology, and then you have to you have to go for the approach, and you have to propose your STP site locations. And O&M cost I have already covered, so I'm just going to the next slide. So this is actually the model DPR which Chaureshya sir was mentioning. This is Manindragarh town in Chhattisgarh. So basically they had submitted the DPR and made the DPR in 3 volumes. One is, the first volume is the general description and all those things, where they had given the cost abstract, the details of the cities and everything. And the second volume they have included this design and cost estimation, and the third volume they have included the drawings. So this is the general information about the city and whatever the salient features of the project. So basically this city is having a population of around 33,000 as per 2011 census, and it has been projected to 42,000 for the year 2026. The city basically has an area of 8.62 square kilometer and 22 watts. The sewage generation, though it is coming around some 4.5 MLD, they have taken 70% because they are not proposing any sewer network. They are going for the drain for the collection and conveyance of the sewage. So they have taken 70%, which is coming to which came to 2.9 MLD. Then based on that, based on the alignment or also the topography, they have divided the city into 2 zones, 2 sewerage zones. For each zone, they have proposed one STP. One is 0.5 MLD and the other one is 2.5 MLD. And in both the cases, they have gone for the waste stabilization pond. And total IND length which they have proposed is actually 4.7 kilometers. So this is the key plan of the project. So if you can see that on your right hand side there is this pink line that will be going. So that is the IND 4.7 kilometer which runs through the gravity. And you can see that from there is something mentioned in red and all those things. So that those are the nullas. Basically they have 10 nullas. Out of that, this particular sewer zones, sewer zone 1, let me call it, name it as sewer zone 1. So here actually it has 9 nullas basically, and they are tapping all the 9 nullas. That is because actually the major flow is coming from the nulla 1, which is actually around 0.7 MLD. Then the second is second highest flow is coming in the nulla 6 or 7, which is 0.4. 7 is also 0.4, and then 9th nulla is also having a flow of 0.4. So eventually they have to tap the first nulla. So eventually they have to get all these things into the STP location. That is the thing actually, they have tapped all the other nullas. So here for all the other nullas, they have constructed only the weirs, which is actually having a cost of For all these things, it was around 15 lakhs or so. That's it, and there is no major cost that is involved. And they have proposed one STP and there, that is 2.5 MLD, and then there is a 10th nala is there, which is in sewerage zone 2, so which is actually 0.5 MLD. So this is actually the schematic sketch of the same thing. So they have constructed in, this is for sewerage zone 2. The length of the weir is 8 MLD, but considering the flow, the size of the nala is actually huge, and everything has been mentioned. So here the same thing, schematic sketch, 4.7 kilometer, and pumping main also they are proposing for some 120 kilometer combined. In one case it is 50 meter, and the second one is it is 70 meter. So this is the cost estimate. You can see almost all the costs are actually coming as per our endorsement. So you can see that in case of, but here actually there are few points you have to observe. They have gone for this DI K9 pipe without any major undulations. So here they can, in fact, they would have gone for this K7 instead. And then in addition to that, we have some issues with the sewer zone 1 where they have proposed for that 4.7 kilometer. They have proposed this manholes at a rate of some 30 meter spacing, but you know that for main trunk sewers and all those things, it can be extended up to 60 meters or so. So that is there. Otherwise, this entire thing seems to be a workable project, and you can see that for 3 MLD, the total cost has been worked out by the state government at a cost of 9.65 crores. So whatever we are advocating, whatever we are saying it for the past 2 years, it is actually a workable model. So we are not, coming saying anything out of whatever it is practical and all those things. And with this, this is my end of the presentation, but let me say 2 points which we have learned during the past 10 years of SBM experience as well as the GenRM experience also. See, we do accept that the fact that there is no single standard approach or wholesome approach for the management of sewage in any universally accepted approach for the sewage management. That too, we do acknowledge that one. At the same time, we do acknowledge the one thing, that is actually FSTP is not the wholesome as well as it is not the complete and permanent solution for the management of your used water, because it is actually managing only 1 to 2% of your sludge, and it is purely demand based, and none of your septic tanks are being designed as per your IS standards, right? So please keep this in mind, and thank you very much for your patient listening. Hope this would have given you some information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satish. Thank you very much. This was one example while discussing with them you have brought for you people. So you will find that although city to city characteristic and topography, other things keep on varying, and one solution may not be fitting all, but if we apply technical things and discuss and analyze solution, economical solution for all type of towns we can get. So with this we have almost everyone has shared their view. We will take only 3-4 questions, and after that maybe first we will take 3-4 questions, then I will let you know. So it will be because of paucity of time. Later on also, if some more questions are there, we can take up. So raise your hand and we will take 3 questions.
Thank you so much. I think it was a great learning to see the kind of planning that's going in. Just a quick question perhaps to all of you, because you did mention, sir, that Arunachal Pradesh has this hilly region and there's a lot of issues. I wanted to check that, is there a risk analysis in terms of the climate change component that is also being taken care while the DPR preparation is on? Primarily this is focusing because a lot of flood, a lot of landslide issues are upcoming these days. So what is that in terms of the analysis that we are also putting in place? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think these issues are being addressed in our DPR, and there are no such threats from all those upstream rivers and all. And we are flooding these things in the lower upstreams only, and there are no such vulnerabilities as far as I know.
Koskiji, I would like to mention these are towns 4,000, 3,000 population and less than 20,000. So in this case, that natural environment is maintaining whatever was there because of implementation. These things are not going to interfere anyway, but it is helping climate only. But the level of analysis that you expect, I think in a smaller project that we don't advocate also. Let them manage first basic level of sanitation and used water management. Then these things will start with bigger city and we will definitely take up in all cases subsequently. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, I am Raghu Prasad, sir, the Additional Commissioner from Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. With respect to the presentation of Punjab, what is the impact of dry weather flow and wet weather flow on the design of sewage treatment plant? How do you tackle the situation of stormwater in the design aspects of sewage treatment plant?
For this purpose, SBM2, we are only considering the dry weather flow. For the purpose of calculation of the overflow into the ponds again, we have taken a data for the storm of that particular ULB. But as such, we don't have stormwater existing in most of the ULBs in Punjab.
My question is for Punjab. I am Anuj. I am SMD SBM for Uttar Pradesh. First of all, compliment for the great work that is being done in Punjab. Can you just throw some light on like smaller towns, 25,000 and less than them? So what kind of technology you are actually using for, because you quoted an example of Bilga, I guess, where you said you are making the trunk sewers and then tapping all the drains to the STP. So what kind of STP you are actually setting up for the smaller towns? And if they are mostly nature-based, then the status of compliance that we have been hearing since morning regarding the NGT standards. Thank you.
Actually, I started with the presentation in which I pointed out that we are not freezing the technology. As Satish also pointed out during it, firstly, we should not freeze the technology because we don't know where the land will be available. So first, for the planning purpose, we want to identify a good chunk of land. Let's say it is 1 acre, for example. Once the dimensions are available, we let the contractor or the designer do all the talking on this part. So we will float the tender keeping into view the technology which can fit into that piece of land. And once the evaluation comes for the design and the checking part during technical bid, then we go into this. In case of Bilga, we have got the tender on MBBR. We already had 1.25 acre, 2 MLD STP is to be constructed, 6 KLD is the FSTP capacity in that, and plus there is a pumping station. And this ULB has a population of around 15,000.
Okay, thank you. I have one suggestion to make, ma'am, because there is no overemphasizing the fact that we all need to learn from each other. And like listening to the experiences of Arunachal Pradesh also, maybe we can have something of a Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat kind of platform where maybe we can see each other's work regularly, visit those places and learn from each other. Like Madhya Pradesh also, they have planned for so many cities already. And like we are right now experimenting with so many things, so many decision making have been done. But we are going to implement them for smaller cities, then medium cities, then larger cities. We have graded like that, less than 25,000, 25 to 50,000, then above 50,000. And what actually works in these cities, because if one of us has already discovered the wheel, then I don't think all of us again trying to reinvent that wheel. So that is the point. Maybe like the great work that has been done in Odisha, we are modeling our FSTP O&M tender on that basis, and NUDM is helping us for that right now. Very soon we will be floating that RFP. So maybe I will visit Odisha sometime very soon, maybe in December or something like that. So we all need to learn from each other, and maybe a platform for sharing experiences, maybe even through WhatsApp or something like that. That will help, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we are running late, all these panelists are available here, so during lunchtime we can go ahead. Now I request just quickly one photograph, and then we will continue with next session, because because just to utilize, otherwise if you disturb, then the entire attention I am finding, all people are very attentive, will take help of that. So immediately just please come forward.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. V.K. Chaurasia to also hand over the mementos to our panelists. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, sir. We will not be pausing for tea, but I'm sure our participants are aware that there is a running tea being served at the rear of the hall. We request participants. Oh, no, we're not breaking for tea. We're not breaking.
We are continuing with
Yes,
next.
yes, sir. We request all in deference to speakers, we request all participants to kindly not step out of the hall for tea and to kindly face their tea breaks. We now move on to the next session. Yes, yes, sir. No tea break. We are now moving on to session 5, experience sharing by states on procurement of implementation agency and progress monitoring. We request Sri Rohit Kakkar, Deputy Advisor, CPHU.
Before that, JS will like to share her experience. You are welcome. Thank you.
So while the panelists of session 5 proceed to the stage, I'll just take a couple of minutes to address a few points that came up during session 4. Chaurasia ji, of course, did not allow me the time to comment. This is not an experience sharing, but I would like to just comment on certain observations that came up. First of all, we need to understand that any mission of this nature, whether it is Amrit or it is Swachh Bharat, requires two kinds of aspects. One is a technological perspective, and the second, which is a managerial perspective, when we are talking of implementation. If you see the experiences of almost 5 or 6 states that were there on the panel right now, a very important point that is coming is about clarity of approach. The question which SMD UP asked right now to the executive engineer Punjab, what is the kind of technology you are choosing for your small towns? I do not think you can come to the correct answer without seeing your local conditions. The sewer network in Punjab is close to 79%. Whereas, if you listen to Madhya Pradesh, it was a different approach. The reason being the sewer connectivity in Madhya Pradesh is 48%. So if you see this base requirement itself, you will understand what these two gentlemen were speaking about. And hence, Anuj, we cannot come to a conclusion picking and choosing things without understanding the context in which we are operating. That's very, very important. I'm a non-technical person and I'm speaking just out of common sense. The second thing, which Mission Director Arunachal Pradesh mentioned, I think is absolutely fantastic. Look at it, absolutely remote corner. A team painstakingly moves town to town for 8 months, and painstakingly, given non-availability of land, everything coming under forest area, connects with community, willingly, without any land acquisition, brings and creates a pool of land assets to structure their projects. I think this is absolutely incredible. And here we are in various other states where we have not even started our discussions on land. Whereas at the same time, there are some states where review with district magistrates starts vis-a-vis discussions on land pooling for crucial social infrastructure projects. Hence, we have the administrative structure of SHPC chaired by the Chief Secretary of the state. And this is exactly what I expect secretaries and mission directors to do in SHPCs and use this platform. The Revenue Secretary using the machinery of district administration and collectors for land identification. Another cue from Executive Engineer Punjab. What did he mention? They've studied their land very, very well. They know their network, they know the topography, they know the drainage, they have the in-house technical pool. And what they say, first we identified the land bases the flow, land bases whatever technology that they are going to use in their STPs, irrespective of that, agnostic of that, the land was first finalized and pooled. And I think in possibly 11 or 12 odd cases where you've not been able to do, that's again because of the land. So land being extremely important, not just as a parcel of land, but as a completely outcome of your natural, geographical, local conditions. Hence it is so important that the technical wing and administrative wing cannot operate in silos when it comes to an important topic like this. This is the first thing I wanted to emphasize, that we need to have the administrative and technical arm aligned to understand, go to the field, plan what we need for the state, and I will strongly encourage when I come to my point number 2, your master plan for used water management. What you are doing today should be something which just now the state of Odisha mentioned. Phase 1, we did FSTPs, we had our learnings, we burnt our fingers, we got some good results, we had whatever little retrofitting we had to do. Now in phase 2, we are doing this step by step. So that is how a learning of a state comes. However, unless that's put as part of your master planning, tomorrow this pool of officers gets shifted and somebody else comes in your place and starts everything from scratch. Hence it is very important that your technical wing must sit down and make the master planning for used water management. Going back to what Punjab said, we are doing the trunk lines there, which means they're creating a platform for the future, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line, irrespective of the change of officers, they'll build on that platform. So be it the decentralized approach of Odisha, or be it the networked approach of Punjab, the learnings are the same. Very good understanding of the ground, long-term planning, master plan to be there, and technical people who know the ground conditions well to be involved from day one. This apart, we come to the second thing, and this is where managers will have to come in. Look at what Punjab has done, or Maharashtra has done, or what Odisha has done, or what UP is even trying to do, what Arunachal Northeast wanted to do. Clear approach in terms of learning from other success stories. standardization, DPR, specification, freezing of certain things, not leaving too many things open to hundreds and hundreds of urban local bodies that struggle with capacity, many of which would not be even having regular executive officers. Forget about technical wing. In such cases, expecting them to do all these things where we have been struggling for the past 3 years to create the plan, the more you standardize and handhold and support from the state level, the faster will be your execution. Be it our learnings from Swachhandra Corporation or from Gujarat or from Maharashtra or the case of wastewater management from Punjab and Haryana and Odisha, the state team has played a very, very strong role. So you may spend next maybe 8 weeks, 10 weeks, but it is worth that investment. So standard, and today the best part is we have a lot of documents amongst ourselves already. I welcome the suggestion of Mission Director Uttar Pradesh in having a platform that shares the knowledge which is available. Before we create such a platform, already on Swachhatam portal, all these documents are there. However, to have a more interactive sharing, you can possibly create some kind of a modular method by which every month we can share it in a slightly better way. In the meanwhile, we will also talk to the digital team to see how we can have it, have an interface for regular sharing. WhatsApp group, Anuj, is already there with all the state used water management teams and CPHO. If you want some more people to be added on that, most welcome. But every time there is a workshop, why do you think that on India group I keep emphasizing send relevant people to such workshops? Because you are the people who will go back to your state and influence the decision making. So are you those people who can go back and influence decision making? If yes, the state has made a right choice in representing. I might sound a little tough at this point, but yes, the work in hand is tough. Hence, it is very important that we go back to the state and share these best practices in terms of standardization, in terms of defining what we require to do, in terms of whatever level of templatization that we can do to expedite the administrative process. As the mission director, it pains me to see that even after 10 years of Swachh Bharat, there are solid waste management plants in the country that haven't seen the light of the day. That is not acceptable to us. Hence, today as we stand here, after 3 years of SBM2 and with less than 24 months right in front of us for this mission phase to get over, we would certainly want that by the end of this financial year, each and every single project of SBM2 must start on ground. A very important point which Punjab mentioned was continuous engagement with the private sector. Private sector interface, even Odisha made that point, that we started empaneling the private sector and they have improved our efficiency. The private sector is as important as your role or as my role, because ultimately they will be the ones who will actually implement it for you. So from the beginning, if you start your discussions with your private sector in a regular manner, that is going to help you. So please create forums in which either your superintending engineers, sometimes maybe one round of confidence building under chairmanship of the state mission directors, your executive engineers in your divisions, please create a pool of private sectors. You heard from Punjab, we made many of them jump and come over into this sector. They were hesitant to be players in this sector. There are many players in water sector, in water resources sector, in sewer sector who are like fence sitters. You need to create that confidence that there is appetite and playing space in these small local bodies. So by creating that, you have so many contractors today who are working in rural India for Jal Jeevan Mission. You have so many water contractors today who are working in urban India for Amrit Mission. You have so many contractors today who are otherwise working in watershed management and water resources. Who knows, maybe 25% of them or 15% of them will be willing to jump the fray and get into our sector. Because unless you strengthen your bandwidth of contractors, you will have very limited players who will not be able to deliver you that kind of a work within that time. And my last and most important point, data. The proof of the pudding is in eating. Unless you share your data, you report your data, you monitor your projects, we will just miss the line and we will go nowhere. We do not want to create a legacy of dysfunctional projects on ground. Swachh Bharat Mission legacy should not be in urban areas that of dysfunctional projects, and I will highlight it any number of times. And for that, it is very important that we need point by point monitoring and timely reporting. For that, there is already a live module on Swachhatam portal. And again, it pains to share that most of the states have not reported their data on GMIS. Project Management Information System, starting from land allocation, tendering, execution, payment of your bills is all available on Swachhatam portal. I openly welcome any suggestion that you have to give for improving this module. We are also learning as you are learning. You know that Swachh Bharat Mission started off only as a behavior change campaign, and today we are talking about waste to gas, legacy dump site remediation, waste to electricity, used water management in small cities, construction and demolition, waste processing, so on and so forth. We need to learn together. The portal is open. Please use it immediately and give us feedback of whatever improvements, because we want it to be a tool for the SMDs, for the commissioners, for the engineers as a monitoring platform. If it is not of use to you, then how do I get benefited by creating a platform like that? And this is exactly what will be used by third party for ODF certification, for survection, and for JMP monitoring. To monitor whether, or to see whether our country is reaching the SDGs, the teams that will be visiting and looking at India's data will look at these kind of data points. We have already shared the important data points that need to be mapped on Swachhatam portal. By mid of December, the next JMP India report will be reaching us, and we will get about 2 months' time to respond to that JMP data. It is very, very ironical that today, if any of you has seen the JMP data, Kaushiki must have shared it with you yesterday, safely managed sanitation in rural India is reported to be higher than in urban India. All the infrastructure that is being shown as safely managed infrastructure where desludging is happening is actually there in urban India. But what your rural counterparts have been able to do is to map it very well and report it very well. You have painstakingly built all that infrastructure. You are inheritors of programs like the massive JNURM. You are the ones where PHE sector has first done its bit of work. And there is no reason why this data of urban India will not be reported. I request all the state leads who are here to please go back, open the portal, see the input points that are there vis-a-vis used water management. See the dashboards, see the reports, give us feedback of what needs to be further done to enable and strengthen your hands. And in the next 30 odd days, let's feed the base data. This is also going to help you because maybe in just about 3 weeks' time, the teams for ODF and GFC certification will embark on field survey. And they will be followed within 1 more week by the SS team. So be it SS, be it ODF, be it GFC, they will finally see the reports. I keep telling everybody, do not be overly caught up with your survection rankings or your certifications. You keep your focus absolutely on track on your inputs. Outputs will automatically come. There are many states who have adopted short-term approaches just to get a rank on SS. That doesn't help us at all, because there will be slippage, there will be dysfunctionality. Yesterday, you all heard about toilets. You all heard about used Safai Mitra Suraksha. Today you have heard about used water management. Have you understood, all of you, what's the how these blocks come together? Toilets, flush it. Today whatever you have spoken, and then yesterday's Safai Mitra Suraksha. It's all one value chain, right? So India has already cracked the access to toilet story. Now this is time for us to crack what happens after flushing the toilet. So this phase of India's story is what lies behind or beyond the great Indian toilet flush. And the challenge is with small cities. For big cities, it is sewer network. Now non-sewered sanitation, in which manner we will take, unless for 24 months all states, these used water management teams, these experienced engineers and the bright officers, unless you work closely together, we will possibly go wrong. And let me tell you, as Chaurasia ji was mentioning, there's actually no dearth of funds in the market or in the system. It is about planning in a holistic manner. In the ministry, we are seeing there is a corpus of urban infrastructure development funds. There are no takers. There are absolutely no takers, and 10,000 CR is just lying there. We are calling here and there, please send some projects and take these funds. So if you are able to plan in a converged manner, you may not do 100% of your cities. Take it for 10% of your cities, 5% of your cities. That fund, I think, is for class 2 and class 3 cities, if I'm not mistaken. That's now become 20,000 CR. For class 2 and class 3 cities, you can take the urban infrastructure funds in convergence with Swachh Bharat Mission. And for Swachh Bharat Mission, we have even relaxed guidelines that for all ongoing projects also, you can take those funds. So please be alert about these developments that are happening around you. And we are there to support with all the work that you have taken up. My team has been under clear instructions from my side that we will watch the work of the lens. First, default should be of positivity and acceptance. The positive lens with which we will look at the states is the culture that is there in Swachh Bharat Mission. In case you feel, and this is open announcement to all of you, in case you feel that there is any project of yours that is being refused by my team repeatedly or for reasons that you think is not warranted, reach out to me directly. I am available on WhatsApp, on call to all the mission directors. There are about 10 odd mission directors in the country who reach out to me regularly, and they have ensured that within first 2 years of the mission, everything has been cleared. Those that do not contact possibly will have some more time to get things cleared. I urge the mission directors, please understand what's required, talk to us, we'll try to expedite all your approvals, your fund flow, etc. And before I close, the point that I'll touch after data is of finance. Chaurasia ji mentioned about SNA and SNA Sparsh. Now this is extremely important. Vinay, additional mission director from Odisha, keeps messaging me, Madam, we are dried out, we are choked, we are now a desert, we don't have money. You have to understand the shift in finances in Government of India. Government of India finances has now shifted from installment-based release of payments to just-in-time payments. Earlier, we had 4 installments to give you. You do 75% of that, you give us the UC, we release the next installment, irrespective of your actual consumption or utilization on ground. Then came SNA. SNA started tracking what is your actual utilization on ground and your reduction in the SNA balance. Unless your SNA balance was going down, we were not able to release payments to you. Then we have shifted to SNA Sparsh. With SNA Sparsh, as your commissioners will raise the bills of the private operators to make payment, you will raise that to us. We will send you the mother sanction. Your state matching share comes out and the money flows. Because hundreds and thousands of crores were lying in various commercial banks with interest getting accrued and projects actually not happening. So this is a massive shift in financial management that has come. And I will request all mission directors to please keep now an accounting cell in your offices, because one person will not be able to do it. You will possibly need a finance officer of the state who is on deputation, who takes charge of this, and 2-3 people with 3-3-4-4 blocks of cities divided amongst them. Only when you raise Vinay your mother sanctions will we be able to release the payment. So you might be looking dry there in your account, but that's how it's supposed to be. So I have just received mother sanctions from Odisha, Rajasthan, and maybe 2-3 other states. Rest are yet to do the transitions. Now this is a very important game changer, because unless your bills go fast, your private contractors will not be able to work. That means you have to set your milestones, and as against your milestones, as your mission director, as commissioner, as executive engineers, you have to see that immediately my bill is being raised. For that, you need IT. And for that, your project management information system on Swachhatam portal is ready. We are just about to open the login for the private vendors also. So जिन का टेंडर हो गया है, वर्क ऑर्डर जहाँ पे आपने असाइन कर दिया है, वहाँ पे हम लोग एक वेंडर लॉगिन भी क्रिएट कर देंगे. तो वेंडर अपना माइलस्टोन कंप्लीट करके वहाँ पे रेज करेंगे. आपको भी पता चल जाएगा कितने दिन का डिले हो रहा है in the release of payment. This is one more step towards transparency, but this also gives you an opportunity to control and track and expedite your projects and payment. So from the overarching administrative and planning of the mission, these are few points that all of you need to take care of. We have tried to do this kind of workshop annually now for 3 years, because our intent was you reached the planning stage. Now I think we are around 85% of planning done. So Chaurasia ji, from here on I will request for the next 24 months, we have to do state-wise and region-wise these kind of meetings. More state-wise, because larger number of engineers and state practitioners will be able to kind of join. Please make a catalog of the good cities where field visits can be done. Share that catalog on the group. Let them identify which state they want to go. Accordingly, let Mahua facilitate all the field visits that needs to be created within this pool of colleagues. And here I request our partners, BMGF, WashEye, USAID, and ASCII, the FSSM Alliance. We have Swachhata Knowledge partners also. We would request you to take 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6 states as per your interest and your area, and exactly aligned to what we have been discussing, help and support the states expedite implementation. And most important, as SMD UP said, is knowledge sharing. So if you all can facilitate that and help them implement, it will bridge the gap of knowledge which is there amongst various states. So with this, I thank Chaurasia ji for allowing me some time to address the audience, because yesterday that was ceremonial, and for 2 days he expected the National Mission Director to just be listening and not tell you anything. That's not done. So I thought I should share my mind with all of you regarding the mission implementation. I wish you all the very best, and I will be also remaining present till the last session to listen to the other speakers. Arunachal Pradesh, your request for higher approval, please consider it done. The moment we receive your request, we place it in the next NAC and it will be done. And I also request other states, wherever you feel that there is a slight jump in your requirements after tendering, if we see that there is a case, like in the case of Arunachal, we are open towards it because the mission does have certain savings, as some states who have already done their sewer network and STPs do not require as much funds. However, we need to see a strong case on which we can build your proposal for additional and enhanced mission allocation. So all the best to all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very clear and comprehensive roadmap, not only to get the SBN accomplished, but also the entire sanitation infrastructure positioning in our urban cities. In the first session of cross-learning, we had experience sharing about the DPR preparation and planning, where we can have engineering doubts, engineering, you could say, dissimilarities. But now it comes to the stage when the mission is already on, as already intimated, 85% of our funds have been released to the states. However, the progress which is being reported on our portal is very limited. I could have taken a slide from the portal and could have shown the percentages given by the state, but then if the data is not being fed by the state, as the Joint Secretary has just intimated, then this data also becomes fruitless. But now, notwithstanding that, we are finding that the progress of implementation on ground is quite slow, and to cross-learn our experiences on this aspect of implementation of projects and getting our getting the implementation agency on ground, what are the issues and what could be learnings from each other. I have a team of experts from various states as under. May I request Mr. Jarolia, Superintending Engineer from Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Jarolia? Mr. Jarolia, are you here? Okay, next we were to have Shri Pranav Dholia, Technical Manager from GUDM. Okay. Shri Karthikeyan, Chief Engineer, Karnataka. Ms. Jagisha Jaiswal, Senior Research Lead from Jagisha, and Shri Pavan Kulkarni. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on the stage. We are very eager to hear about your experience in getting this implementation agency on board, as well as the framework which you are creating for monitoring of the progress of the journey ahead. Because our targets, if you see the time-wise, we are already in the end of the third year of the mission, just 2 years are left. But at the same time, sanitation journey is not it's not going to end at the end of this missions, but will be continuous. So what are the agencies which you have engaged for implementation? What are their qualifications, their level of expertise, and same goes for monitoring. So I would now call upon Shri Jarolia, Superintending Engineer, Madhya Pradesh, to give his experience, and also request the speakers to limit their presentation to say around 8 minutes, because we are already running a bit behind schedule. So, Mr. Jarolia.
नमस्कार। इससे आगे यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट इन मध्य प्रदेश के तहत हमने प्रोक्यूरमेंट ऑफ एजेंसी चयनित करने के लिए मैं आपके सामने बताना चाहूँगा कि 353 यूएलबी में हमारे डीपीआर 208 में जो है ना अप्रूव्ड हम करा चुके हैं, जो लगभग 1200 करोड़ की हैं। टोटल टेंडर जो है ना हम 178 कर चुके हैं और 17 हमारे जो है ना वर्क अवार्ड हो चुके हैं। चैलेंज ऑफ फेस्ट जो है ना फाइनलाइजेशन आरएफपी, हमारा जो टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट है उसमें निश्चित रूप से जो है ना हमें काफ़ी चैलेंज आए। बीडर्स के लिए सिमिलर एक्सपीरियंस, स्पेशली गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर, बिग प्लेयर आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन जो है ना प्रोजेक्ट, क्योंकि हमारे छोटे छोटे जो है ना प्रोजेक्ट हैं यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट के। कैपेसिटी ऑफ एसटीपी एंड हाई O&M कॉस्ट इन चैलेंजिंग इन एग्जीक्यूट। सो हमने हमारी डीपीआर में जहां O&M जो यूएलबी आगे जो है ना उसको वहन नहीं कर सकती है, तो हमने जो है ना इसकी एनर्जी के लिए, अल्टरनेटिव एनर्जी के लिए सोलर पैनल का जो है ना हमने अपनी डीपीआर में प्रावधान जो है ना किए हुए हैं। आरएफपी डॉक्यूमेंट जो है ना रेडी करने में ये प्री क्वालिफिकेशन क्राइटेरिया में हमें जो है ना प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी। वेंडर हमने जो है ना फर्स्ट कॉल, सेकंड कॉल, थर्ड कॉल, फोर्थ कॉल और जॉब करते के बाद हमें वेंडर नहीं मिल रहे थे। तो हमारे कमिश्नर यूएडीडी के निर्देशन में जो है ना हमारे जो एमडी सर हैं उन्होंने वेंडर कंसंट्रेशन जो है ना मीट आयोजित की और जो हमारे जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स हैं उनको बुला करके उनकी समस्याएं जानी और फिर उसका जो है ना सॉल्यूशन हमने निकाला उन्हीं के सामने। मेन जो है ना प्री क्वालिफिकेशन में जो समस्या आई थी कि बोले साहब हमने 2 साल तो हमारे कोविड का पीरियड चला गया तो हम काम ही नहीं कर पाए, तो हमें एक्सपीरियंस जो है ना कहाँ से जो है ना हम दे सकते हैं। सो हमने 5 ईयर जो है ना एक्सपीरियंस की जगह उसको एक्सटेंड करके 8 ईयर जो है ना कंसीडर किया है। तो 8 ईयर कंसीडर में जो है ना हमारे पास वेंडरों की संख्या इसमें जो है ना पार्टिसिपेशन में बढ़ी हुई है। और इसमें आरएफपी में जो है ना ऑलरेडी जो है ना हमने टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर को जो है ना इसमें टाई अप एग्रीमेंट के रूप में जो है ना इसको रखा है। तो इसलिए जो हमारे जो जो छोटे ठेकेदार हैं तो हमने उनको भी जो है ना इसमें प्रमोट किया है और उनको जो है ना हमने सपोर्ट करने का, और हमारे प्रोजेक्ट में अधिक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आए प्रयास किया है। और दूसरा हमने जो है ना इसकी स्पेशल एलिजिबिलिटी के अंदर ये सिमिलर नेचर ऑफ वर्क में जो है ना इसको किया है। टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर technology provider should have provided technology of जो है ना core equipment for sewage treatment plant। तो 5 की जगह हमने इसको 8 ईयर का प्रोविजन किया इन गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर और पब्लिक सेक्टर। ये ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेन सक्सेसफुली रनिंग मिनिमम 2 ईयर जो है ना रनिंग कैपेसिटी ऑफ 30% ऑफ मोर, मतलब इसको जो है ना 30% हमारी उसमें मिनिमम उसका O&M का जो है ना उसके ऊपर उसको कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को, बीडर जो है उसको एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए। और हमारे जो इसके एसटीपी जो है ना ये सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट प्रपोज इन दिस टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट सेम टेक्नोलॉजी एंड अचीवमेंट आउटलेट पैरामीटर लेटेस्ट ट्रीटेड वेस्ट वाटर, ये हमारे एनजीटी के जो है ना नॉर्म्स हैं उसके मान से जो है ना उसको जो ट्रीटेड वाटर के मापदंड हैं वो जो है ना उससे मीट आउट होना चाहिए। अब हमने आरएफपी में जॉइंट वेंचर के लिए जो है ना 2 मेंबर्स को जो है ना इसमें अलाउ किया है और इसमें लीड पार्टनर हैव द शेयर लीड पार्टनर जो है ना मस्ट हैव द शेयर 51% और सेकंड पार्टनर मिनिमम 26%. Both partners must satisfy the full 100% जो है ना qualification criteria. For this purpose of qualification, individual partners shall be added annual जो है ना turnover, net worth and जो है ना bid capacity. इसमें मेजर जो चैलेंज आता है तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ये जो है ना डिजाइन, बिल्ड, ऑपरेटर एंड जो है ना ट्रांसफर, दैट इज जो है ना DBOT मॉडल बेस्ड within 5 year O&M period, not including construction period of with the DLP. अब हमने जो है ना इसमें सामान्यतः DLP हमारे जो है ना मध्य प्रदेश में सड़क की भी जो है ना DLP जब 2 साल है तो हमने इसमें भी DLP जो है ना 5 ईयर रखी है. वो इसलिए रखी है कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का जो है ना बनाए हुआ STP या अदर जो है ना सॉलिड जो है ना संरचना है वो यदि 5 ईयर O&M में जो है ना हम DLP 2 साल रखेंगे तो निःशुल्क 2 साल बाद उसमें ना कोई कमी बता करके ULB की तरफ जो है ना कहेगा कि अब इसको पहले ठीक कराइए, देन उसके बाद मैं जो है ना O&M कंटिन्यू रखूंगा. तो हमने जो है ना हमारे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स यानी कमिश्नर सर को कन्विंस कराया कि साहब उसकी बनी हुई जो है ना यूनिट 2 साल में कैसे खराब हो सकती है. 5 साल तक ही आप जो है ना जब तक ये O&M उसका स्कोप में है तब तक इसको लाइबिलिटी, फुली लाइबिलिटी जो है ना दीजिए कि 5 साल तक डिफेक्ट लाइबिलिटी भी जो है ना आपकी ही रहेगी. सो इसको हमने जो है ना DLP को 5 ईयर रखा है. इसमें ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस की कॉस्ट कम के लिए मैंने अभी आप सबको अनुरोध करके बता दिया है कि हमने जो है ना इसमें सोलर पैनल का प्रोविज़न करके और अल्टरनेटिव एनर्जी सोर्स का प्रोविज़न किया है जिससे कि आने वाले दिनों में हमारी ULP O&M का जो है कम आएगा. तो इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्शन जो है ना हमारे यूज वाटर मैनेजमेंट के लिए ये हमने SBR टेक्नोलॉजी, MBR टेक्नोलॉजी, RBMBR टेक्नोलॉजी, कंस्ट्रक्शन वेटलैंड, कंस्ट्रक्शन जो है ना इसके ये जो है ना लेगून हो गया नहीं इसमें अलग से इस प्रकार की हमने जो है ना ये हमारे SOR वेस्ट और जो है ना टेक्नोलॉजी ली हैं जो कि हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी टाई अप में जो है ना एग्रीमेंट होगा उस जो है ना वेंडर का. तो इस प्रकार से हमने जो है ना इसमें DPR में प्रोविजंस किए हैं और हमारे RFP को काफ़ी हमने सरल बनाने का प्रयास किया है जिससे कि अधिक से अधिक जो है ना इसमें वेंडर भाग लें और हमारी हर स्कीम जो है ना टाइम बीइंग जो है ना कंप्लीट हो सके. थैंक यू.
So 3 major inputs जो मुझे आया बिल्कुल क्लियर है. देखिए, बिग प्लेयर्स आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड. हम जिन STPs की बात कर रहे हैं खासकर स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में बहुत छोटे छोटे टाउन्स की STPs होती हैं और उसके छोटा STP बनेगा तो कोई बड़ा प्लेयर तो आएगा नहीं. अब अगर हम उसी को कंपेयर करें किसी यूरोपियन कंट्री के साथ तो वहाँ रीजनल बेसिस पे ये काम होता है. एक बड़ा सा STP बनाया जाता है, उसको हम डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन बोलते हैं. वो उसको बिल्कुल उल्टी साइड जा रहे हैं. वो कहते हैं कि हम एक बड़ा STP बनाएंगे सेंट्रली, आप अपने टाउन का जितना भी वेस्ट वाटर है कलेक्ट करके एक पंपिंग स्टेशन तक लेके आइए और उस पंपिंग स्टेशन से टेक इट 20 किलोमीटर्स, राइट. और अगर हम इसको बात करें 20 किलोमीटर बहुत दूर है तो दूसरा टाउन जो उस तरफ से 20 किलोमीटर है वो भी इसी में डिस्चार्ज करेगा और इस पूरे सिस्टम से उसका 2 टाउन्स का एक ही जगह पे ट्रीटमेंट हो जाएगा. अब ये जो 20 किलोमीटर की बात है कि ये जो ट्रंक सीवर या फोर्स मेन है 20 किलोमीटर दूर जा रहा है टाउन से, इसकी डिस्टेंस उसका लेंथ जो है वो कितना कंसिडर किया जाए. तो जिन टाउन्स में जब सीवर नेटवर्क बिछेगा तो तकरीबन 1 लाख पॉपुलेशन के पीछे करीब 100 किलोमीटर का तो नेटवर्क बिछना ही चाहिए. तो अगर 1 लाख का इंटरनल नेटवर्क 100 किलोमीटर का इस साइड है और 1 लाख पॉपुलेशन का दूसरा टाउन है 50,000 पॉपुलेशन का 50 किलोमीटर का उधर है तो 15, 20, 30 किलोमीटर अगर इस तरह से कोई ट्रंक भी डालते हैं तो दैट इज फाउंड टू बी कन्वीनियंट. एंड इनफैक्ट वो और जैसे बात इन्होंने किया कि हम प्लांट चलाने के लिए सोलर पैनल लगा रहे हैं बिकॉज अदरवाइज प्लांट के अंदर जो एनर्जी वायबिलिटी नहीं है तो वो भी वो मेंटेन करते हैं क्या कि कि हम अगर काफ़ी सारा लोड इकट्ठा कर ले, करीब 25 MLD का प्लांट अगर लग जाता है तो वो अपने आप ही प्लांट जो है सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग हो जाता है एज फार एज एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट इज कंसर्न। तो ये 2-3 चीज़ों का जो हम वेरिएशन देखते हैं, आज हम हर टाउन अपना इंडिपेंडेंटली सोच रहा है कि मेरे टाउन की, मेरा STP, मेरा जो भी है सीवर नेटवर्क मेरा है। लेकिन दूसरी साइड सोचिए, जैसे हमारा एनर्जी सिस्टम होता है, पावर आती है हमारी, हो सकता है 25-30 टाउन की पावर इकट्ठी एक ही ग्रिड के एक ही सबस्टेशन से आ रही हो छोटे टाउन्स की। या फिर हम वाटर सप्लाई प्रोजेक्ट है, तो अभी अगर हमने जोधपुर का 200 किलोमीटर दूर से पानी सप्लाई करना शुरू किया तो जितने भी टाउन्स और विलेजेस रास्ते में आए उसने वाटर सप्लाई लिया है। तो इसको कहते हैं प्लानिंग करना, जो कि एक, बट नाउ वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग प्लानिंग बिकॉज दैट वाज द फर्स्ट फेज, बट एट दिस मोमेंट वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस इंप्लीमेंटेशन की प्रॉब्लम। तो बिग प्लेयर्स आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड, ये हमारा प्लान में आना चाहिए था कि कैसे हम उन बिग प्लेयर्स को इंटरेस्ट करा सके। नाउ वी आर स्टक विद दी स्मॉल प्लेयर्स, तो ये एक इशू है। आप दूसरा कोई स्टेट हमें इसका बेटर सोल्यूशन बता पाएगा इसमें से? लेट अस ट्राई टू सी। O&M इज हाई बिकॉज ऑफ स्मॉल STP। भाई अगर आपका इकोनॉमी ऑफ स्केल ही नहीं होगा तो O&M तो डेफिनेटली हाई होगा। तो कोई भी लॉजिक, कोई भी इंजीनियर, मुझे ये समझ नहीं आता, सिंस नाउ ओनली इंजीनियर्स आर लेफ्ट हियर, कि क्यों हम क्वेश्चन नहीं करते जब इस तरह की बात कोई करता है कि भाई ये प्लांट जो है अगर हम छोटे छोटे बनाने शुरू कर देंगे, ये काम नहीं करेंगे। आप बड़े टाउन में जब रिक्वायरमेंट शुरू हो जाता है कि आज हमारा बस रिक्वायरमेंट आ गया है, अब ये लोकल टाउन जो है ये टांगा से या रिक्शा से इससे नहीं चलेगा, बस का रिक्वायरमेंट है, दैट इज एज द पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ, बस के बाद देन विल कम टू मेट्रो आनी शुरू हो गए और बड़े बड़े टाउन में, बिकॉज इकोनॉमी ऑफ स्केल वाला जो इशू है वो एक इसके अंदर आता है। तो O&M का भी इशू हमेशा रहेगा छोटे STP बनाने में। लेट अस ट्राई टू सी इफ सम सोल्यूशन विल बी देयर, बट दीज आर द लॉजिकल पॉइंट जो कि CPHO बार बार बताने की कोशिश करता है। अगर बहुत छोटा जाओगे तो ये प्रॉब्लम हमेशा रहेगी। ओके, एक बड़ा इशू अभी इन्होंने रेज किया है, 5 साल का डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी पीरियड। कोई त्यागी सर, विद योर एक्सपीरियंस, डू यू थिंक 5 years डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी पीरियड में कोई भी काम करना चाहेगा इस सेक्टर में? पार्डन सर? ऐड टू द कॉस्ट। हाँ, ये बहुत जरूरी पॉइंट है। आप, मैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के ऊपर सारी लायबिलिटी डाल सकता हूँ, लेकिन कॉस्ट मेरे मुझसे ही लेगा ना। वो कहेगा ठीक है आप मेरे को डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी डाल दो, आप मेरे को पेनल्टी लगा दो कि मेरे पास किसी भी आदमी को, या मेरे को सैलरी भी इतनी बढ़ा के देनी है, तो वट एवर यू टेल हिम इट विल कम बैक टू यू। बेसिकली यू हैव टू पे द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर। तो दिस इज समथिंग विच इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द इनपुट्स। मेरे पास कोई आउटपुट नहीं है इस चीज़ को देने में, बिकॉज आई एम ओनली अ प्लानर। जो ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहे हैं, मुझे उनके एक्सपीरियंस से ये सीखने की कोशिश करनी है कि आपको ये छोटे STPs की प्रॉब्लम को हम कैसे सॉल्व करें, ये हाई O&M कॉस्ट को हम कैसे सॉल्व करें, और ये अगर मैं किसी के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी डाल देता हूँ तो वो मेरे ऊपर ही कॉस्ट डालने वाला है। तो ये 3 मेरे पास एटलीस्ट क्वेश्चंस यहाँ से आ रहे हैं। लेट अस सी अगर हमारे ऑडियंस में से somebody has an answer, but later, not now. Now I'll call upon my next speaker, Mr. Pranav Dholia, who is a technical manager with Gujarat Urban Development Mission.
Warm greetings to one and all present over here from Gujarat. Quickly start my presentation with the things. So this is the session outline that I want to cover in my session, that how Gujarat is working for the projects and how we are monitoring the things for the projects and all. Under the Urban Development Department of the Gujarat, we have 2 separate body working parallelly. One is Gujarat Urban Development Mission and another one is a Gujarat Urban Development Company. Both the body have their own scope. Gujarat Urban Development Mission is working for the all type of the approvals from the planning to execution for any projects which is going to be executed in the ULB of the Gujarat. And Gujarat Urban Development Company is is a body for the execution of the projects who are doing execution of the projects which is having amount of more than 10 crores. We have also one parastatal body under the water department, Gujarat Water Supply and Sanitation Board, and that body is also working for the execution of the projects. Out of that, we have one separate body, Commissioner of Municipality Administrations. Under that, we have established 6 RCM, and under that 6 RCM, Regional Commissioner of Municipality, we have all the municipalities. So this is the vertical structures of the Gujarat under which we are going to, we are covering all the projects and all things. So this is the basic scenario of the Gujarat municipal corporations and Nagarpalikas, and what is the population, what is the sewerage generation as on date, what how many installment capacity which we have for the treatment of the wastewater, and what is the next wastewater that we are going to reuse. Under the SBM, we have selected 13 STPs. Out of the 13 STPs, 4 STPs are under construction and 9 are under tender stage. Under the IND projects, we have selected 31 ULBs. All of that ULBs got approved, and out of that 31 projects, 4 projects have been completed and 27 are undergoing. Moreover, we have we have also purchased the desludging machines through SBM as well as through the CSR and other bodies. Also, we have different state scheme as well as the central support scheme for the development of wastewater facility in the Gujarat. Under the Swarnim Jayanti Mukhyamantri Shahari Vikas Yojana, phase 1, we have covered all the ULBs, and under the phase 2, we have also covered all the ULBs for that extended areas. Under the Amrut mission, we have 171 projects costing 9380 crores. Out of that project, 123 projects are under construction and 48 projects are under planning. These are the details of only liquid waste management projects under the Gujarat state. Also, Jan Bhagidari scheme, it is an innovative which is established by the Gujarat government. Under this scheme, we are providing 7,000 rupees per connection to the municipalities for establishment of the we can say household connection to the sewer line, which is nearly available with their ULB. So starting with our presentation, and this is how we are going to implement our project. Just like all the state DPR preparation, after preparation of the DPR, we are going to approve it through the municipalities, say Nagar Palika, Nagar Nigam. Under the Nagar Nigam, we have 2 different bodies. One is administrative bodies, another one is a political body. So after getting approval of both the bodies, it is going to be approved by RCMs, Regional Commissioner of Municipalities, and then after there is a state level committee which is going to approve these projects. The projects which is having a costing less than 10 crores are being implemented by the Nagar Palika, Nagar Nigam itself, and the projects which is having a amount more than 10 crores which requires some different expertise, which requires some more technical manpowers and machineries, it is being executed by the GUDC as well as GWSSB, as I have stated earlier. This is the process for the hiring any contractor for the tender publication, pre-bid meetings. We are taking pre-bid meetings after 7 days of the publication, so we are going to reduce the time of extension. जनरली सब जगह पे ये हमने देखा है कि प्री-बिड मीटिंग्स के बाद जो भी हम करेक्शंस लेते हैं उसके बाद हम टेंडर टाइम को एक्सटेंडेड करते हैं टू रिड्यूस दिस टाइम एंड टू मेक द प्रोजेक्ट as fast as execution. We are doing it at the 7 days. After that technical evaluation, it is being done at the state level. Financial assessment will be done as a L1 bidder, low cost bidders. After contract award and contract finalization, work is undergone. So we have also different verticals at the state level for the different projects. Design consultant, PMU to monitor the projects, project implementation unit, PMC at the site to monitor the projects. Also we are inviting third party inspection for all the projects to ensure the quality of the projects, and funding also there. This is the detailed scope of work of PMU as well as the TPI agencies for each and every project which is being implemented either by Nagar Nigam or by GWSSB or GUDC, whatever the execution body is there. So for the review of the projects, it is most important part as far as I concern, that we are going to review each and every project at the different stage, at the different timing period. Starting with the highest authority, our CS sir, Chief Secretary sir, is going to review each and every project on monthly basis. Under that, Principal Secretary sir is also going to review the projects on weekly basis. They are, and also we are listening all the Nagarpalikas, all the RCMs for their issues, and we are trying to get it down as soon as possible so we can able to we can make the execution fast of these projects. Also, we are having RCM meetings at Nagarpalika level, and also different meetings are there to monitor the projects. These are the challenges that we are facing, or we can say we all are facing in these things, managing the progress of the project under various schemes. For this, we are preparing one dashboard which cover all the schemes, state as well as central scheme, in which all type of the project details available to monitor the things. Another one is the difficulty to identify the project timelines, because a number of things are there, like land, electricity, availability, stakeholders, consultation and all. For the land at the state level, Gujarat has created a one land cell which is covered, which is chaired by the Principal Secretary sir. Under that land cell, Deputy Collector of each and every district is a member of that land cell. So if there is a issue in the land acquisition, we are going to meet on every 15 days, on every week, and we are trying to get the land as soon as possible to make it fast. Lack of interest from the bidders in the smaller projects. ये हम सबने देखा है कि जहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट्स बहुत छोटे हो जाते हैं, वहाँ पे बिडर्स का इंटरेस्ट इतना नहीं होता है जहाँ पे जितने बड़े में होता है. तो हमने ये किया है कि जो नगर निगम एक दूसरे से बहुत नज़दीक है, उसको हमने क्लस्टर में प्रोजेक्ट लिया है. जैसे 4-5 नगर निगम का प्रोजेक्ट है, उसको हम एक क्लस्टर बना देंगे, एंड वी आर गोइंग टू फ्लोट वन सिंगल टेंडर फॉर ऑल दैट नगर निगम, so we can get a bidder fastly, and we should avoid the retendering process. Also, we are under process of empanelment of the contractors. This empanelment will work for different regions and to execute the project without wasting a time in the tendering process. We are also, as I have stated, a continuous follow-up system are there from the state level to the Nagar Nigam level. And at the last, standard format. It is most important to identify the progress of the project. For that, we have created different type of the data forms which is required for the billing process, which is also required for the submissions and all. We have also created one checklist for the QC QA, quality assurance, quality control. Also, state road and building department of the Gujarat government has identified one standard bidding document. In that standard bidding document, there are two type of module is there. One is mandatory modules, and second one is a flexible. Under the urban development department, we are going to publish one SBD for ourselves, which is having our own clauses, so it will be more helpful to execution of the project of Gujarat. That's from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to interrupt the panel. There is an urgent announcement for all participants who are leaving today, that is on the 20th, who are leaving Lucknow today. Kindly check out of your hotel rooms in Centrum immediately. The checkout timings were 11. I think we are already overdue. Kindly do so at the earliest.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed back in case your staff is, but don't just get out of the room just because this is an opportunity. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pranav, for a very detailed presentation. I could find that my understanding was that this GUDM itself is the implementing agency. Okay. So you have your subcontractors. So the municipality gives the works to you if it's more than 10 crores. You can come here. So my understanding was that the municipality, the system in Gujarat is that the municipal body, in case the project cost is going to be more than 10 crores, will be given to GUDM.
If the project cost is more than 10 crore, then GUDC, Gujarat Urban Development Company, which is owned by the Urban Development Department, is going to execute the project.
Execute means you will be
on-site executions.
Subcontracting the work.
Yes,
contractors.
yes. They are floating the tenders and all, and they are inviting the bidders for their work. Okay. GUDM is a body separately, we can say, a nodal agency for planning of the project planning to the stage of the execution, means at the work order level. After giving of the work order, GUDC will come into pictures.
Okay. So this is the system which this state is going ahead with, which seems to be very interesting also, because a set of professionals is brought together and they take care of this entire the flow of funds as well as monitoring. I think they also got a very elaborate monitoring system. And the same problem about small contracts, the lack of interest by serious bidders. So for this, what they have done is clustering. That could be another idea, that okay, all these small STPs in this zone will be taken up by one contractor. So the contract is rolled out like this. So this is something which can also be thought of. But again, the issue of small contracts being more costly will always be at our, that will also cause us concern. Next we have learnings from Karnataka, for which we have Shri Karthikeyan, Chief Engineer, KUI DFC.
Yeah, good afternoon everybody. So I am Karthikeyan. I am working as project management expert and not as chief engineer, as sir has informed. So let us see the journey of Karnataka, what we have done so far. So Karnataka has 317 urban local bodies, of which 287 ULBs. Next slide. Yeah, Karnataka has total 317 urban local bodies, of which 287 urban local bodies are less than 1 lakh population as per 2011 census. So these are the ULBs which we are targeting under used water management of Swachh Bharat Urban 2.0 component. So this is as per the statistics, Karnataka generates about 3,386 MLD of sewage, of which the installed capacity is 2646 MLD of capacity, of which 2047 is currently operational, and there is a difference in gap of about 598 MLD. Thus the overall gap in the sewerage treatment is 1308 MLD, which we are trying to address in this project to the extent possible. So under SPM 2.0, so the sewerage treatment plants have been planned in 268 ULBs for a capacity of 927 MLD, and then interception and diversion drains of 1666 km has been proposed, cesspool vehicles of 147 numbers, and then the sewer cleaning equipments of 73 have been proposed under Swachh Bharat mission. So apart from this, what the state has built a unique strategy is, we had an NGT environmental compensation fund amounting to about 3,500 crores. So that includes solid waste as well as liquid waste management. So whereas for the, and then of course there is a big brother called Bangalore, so which consumes a lot of money in terms of all infrastructures. So excluding Bangalore, for used water management, 1,919 crores are available for used water management component, which we are utilized here. So thus the strategy is as follows, what you can see here. So the state has planned for 110 FSTPs, wherever the population is less than 30,000, and also to upgrade and repair the existing infrastructure in more than 1 lakh population in about 20 urban local bodies. And wherever the existing systems are there, the state has proposed for upgradation, so connecting the missing links and the house service connections in about 27 urban local bodies, with a greenfield sewerage system in about 7 urban local bodies. So ultimately, the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban Fund and the Environmental Compensation Fund are converged and the projects are proposed. So next, with regard to the procurement of PDMCs, so PDMCs have been added. So we have used the state as a unique e-procurement platform called KPP portal. So this is as per the Karnataka Transparency in Public Procurement Act. So all tenders will be united through the e-platform, for which the consultants have been appointed. PDMC, project development and management consultants, are appointed to prepare the designs, DPR preparation, then the tender bid management process, construction supervision and the monitoring services. So they are added based on certain eligibility criteria as well as some qualifying criteria. The method of selection what the state has adopted is the least cost method. Some of the qualification criteria includes their financial turnover in the last 2 years in the preceding 5 years, and then the similar work done, and also the working experience with the government, and the work plan and the methodology. So what is the approach and methodology they have adopted, what is their staffing schedule, all those things are evaluated. Apart from the key technical personnel CVs evaluated. So these are some of the waste management experts, then procurement specialists, design engineers, structural engineers, construction managers, all those people. So, and then in the support staff, we have accommodated for site engineers, also the data entry operators and other supporting staffs. Coming back to the contractors, how we are hiring, the contracts are on the design DBOT basis, design, build, operate and transfer basis. So these are also under the e-procurement portal of Government of Karnataka as per KTBP Act. So we look into the certain qualifying criteria like the corruptive practices and the fraudulent practices. This is the common one in any tenders we follow. So apart from that, the specified qualification criteria includes the turnover and then their quantity, similar work done. So minimum quantity of work done. So whatever, for example, if the earth work or cement concrete, so WMM, in the project if you are proposing, so those things at least then 80% of the quantities they should have been executed. And also we liquid into their liquid assets and then their credit facilities for 3 months during the period, as well as we of course evaluate their tender assessing capacities. So based on the inputs of the contractors, we have made provision for joint venture as well. So in which the maximum of 2 joint venture partners are allowed. So of course the lead bid partner will be the 50% stakeholder in this partnership. Also we have made provision for subcontracting. So where certain specialized work like electrical works or some other works are involved, we have made provision for the subcontracting as well. So how do we procure the services of these contractors or the PDFCs? First we notify in the e-procurement portal, then it is also published in the national level newspaper and also in the state level newspaper, apart from publishing it in the respective websites and also the notice boards. So after that the proposals are received, then the pre-bid conferences are held. So wherein we address the queries to give the comfort, to give the knowledge about the project and the details of the project, so that the prospective bidders can be participating with ease, and also the necessary addendums and the modifications are uploaded in the websites. So apart from that, during the technical assessment, technical evaluation committees are formed, so which will be evaluated, and then these are again scrutinized by the technical scrutiny committee at the level of chief engineer, and then they recommend the technical bid to the state level technical committee. Further on approval of SLTC, so SSPC approves the bid and the contract is awarded, and then LOA is issued through the e-procurement platform. Then the agreements are concluded, and that's how the implementation commences. So what are the challenges in procurement? Some of the challenges we faced are something like the contract size. So as previous speakers have mentioned, the contract size, some of the allocations are very small in some of the ULBs. So that is one major issue. Apart from that, there is the working conditions is also limited, which is challenging for some of the contractors, where the laborers are not willing to work in the sewage environment. And also because of the utilities per se are being affected, for which they will be liable. And also the public cooperation is limited because their movements are being restricted, so along with the entrance to the surroundings and their environment. So in order to address these issues, we have made some contractors conferences very frequently. So in this regard, what we have done is we have taken up 4 ULBs in a particular district, and then we clustered it and we called a tender, and we were successful in obtaining this tender. This tender has been currently awarded in the Mysore district for this sewerage project. So what are the other implementation mechanisms the state has adopted is the technical scrutiny committee, which is headed by the executive director technical, wherein the internal chief engineers and the external experts are being formed as part of this committee, who review all the reports, technical evaluations, and then they submit the report for the consideration of SLTC and the SHPCs. Apart from that, the day-to-day, the field level issues, interdepartmental coordination issues, and also land-related issues are being addressed by the district level coordination committee headed by the respective district commissioners. We also formed a project implementation unit at the district level as well as the ULB level combined, so that they monitor the works day to day in the field. Of course, the PDMC has the mandate of looking into the quality control and the certification of bills. So I have been asked to speak about the overview of the monitoring mechanisms available. So let me discuss some points, whatever is available with the state and also what we intend to do. So these are some of the pointers. For example, digital dashboard. We have currently existing digital dashboard, so which needs to be customized, for which under Swachh Bharat mission, 3 crore rupees has been action plan for which has been approved under the capacity building component, so which will be taking it up. So this will be implemented through our in-house organization called KMDS, Karnataka Municipal Data Society, which cater for the urban local bodies, reforms and the IT initiatives. So next, the on-site inspections are regularly being carried out. So we have 4 revenue divisions in Karnataka. So all the 4 revenue divisions have been mandated with a particular group headed by the executive engineer, who frequently visit their field and inspect the progress made, and also whatever the hindrances are made in the field, so those are being addressed. Apart from that, there is a reporting mechanism as well. So we have devised some certain standard formats for the reporting purposes as well. The stakeholders engagement, so ULB is involved in all stages of DPR preparation, right from survey, soil investigation and the DPR preparation. So the DPRs, what they prepare, they forwarded to head office KUWC, which is the implementing agency for the used water management, wherein we scrutinize the DPRs, review it and place for approval, and then tenders are invited. So at all stages, the ULBs are involving their respective councils as well as some of the MLAs who are keen to participate and very interested to know what are the things happening in their respective cities. Then coming back to the contract management, so earlier state has this KPPP portal, which is limited to up to the award of work. So now the government of Karnataka has taken initiative contract management module, wherein the milestone-wise progress are being reviewed, which can be reviewed. Also, there is a provision for entering the measurements, billing system, and then payment mechanism. So currently, our Chief Secretary has made it mandatory for all the urban local bodies and the entire state mechanism to adopt this. So which is a mandatory, which will be adopting it. Apart from that, we have this OCEMS, Online Continuous Emission Monitoring System. So though MOHUA doesn't advise this, we are following it only for a bigger size project. So wherein the real-time effluent inflow and the outflow data are being obtained, so which is very much essential. Then of course, as JS Madam said, the data management is a huge Herculean task. So for effective monitoring and the management of the projects, data needs to be available, and that too the right data needs to be present. So though there are data available which are not reliable, which are not effective and then qualitative, each time it varies. So that is the reason we have devised some certain online system to address this data management system as well. So these are some of the monitoring systems which the states are intent to adopt or which have been in practice. So apart from this, just one more thing is regarding the public grievance redressal. State has this integrated public grievance redressal system. So wherein it's an online platform where anyone can register their complaints and then grievances are processed and redressed. So this is available for all the departments and all the subjects. The same are being followed for the use management as well. So these are some of the initiatives which are followed. Thank you. So we have started the journey, so we'll reach the destination. Thank you once again.
Right. Regarding the monitoring, I'll request Karnataka and other states also to have a look at the Swachhtam portal. There are proper modules created for monitoring, and that will help us in creating the comparative analysis also of all the monitoring activities at the same level. You create your own dashboard and somebody else creates his own dashboard. So this may create, will be ineffective, I would believe. But you can just have a look at it. In case there are certain components which need to be improved, certain modules which need to be added to Swachhtam, even that can be looked into. The rest, I could understand that they're also facing the same problem of small bid sizes. And again, believe that QAUFDC is also something similar to JUDC, Kerala Urban Infrastructure Development and Finance Corporation. And you take on the work which is given to the state or the cities, and then you consolidate that, and then you get subcontractors and get them executed. I would believe that you had stated that around 200 people have been posted in or acquired as PDMCs. Those are available to you and they have been released to the cities? Pardon? So 195 people are given to your cities, or are they all in the headquarters? Okay. Okay. So they have this facility which they have created, and then we find a very standard DBOT system has been adopted for engaging a contractor. So thank you. Next we have our speaker from on behalf of Maharashtra State. Is it? Yes. Ms. Jigisha.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just, I'm sure everybody knows about Maharashtra, but starting with the context of Maharashtra, that there are 412 urban local governments in Maharashtra with 6 divisions and contributing to 60 million plus urban population. So the state of Maharashtra was one of the states would, sorry. That's not, okay, that's all right, one slide is missing. So one of the initial states which got all of its 412 cities city sanitation action plans approved, while 368 cities are there in Maharashtra of its population is less than 1 lakh population. So all of these and all the city sanitation action plans were prepared in a consolidated manner, considering all the aspects of STPs, IND networks, and the desludging equipments wherever required. So the approach which the state took was that for the ULBs which had more than 50,000 population, they were more intended to go towards 100% of sewer network coverage and building of STPs, while the ULBs which were ranging in the population of 20,000 to 50,000 population, they were adopted a mixed approach where the key area where sewer network was possible, the sewer network implementation is proposed, and the remaining area, the open drains would be converted into closed drains, or the closed drains would be made better and efficient, and the interceptor and drain approaches taken up in the 20,000 to 50,000 population ULBs, as well as for the less than 20,000 population ULB. The key focus is currently on implementing open drains and converting them into closed drains, and building up interceptor and drains, and focusing on STP developments. So coming to the procurement and the implementation process, I'll start with a little bit taking a step back on the DPR process, where for the DPR preparation, the state has empaneled 24 agencies for UWM DPR preparations, where currently the state has approved around 8 DPR proposals and 21 DPR approvals are underway. And of the 8 approved, we have around 4 to 6 projects which are on the implementation stage. And similarly for solid waste management also, the state has impaneled 5 agencies for the 6 divisions of Maharashtra. So for the DPR preparation and approval process, there were various consultation meetings and the review meetings were conducted. With the support of CPHU also, we thank them for their valuable contributions, and the meetings and discussions were held with the impaneled agencies, and then few key challenging areas were identified, and then they were addressed accordingly in those meetings. And for the DPR validation and approvals, the agencies which prepared the DPR were first approved by at the ULB level, and then were sent at the state level for the state level technical committee approvals, as well as then were approved by the state high powered committees. And along with that, there was an on-ground verification which also used to take place, where the mission office at the state level, the officials from the mission office used to go on field to also understand the actual ground realities and compare it with the DPR, and then further give the green flag for the approval of the DPRs. So the state of Maharashtra. Yes. Okay. So on the implementing agency part, Maharashtra has taken two approaches. One is for the procurement of the desludging equipments and the suction vehicles and the jetting machine. It has taken a centralized approach, where instead of each city procuring one desludging vehicles, they have taken a centralized state approach, where all the desludging equipments are procured at the state level. So this has helped at the state level and as well as on the financial end, because large-scale service providers were available, and they came up with a better price, better cost for delivering the desludging equipments as well as the jetting machines across various ULBs. This will also, it is also envisaged that this will also help in the operations and the maintenance part, where the smaller service providers sometimes lag in maintaining the trucks. When the trucks break down, there is sometimes a possibility that the headquarter of the trucks is at some big city, and then the transportation and the logistics management for the smaller provider becomes challenging, while here where the larger service providers are available, so it becomes easier for the maintenance part as well. On the other side of the UWM projects, currently there are 6 cities where the UWM projects on STPs and interceptor and drains are in implementation stage, where in a few cities, the cities have taken up the first installments, and first installments are released, as well as the work orders are given to the contractors. While there is a few good performing cities where Panchgani has done second installment release to this to the contractors. Now here this approach of the state is that it is not a state driven approach. The ULBs lead this. So the RFP is floated by the ULBs, the tendering process is conducted by the ULBs, and the selection of the contractors is also conducted by the ULB. So currently, I'll take a step back just to convey the message from the state, which is also that in our city sanitation action plans, as you can see, the length of the interceptor and drains is higher, and the current, which is based on the actual ground realities, the DPR proposals, the actual length is coming lesser. So one of the key constraint which is coming out is that the fund which are required for interceptor and drain is less. However, on the other side, the fund required for the STPs are higher, considering the revision of the schedule of rates in Maharashtra. Since 2021, now in 23-24, the schedule of rates are revised, which is leading to higher cost in the DPR preparation, as well as the geographic condition. The cost of sand as well as other material is also higher. So, and the other part is that the state also wants to take up the approach of nature-based treatment technologies. However, when the DPRs are coming up, it is coming, the cost of the nature-based technologies is coming as high as the MBBR technologies or similar technologies in Maharashtra, and they are also requiring a higher footprint area. So that is becoming a challenge in adopting the nature-based technologies. So request from the state side is for Mahua to consider, if possible, to give a pool of funding to the ULB and a permission given to the ULB to use the funding for the components which are present across sewage treatment plant and interceptor and drains. As I mentioned earlier, that sometimes the interceptor and drains actual length is lesser than what is estimated in the city sanitation action plans. So that will balance out the fund which is required, additional fund which is required for the sewage treatment plants. So this is a key request to the ministry from our end. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagisha. Now, regarding this component about funding, Dr. Chaurasia may like to have you would like to answer this situation when our state at this moment of time is seeking more funds.
No, yes, in this case, from our side, it is very clear. Once a CSP is approved, if there is variation in one component, the saving from other component can always be added. Even in some case, because of peculiar condition of the town, whatever has been estimated in CSAP based on actual, let us say, estimation and design, cost goes up, that is also fine. That can be even made from saving from some other town. So those all facilities are available, no need to any worry. और उसमें कहीं पे lack of clarity की वजह से hold up नहीं करना है, बहुत administrative नहीं बनना है कि ये CSAP approved है, इसे हिल नहीं सकते. That was a preliminary planning sort of things. When in DPR stage there is variation and your technical committee is approving, you can go ahead with that, right?
So rest, I believe this is a different model where the easy procurement of machines etc. is being done centrally, and then the cities are left to make their own STP and networking ka liye jo hai, that is left to the cities to do. So this is where if you don't have an organization like GUDM or GUDC or the Karnataka example, so this is the other way which some of the states are approaching this. So we may have these are all learnings. We can't say that this is a better mechanism than the other or a worse mechanism, but prima facie it appears that if you leave it to the city, then the same problem comes. Good contractors will not come to a small city and the cost will be high. So all these things need to be looked into with the interest of the, you could say, the public funding. So the decision makers have to take a call on that. My last speaker is to give us a perspective on actual contractor, I believe. And the organization Mr. Pawan Kulkarni represents is ESTPL, which I believe is Ecologic Science Technique something. Please
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon to you all. Here I am feeling myself as an odd man out because we are a company, private company, bidding. If get awarded, we go into the field and implement the projects for which you guys have worked so hard to bring it to that level. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you for the efforts that you put in to bring the project to a stage where people like us can come and implement it. So I'm going to share contractors' perspective, the challenges that contractors get into the field while implementing the projects. So just to give a glimpse that we are all here for SBM 2 relevant objectives, in which our role is in water management, ensuring grey and black water management in cities, treating all wastewater before discharging into water bodies. We are also talking about Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and institutional strengthening. So the role of contractor in entire value chain is to bring expertise in execution of infrastructure projects, technical expertise and specialized skill necessary for implementing the complex projects, bringing in some innovative approaches and cost-effective solutions during the execution, scalability and reach of SBM, because SBM too has a vast area to cover from urban to rural sector. We are mandated to adhere to the standards and regulations while doing the construction, and involvement in maintenance and monitoring and keeping projects useful. As you have seen in most of the states nowadays, projects come with 5-year DLP and operation maintenance things. So we have to stick to the standards and maintenance and monitoring aspect of the project. So I'm not going to touch all these points because DPR has been already discussed quite a bit in detail in last couple of sessions. But I would just like to bring one small point which people have missed somehow, I don't know. Everyone talked about site selection and the availability of land. What we as contractor also face as a challenge is approach road to those sites. Many a times we are being given sites which are not so much approachable, and then we have to face problems with the surrounding population not giving us the way to reach to the site with our heavy vehicles, and that becomes causes the delays in the implementation of the projects. This has already been considered here in the discussion, so I'm not going to go into that. So implementation related challenges. Providing land by ULBs, challenges when the land is not government owned, and then once the DPR consultant identifies the land, we have to wait for longer time for government to clear that land of all the legal issues and hand it over to the contractors. Approach road not being there is another issue. Then electrical supply, many a time there is no electrical supply coming up to the site provided, so we have to go to electricity boards and keep on requesting for the line to be provided till the site so that we can start the implementation work. Timely approval of site specific drawings, because see, once the contract has been awarded and agreement has been signed, our time period starts getting counted. So delays in approval of drawings and approach roads and these kinds of issues also fallbacks on the contractor at the end of the day, saying you have delayed the implementation, whereas actual times should start calculated once all these clearances and everything has been done. Sometimes we are being asked to go for third party certifying for structural drawings or drawing approvals, and timely completion of MPs and bill processing, as ma'am also, GS ma'am also talked about, and many people here talked about delays in the payment. Contractor cannot invest all the full 100% of the project cost. They depend on RA bills. So first RA bill get processed, during which the contractor is already working on second RA bill. But if first RA bill is not cleared, by the time second installment of work gets completed, third installment of work suffers. And in generally a project costs around 5 to 6 CR, 10 CR, there are 4 to 5 RA bills. So RA bill processing and payment on time becomes crucial aspect when it comes to timely completion of the projects. Now major challenges, resource availability. Many a time skilled laborers are not available, so we have to depend on local laborers. So we have to train them, so a lot of time goes into that. Site condition and environmental challenges, such as when the project is starting, what are the soil weather condition there, and accordingly we have to come up with the plans. Then regulatory and compliance issues, delays caused by failure to obtain necessary permits, because that is not a contractor's job, that has to be done by the authorities, and then hand over the parcel of land to us so that we can start working. Communication gaps, yes, this is a big issue. if there is not an open channel of communication between the authorities and the contractor, there is a communication gap which leads to the delays. Budget constraints, of course, if the start of the project is delayed by 6 months, 1 year, the cost escalations are there. But then when contractor goes back to the authority saying the project got delayed and now costs has escalated, they say no, you have to restrict yourself within the costs given, and this way the project starts suffering. Time delays, of course, sometimes there are labor shortages, weather conditions, supply chain disturbance. A very good example, what we faced during the COVID, a lot of projects got delayed, but you have to cope up with that, and then still we have to deliver the projects on time. Stakeholder management, conflict or dissatisfaction among stakeholders is a very common thing, and we keep on engaging with the stakeholders so that there are no miscommunications. Technology adaptations, yes, of course, we are being given a task, whatever tender has been awarded. On that basis, we have to do the implementation, but then making laborers work accordingly becomes a challenge. Health and safety risk. There are always some kind of accidents that might happen, so we have to plan for that, and accordingly we have to provide all the protective equipment and conducting regular safety drills. Cash flow issues, which are already talked about. Now site specific challenges like we faced in Vadibandar. The DPR was prepared and we were not told that there are a lot of underground utility lines already there. When we started execution and excavations, that time we came to know that there is a high tension line which supplies, Vadibandar is in Mumbai, and the high tension line was going through there, and it was supplying power to entire South Mumbai. Any damage to that high tension line would have caused a havoc in Mumbai. Then we had to stop work. We had to contact the authorities, we had to tell them, and our project got delayed by almost a year because electricity authorities and railways could not come on terms how to go further with the projects, and the project suffered because of that. Now we have been awarded work for Soyat Kalan in MP. Thank you for the same. Here we are facing one challenge which we are in consultation with the authorities. The first site that was given to us had this flood risk challenge because it was below the high flood line. So we asked for an alternate site. Now their alternate site has a topographical issue, and it requires now 2 different INDs because the outfalls are far away. So now we will have to propose 2 INDs, bring the whole water to a single site wherein we will start implementing it. We as a contractors also go for water samples, site surveys, and accordingly we plan the whole implementation process. These are some photographs and key takeaways. Site specific issues to be addressed in DPR level itself. Increased stakeholder engagements, ULBs, designers and technology providers. Selection of environmentally benign and low carbon footprint technologies is ask of the day. And operation and maintenance needs to be technology specific, because in most of this DPR what we are seeing, sir, is a size of small STP, 500 KLD or 1 MLD. We are being asked to depute 8 people, 10 people, which is not required, which adds to the cost to the ULB and makes the project costly. So if technology specific manpower has to be asked for, then the cost of project will go down and it will be more feasible. Thank you. That was my 2 cents to this gathering. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
In fact, we should have more interactions with the real contractors on ground. Wonderful, ending to this. Illogical demands on contractors sometimes make. I'll not be speaking much about how to conclude this session, but we are graced by presence of Shri R.S. Tyagi, who was member Drainage Delhi Jal Board. And Tyagi sir, if you can just conclude this entire session and your own experience. He's got experience of almost 40 years at the highest level of implementation in Delhi. So maybe he'll be the right person to give us his guidance.
Namaskar. Thank you, Kakar Saab, for giving me the opportunity to share my experience of more than 44 years experience. And I will explain within 4 minutes only. So they are my observations. I would like to give the compliment to all the eminent speaker for giving such beautiful presentation. But there are some my experience which I am sharing with you during pre-construction, during construction and post-construction. So there are 3 phases of construction of the projects. So what do we do then when we construct, when we prepare the DPR? There are 2 things, very important things are missing. One is the pre-feasibility report and the second one is the EIA report, Environment Impact Assessment. The 2 things are missing in all the, in maximum of the DPR, which I have evaluated so many times. Because feasibility report is very important part of the project. If you don't have the land, your project will be turned down. If your alignment is not encroachment free or it is there is no feasible alignment, you will end up with the laying of the sewer lines. So this should be physically visited before execution of any contract, any work. It should not be based on the say Google map or any other map which is provided to you. You should physically verify the site whether it is available or it is encroachment free. The second is the tender process. Sometimes what do we do that we follow the CPWD guidelines, and yes, of course we should follow, but sometimes we incorporated such stringent conditions that the competent contractors are not tendered in. And sometimes we are so loose in giving the tender conditions that incompetent contractors come in. So our conditions should be so realistic and feasible that the only competent bidder can tender with you, so that for the successful of the completions. The third one is during executions. Of course, every ULB or any water utility departments are facing the short of manpowers. And due to this reason, the supervision of the site is very poor. It is left on the mercy of the contractor, whatever you are doing. And we have to follow the specifications also in the tender conditions, that we have to test the concrete with some certain volume of one set of cube has to be tested in 7 days, then after 28 days. What we do? We allow them to give the concreting, do the concrete, but we prepare the mix of right kind so that the cubes are not filled. This practice should be avoided during the execution. The actual sample should be taken for testing the cubes in the laboratory, and other also sieve analysis. There are so many tests that should be done in actual. Don't to favor the contractor, but it should be in actual, so that your quality of the contract is ensured. Then there will not be any necessity to give the 5 years defect liability. You can give the 1 year defect liability, because if you have confident that you have done the strict supervision at the site. The third one is, the fourth one is what we do, that we don't include the key parameters with the output parameters. For example, we are giving the O&M of say 5 years or 10 years, and we don't give the provision of penalizing him if he does not meet the requirement of the output parameters. Say if you have designed the STP for 10 BOD 10 SS, and it is giving more than 10 or more than 15, what are you doing? Nothing else. You are not penalizing. The condition should be such that if there are so many events beyond this parameter, he will be penalized. Yeah, he will not be release the O&M for such and such amount. So some key parameters which are some measurables, which are not measurable. Measurable are that some quantity has been treated, which has been specified in your tender conditions. If he has not treated that much quantity, then he will be disqualified for taking the payment of O&M. So some key parameters should be included with your tender conditions. while releasing the payment. And the main important thing is that after execution of the project, after completion of the project, what we are facing in Delhi, that you have designed the entire system for say, for the design parameter of say 60 GPCD. The sewage generation is say 20 MLD of this city. And the sewage is reaching at the sewage treatment plant is hardly 10 or 12 MLD. And remaining is going to the drains. Ultimately, the Yamuna is polluted. So what we found when we did the intensive study, that the persons who are connecting the sewer line, they are connecting only the soil waste, not the kitchen waste. So grey water is going to the drain, and only soil waste is coming to the sewer, and that is reaching to the sewage treatment plant, and sewage treatment plant are underutilized because of grey water is not reaching there. So that should be ensured that it should not be left on the mercy of the individuals. It should be strictly supervised by the ULB that the sewers are connected with the entire wastewater of the individual houses, so that your sewage treatment plant treats every waste which is coming from the individual houses. And as rightly said Kakkar Saab, that when you design any STP or when you select the STP, that should be not so small, because O&M of the plant is the same of the say 1 MLD will be equal to the 5 MLD. And what should be the appropriate size? That is a very debatable issue. 5 MLD may be the sizable issue, or 10 MLD may be the sizable issue. For that, what we have done in Delhi, we have made the clusters of colonies. So when we arrived at 5 MLD, say up to 5 to 10 MLD, we took all the colonies, rural villages, urban villages, into one decentralized sewage treatment plant. We connected all the colonies and constructed a 10 MLD plant at the central locations, so that the size of the plant is appropriate and all the colonies are served with the similar plants. So that is some sort of centralized, even as it is also decentralized plant of appropriate size. So there are so many case studies with me, but the time is less. I cannot describe it. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, sir, for concluding the session so nicely. I now request Dr. V.K. Chaurasya, advisor to CPHEO, to kindly felicitate our concluding speaker for today. For the concluding. Thank you, panelists. I request you all come forward to take a photo. kindly come forward, step forward for a group photo. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Before we break.
in peak and off-peak seasons. By additionally geolocating high-activity areas and open urination or defecation spots, new interventions are pinpointed. Finally, citizen validation surveys authenticate proposals to ensure that public toilets are available when and where people need them.
Shanti commutes to work by bus, switching at 2 points along her 1-hour journey. Heavy rains worsen her trip, but even on her period, stopping to use a restroom isn't an option. Finding a clean toilet requires a 10-minute detour, risking her chance to catch the connecting bus. Last year, Shanti contracted a urinary tract infection, like countless others who hold in their pee. Though public toilets have been built in large numbers under the Swachh Bharat mission, ULBs treat their daily maintenance as an afterthought. Supported by BMGF and USAID, WASH Institute has developed a toolkit to streamline public toilet monitoring. Using this toolkit, states can assess public toilets based on functionality, accessibility, cleanliness, eco-friendliness, and safety. Toilets receive a revisable rating, and a dashboard mechanism allows ULBs to monitor them at scale and plan interventions. Public feedback reinforces this process, making ULBs accountable for clean and functional toilet infrastructure.
ये साल था 2014, जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शुरू कर महात्मा गांधी के स्वच्छ भारत के सपने को अपनी आंखों से देखा
कि मेरे 125 करोड़ देशवासी भारत मां के संतान हमारी इस भारत मां को अब गंदा नहीं रहने देंगे। पूज्य बापू को सपनों को पूरा करने में हम कोताही नहीं बरतेंगे और ये जिम्मेवारी हम सबकी है।
फिर क्या, देश ने आजादी के बाद पहली बार स्वच्छता के उस आंदोलन को देखा जिसमें बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान और महिलाएं सभी शामिल थे। सड़क का कूड़ा अब उन्हें बोझ सा लगने लगा था। स्वच्छता के स्लोगन सिर्फ दीवारों पर नहीं लिखे गए, बल्कि लोगों के दिलों में उतर गए। इस ऐतिहासिक बदलाव को देश के हर शहर तक पहुंचाया वर्ष 2016 में शुरू हुए स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण ने।
Kindly rejoin the main conference hall. We are beginning now. In the afternoon session, we move on to session 6, Technology Selection and Treatment Standards. To begin, I first invite our speakers onto the dais. Shri Rajesh Pai, Director, WASH Institute. Shri Praveen Kumar Garg, Director, NMCG. Professor Ashfaq Jafari, Technical Advisor. Dr. S.M. Subhani, MD, NCPE. Dr. Bhala and Shri Sanjay Roth, Rights. I also invite our moderator for today, Dr. V.K. Chaurasya, Advisor, CPHEO, to lead the session.
Thank you very much, and in afternoon session I welcome each one of you. Many of us have to catch flight in the evening, so we'll try that within time we'll be able to complete all sessions. So in this session, that is the 6th one, Technology Selection and Treatment Standards. This session is very important from the perspective that Mr. Rajesh Pai, he will explain the experience from 14 towns they have studied on grassroots level, that what is actual condition. Uske baad Sri Praveen will be presenting IND and implementation approach. And then I will be presenting in the morning session, as I mentioned, regarding the treatment standards and what ecosystem is required and what we are working. And after that, Professor Asfaq Jafri and Sri Subhani ji, their NCP has helped us to develop this advisory on type design for STPs. So they will be presenting, and after that multi-story STPs feasibility and also greenhouse solar dryer that our team from RITES, they will be presenting. So this is the agenda for this session. We will be having around 1 hour time maximum, including 15-minute question answer. So we will take maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever is there depending on requirement. So I invite Mr. Rajesh Pai to present the case study on used water management. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. Yes. We have it here? Okay. We start, sir? So we start? Yes. Okay. So, good afternoon. Namaskar. So I'm going to talk about the experiences of ours on used water management planning across 14 towns from different parts of the country. So in that particularly, I will share information on Chunar. जैसे हमको सबको पता है, when Swachh Bharat Mission 2 launched, actually one of the key mandate was actually to treat all the wastewater. So the untreated wastewater should not go into any type of a water body. So all the wastewater, whatever is town is generating, it is supposed to treat. So with that actually, keeping that as a frame in mind, we tried developing the approach and methodology. So if cities or towns have to actually plan this 100% coverage, actually most preferred solution people always think is a sewer system. But unfortunately, with the resources available, the capacity in, with the municipality or maybe the smaller towns, it is not at this point of time we are able to implement. But definitely, I think it can be a part of the solution actually, as it has been recommended at least for the core areas and all. So we definitely have to find a right mix of solution to cover this 100% areas. Because of the land use, as you know, there are different types like the high density area, low density area, newly developing areas, for which we definitely have to find a different solution. So keeping this as a mind, actually one of the very important a point which has been taken into consideration while developing this, and at the same time, as sir was also saying in the morning, quality and uniformity of approach for planning and DPR preparation. If this is there, then actually this guides actually everyone to prepare a standardized document. At the same time, the DPR also comes in one particular quality so that people really can evaluate that also very easily, and it becomes easier for people to prepare also. So considering this, we had prepared around, as I said, out of the 8 towns, so we are not going to talk about all the 8 towns. One of the town called Chunar, which is in Uttar Pradesh, we are going to talk about. So these 8 towns, what you see are from different topography, terrains, environmental sensitivity, population density. It's basically from class 2 to class 6 town, whereas Chunar, what we have chosen. So in order to develop, while working on these 9 towns, we actually have systematically developed also kind of a methodology which is in front of you, which is a process which literally helps you to go step by step. Because one thing is very sure now, if you have to have a proper, sustainable, technically sound wastewater management project, you need to have a comprehensive process actually. So for that reason, we have developed this framework, what you see, which includes data collection, then systematic analysis of the collected data, and based on the analysis, you then develop projects actually, what is feasible, what is not feasible, and then actually you also make an implementation plan based on the resources availability, the environmental sensitivity, and at the same time, any high risk are there in that particular area. So Chunar is a town actually in Uttar Pradesh. It is on the bank of Ganga, and also on the bank of Jargu. Also there are 2 rivers actually. I'll show you the map actually. And with the population of 37,000 during the as per the census 2011. So this is what you see. There's a huge river there, that's Ganga, and the blue color line, whatever you see, is Jargu. So the city is situated in between these two rivers. So it has a high elevation point and low elevation point, and also half of the town has a rocky strata actually. The soil is rocky type. So as I said, as a first part of the process, we did a detailed data collection, and one thing for our surprise, actually Chunar has almost more than 95% piped water supply. So that was one of the biggest advantage actually the city has in terms of public health risk actually, because they are not relying on the water bodies, neither the groundwater for their water supply. And more than 97% of the people have a septic tank, a proper sealed septic tank, but they don't have a soak pit. So wastewater, whatever has been collected, it has been discharged into the drains actually. Similarly, the grey water also, they don't have any on-site mechanism for disposal. All the wastewater, the grey water, whatever it is generated, it has been discharged into the drains actually. So, and from the desludging, if you see, they desludge at different point of time. Whoever is closer to the river, they have to do it every year. People who are a little bit far, some people have done not even once in 20 years also. So it varies. So the other data point which is very, very important for us was the drain endpoints. If you see, more than 22 drains are flowing in the town actually in different directions. As you see, the red color point actually there actually which shows as a drain endpoints, which means the drain ends in that location. So we have to measure all these 22 drain endpoints, where how much wastewater is flowing into it, what quality of water is flowing into it. For our surprise, what we saw was the quality of water, what is flowing into it, not concentrated at all. We call it as a sewage or a black water or whatever it is, but at the end of the day, if you see on an average, we have only, from BOD point of view, if you see, it is less than 100 actually. In only one of places, it is more than 100. If not, it ranges in the range of 50 to 100 actually. So this is one of the key lessons actually one has to learn, because most of the time in the morning was also, it was said that we are designing it for actually more than 200, 300 BOD actually, which is not required. Yeah, other than that, they had an UWM infrastructure. This was also discussed in the morning. There was one FSTP was available with 10,000 liters capacity per day. And this actually, from the data, the different data were collected actually. From that, what we saw was most around out of 3,800 KLD, 3.8 MLD of wastewater generated, 3.74 MLD was actually the water which is discharged into the drains actually, which means we need to take care of that. So which means at this point of time, the main intervention is actually how do you manage the wastewater flowing in the drain. So again, this also helps us to understand what all infrastructures are available with respect to what improvements you may require and what project intervention can be taken up. This helps systematically to lead to the solutioning actually. The next part, yeah, once we knew, we also checked actually the risk. So this is one of the very important point actually which I wanted to show you, which also helps you to select either one wants to go with the sewer system or one wants to go with the other decentralized and on-site system. This framework helped us to analyze the risk of UWM practice actually in respective towns. So as we said that in Chunar, more than 95% of the household got a water supply through a pipe. More than 95% of the people who discharge their wastewater from the septic tank into the drain, and the grey water also, more than 98% people discharge into the drains actually, which means the water getting into the ground and getting contaminated and contaminating the water source as very less actually. So considering that, that was one of the key point which has helped us to say that maybe immediately we may not require a sewer system. If we can take care of the wastewater through an IND, the drain-based solution, it will help us. Yeah, any point of time, if we want to talk about the used water management, these are the four types actually of solution. One can find out either a pipe network or the drain-based on-site or a small decentralized system, or maybe the co-treatment of fecal sludge in existing STP, or maybe a proposed STP, and at the same time it's a fecal sludge treatment plant. So we have to see that how these 4 types of solution can be integrated within the city's problem actually. So that is what was being tried actually with this particular method. So we have conducted the detailed topo survey, which is one of the very important part of the planning process. One should definitely have it actually, which helps you, and especially if you are going with the sewer network, or if you are going with the drain-based network also, this is very essential component. So when we did the survey, actually it was on not only the road survey, with that we did the drain survey. We also identified systematically where the land is available and to what extent it is available. We conducted the survey of that also, and then the water body also. So these 4 data were collected also in part of the data collection. So once we collected the data, we also then, using the topographic data, we started working on the planning actually, where we also designed it very clearly for a sewer network and checked how much that would cost. Actually, from our intervention, if you would have seen, there was no requirement for a sewer system, but as an exercise, we really wanted to compare if we use a sewer system versus the drain-based system, how much that would cost. For that reason, we designed. But at the same time, as we said that comprehensive planning is required in future, for future expansion, because at this point of time, with the resources available, we may go only with an IND system, but whatever infrastructure you provide for an IND system on this date, that should be usable in future also. So that was, keeping that in mind, we have designed this. And then actually, yes, these are some of the projects which was identified across these 22 drains, where these were systematically connected. So if you see the map with the shaded area, these are actually where the drains are, which are systematically connected using the IND trunk network actually. The trunk network, what we designed, was part of the sewer network design, what I showed you earlier actually. So tomorrow, if city wants to expand, if they have an additional resource, they could also provide the pipe in this area also. Yeah, wherever then we have provided the STP, there we have considered for the co-treatment. At this point of time, city has an FSTP and their present demand is met, but for future demand, they have to provide a provision within the STP for a co-treatment. Yeah, for the open area, there are many areas within the town which is under developing now, or a fringe area, or maybe area which is under development. There actually we are proposing the decentralized system or a cluster-based system. This has to be very local, site-specific, because we will not be able to pinpoint at this point of time. That need a detailed local survey, and then we say which can be a small decentralized wastewater treatment system, which can be a community-based pits actually, like a leach pit or a soak pit, whatever we are using, or other on-site systems are also been proposed. So overall, if you see, these are the components of different projects actually under the main project. As I said, the first project was a drain-based solution. Under that, we have listed out 6 projects. The first project was actually the real one, where we have pipelines connected to a centralized STP actually, and then all others are a decentralized STP, because there are small drains going here and there with a very small amount of wastewater, which we really didn't wanted to take it to another direction. We wanted to treat it there only, and as a part 2, the community-based interventions like a soak pits and decentralized wastewater management system. So in general, if you see, this is the total cost, whatever has been estimated for this for different interventions. So this is actually as per the unit cost recommended by CPHO, but when we really do the actual tendering, we will know exactly the cost may a little bit vary. Yeah, so along with that, as we said that the planning process is in place, but at the same time, at the end, one also has to need to select the technology actually. So we have created kind of a pool of technology options, like how one of my other panelists also will talk about it, for nature-based system, as well as for on-site system, as well as for the conventional system. For different capacities, the technical options with the detailed design, description, then the cost, the bills of quantity, this has been developed so that the city also can use it. They don't have to develop it from the scratch. They can use it and then see that how it can be adopted for the local situation there. And from the experience, again, as we said that we have also developed detailed training modules actually, which are the e-learning modules also. We have it more than 38 for each component. For example, if one wants to learn how to measure the wastewater in the drain actually, we have developed one module which is a video-based module which will help the towns to do that exercise. Likewise, around 38 e-learning modules of different components of the planning process, what I showed, these are available, and we are happy to share that, and it is already available in the website. And other than that, the physical training modules are also available on all these things. Yeah, these are the annexures for doing each of the exercise. We have an annexures the tools available, which either a digital tool or maybe a survey-based tool. So this can be used also. Yeah, similar to this, there are other 2 towns also we did. I'm not going to talk about it. It has been exhibited in the exhibition hall. You may please visit there, actually, where you can get all the information related to the other 2 towns. Out of the 9 towns, the 4 towns we have exhibited in the exhibition area. I was talking only about 1 town of Shunar. Yeah, thank you very much. And at the same time, whatever the methodology I have said, we have also developed a small booklet actually. All of you can use this, which will help you, which will guide you to prepare your used water management plan. We are happy to share with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. So, morning session may you see one model DPR, something like that, based on analysis from Chhattisgarh. This is another example, and as in the morning session JS mentioned, we will collect all these things on a knowledge platform so that each one of you can get all the information at a single point. With this, these training modules and other whatever they have prepared, that also will try to connect and see that you take maximum benefit of it. So, thank you, Rajesh ji. Now I request Praveen Kumar ji, Director from NMCG, Ministry of Jal Shakti, to present on IND planning and implementation approach. Please come and share your experience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we have the presentation, please? No, it's. Okay, I got little confused because my name is not Praveen Kumar Garg. I'm Dr. Praveen Kumar, that's why. Okay, thank you, Vijay sir. Thank you, Rajesh, for setting the tone. I think when we were discussing in the morning also, like the IND and STP systems, basically there are 2 different type of perspectives. One is like, okay, complete comprehensive sewerage network and STP systems, and second thing is like, okay, let's go with an IND sewer and treatment of STP capacity. I mean, every system have its own advantages and disadvantages, and now we have like live experience of say maybe when this Ganga Action Plan first phase 1 was started long back in 1985, when we're like our school, like my schooling was not started. So that system came up with the approach of IND and STP, if we still recall. Okay, later on we moved as we moved to NGRBA, National Ganga River Basin Authority, which was implementing the program. We moved to comprehensive sewer network and STP program. And then maybe after NGRBA, when this Namami Gange program was being planned, I think group of secretary at that time discussed, and they said like, okay, let's go for IND and STP system. Okay, so IND and STP system is particularly, maybe there are many people from, there is bigger representations from urban department, so it's not a like urban development or something like that. Okay, many a times we get the claim like, okay, whatever the investment we are making in IND and STP, probably the city is not getting benefited. This could be true to some extent. I don't agree with fully, because even if we discharge our untreated sewage, maybe the city itself is not affected, but downstream everyone is affected, because same water is a source of potable water, raw water, and of course it's the receiving environment. So when we talk about, like, especially in Namami Gange, our perspective is river perspective, okay? So we are looking entire infrastructure, entire investment from the river side. And I'll just, for the paucity of time, like, I'll just like to go through quickly, okay? So this is one slide, like, which tell about the Namami Gange program. So it's a integrated river rejuvenation mission. So all the infrastructures, all the investment or efforts which are being taken up under Namami Gange program are river centric. And there are four main pillars of that, like continuous flow, pollution abatement, geological and ecological entity river has to maintain. And then the fifth pillar was also added, like Earth Ganga, which was in December 2019. Honorable Prime Minister during second National Ganga Council meeting said, like, okay, okay, everybody knows, like, people are or cities are getting benefited from the river, okay, but what about the people who are living on the bank of the river? Okay, if they associate themselves with the river, probably will require less attention towards the river. And there is a live example, I mean, most of us like quote the example of Danube River or Rhine or the cities or the restaurants, beautiful restaurants along the river Danube. But just think of okay, simple example, like now we are sitting in Lucknow and Kumbh is coming up. So what the value Prayagraj will have without a river? Okay, and simply like we see Haridwar and Rishikesh, like the entire economy of the town is dependent upon the presence of the river in that particular stretch. So how we can quantify that? How can we associate the peoples living on the bank with the river? So a new component was added, that's called Earth Ganga. As of now, we have roughly around 484 total projects, sanctioned cost of around 40,000 crores. So this is program breakup. And then we said, like, whatever the infrastructure we are creating, okay, the STPs we are creating, we should have a live monitoring of that STPs, okay. So as of now, we have 321 STPs which we are monitoring, and out of that 171 are being monitored by OCMS. I like to take okay, the rest of the STPs we have already tendered out for the OCMS in 2 phases. Probably by March we are targeting, like, all the STPs of the Ganga Basin are monitored by OCMS, and you can come and see the centralized data at one particular platform. In NMCG, the data of all the basin states, and state level also, probably in the office of the program director, you can go and see, like, all the STPs of the one particular state. Now we are adding one additional para to that, okay. My colleague sitting on the dais probably understand BOD, COD, but for a layman, okay, how to differentiate, like, whether 5 BOD water is good or 50 COD water is good. So for that, now we are adding another component, sir, which is like okay, real-time feedback of the physical quality through CCTV. So whenever I'll be going to say, okay, the BOD is 10, you can see how 10 BOD water looks like. So that will like adding a so for it will be very easy for every person to understand, like, how STP is operating, and that will also decide in probably setting up standards, the public acceptability of the standards, okay. For a scientific person, okay, we may justify, like, 100 TSS is fine, but for a layman, 100 TSS water looks turbid, okay. For his, we can say, okay, there is no BOD in this water, but for him, the water is still dirty. So I think that mindset has also been, we are trying to address. Coming to, what are the benefits Okay, I'm saying, like in the beginning I said, every system has its own merits and demerits, but there are certain advantages, and that's why I think when the group of secretaries decided, were drafting the framework of Namami Gange, they chose IND and STPs. The first is, like, as I said, quick relief, because you require minimum interventions. You have to just tap the drains. Cost effective, probably I think Rajesh was trying to share the data, like how much it will be the expenditure required if we go for sewerage network. The third is asset utilizations. If we see, I mean, it's not like that in Namami Gange we are not doing sewer network projects. We are doing, like probably we have, I think 30, 40 odd projects which are with sewer network, and this is our experience, okay? The asset utilization is probably 20 to 30%. And even after 4 or 5 years of the STP construction, the asset utilization doesn't improve because of the house service connections and other issues. This is the totally reverse in IND. Probably in day one, you will get 70% of the asset utilization. Site-specific challenges, of course, like whenever you have to lay the sewer lines, probably in urbanized area, what type of challenges do we face? Okay, and there are certain historical old towns, probably we don't need sewer network for those towns, because if we see the boundary, the road probably is hardly 2 meter, 2.5 meter, and we have like such experience of in some of the towns of UP and in some old towns of West Bengal also, which were like Dutch colonies and other at that time. So we do not have a space to lay the network in that areas. Okay, the other thing is prevention of solid waste, because I'm not saying like entire city is solid waste, but whatever floatables and other things which are going through the drains to the river, probably will have a better IND system, so we'll have proper screening and other mechanism. And regulate, para 6 is like regulatory compliances and public perception, okay? If a drain is outfalling into the river, okay, probably either if there is no TSS, probably there is no issue. But if it has certain TSS content, it has a mild black color, even if it doesn't have BOD, public acceptance will not be there. They'll keep on saying, okay, this nala is still going, whatever are you saying? And same is with regulatory compliances, because nowadays I think with the awareness and other issues, this is again becoming a challenge. And most of us are daily getting orders from honorable NGTs and other courts, like, okay, ye nala abhi bhi ja raha hai, what are you doing about this nala? And para number 7, it is a IND system is a part of holistic approach. It's not a holistic approach. I agree with you. It requires synergy. Like in UP we have like the state has done very well. Like, okay, they are taking STPs under Namami Gange scheme, IND sewers under Namami Gange schemes, pumping stations. Of course, pumping stations location will be at the lowest point, and later on they are like through Amrit and through other programs they are laying sewer network. So slowly they are converting like IND sewer with the sewer network. So it is a part of a holistic approach. This is one case study I thought I'll present, but this is like Haridwar, wherein there were 22 odd drains which were outfalling into the river Ganga, and within 18 months, all 22 INDs were tapped. Okay, STP capacity was created, and there was not a single drain outfalling into the river Ganga. So one problem is solved. Now under the other funding and KFW, they are probably going for the sewer networks and other things. These are as I said, like many of the projects have completed, and so we said like, okay, we are also in 8th year of the program, so what these are the outcomes. We tried to compare the water quality with respect to one particular parameter, BOD, and how it has improved from in all 5 states. This is a brief of that. Now this is same outcome explained, like, okay, compared to 2018, the water quality has improved in all the states. So this is like fixing with one particular parameter is showing how your investments are yielding. This is again an interpretation of the data. I know I'm running out of the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen. Very nicely you have explained why IND was taken and its success also. In most of the part of this journey of NMCG and even NGRCB, we have been somewhere associated and in all discussions also. And urban development ka view has always been that, okay, it should be holistic, sewer network, STP and all other. But at that time when this group of secretary meeting was taken, they were concerned ki, okay, network, how quickly you can do. You will take time, but river we have to save from pollution. So it is synergy, whatever they are doing with Amrit and other we can do and still we can achieve. And as they mentioned, in important cities they are also laying sewer, and rest may we are taking through Amrit, and even SBM and other will be taking up through Finance Commission. So thank you, Praveenji, thank you for enlightening people. Now I will come to third one, this presentation on standards that has been really creating confusion in deciding that technology and framing DPR and consequent to land and other issues has been there, so that some of the city I find that they have not been able to move forward because of confusion, and somewhere cost has also been going up because technology selection and other. So I will be presenting on this treated standard, effluent standards. That will make clear to some extent that how we should go about. Next, please. So in this we will be taking that what are the requirements of used water treatment standards, and what is going on around the world standards may, and what are cost implications. Those 3-4 points will be taking up so that it is clear. These are some of the gaps remaining. Almost half of the capacity is yet to be created, and that is coming under SBN and Amrut. But the requirement and something is coming from NMCG also, whatever is left. But to what extent and what technology we should use to treat it, and to what extent, because the higher we treat this, higher the in technology, the cost of treatment will go up. As I mentioned, in case of Mumbai, when it was BOD 20, it was costing 10,000 for 1,000 liter, 10,000 crore. When it raised to less than 10 or less, it was 18,000 crore. 8,000 crore immediately jumped between 20 and 10 BOD. So it has cost implication, that is important. That's why we have to consciously take which we can sustain. And keeping this requirement, in spite of their direction, Honorable NGT has been very concentrate, and they have directed Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Jal Shakti, and also Environment Forest to look into applicability of standard for urban and rural perspective. And I would like to mention, Mr. Praveen knows, and that such initiative already in the ministry, one meeting held last year in November under chairmanship of secretary. And also additional secretary hold one meeting last month on 25th October on this, and our ministries are deliberating that how to evolve a graded approach that will be suiting villages also, small towns also, big towns also, polluted stretches also. So this discharge standard. And another thing is, when we are telling that we have to go towards circularity, what should be ecosystem, so that whatever we treat, to what extent it will be used to different type of crops, horticulture purposes, and even road application, discharge application, all is different. Everything we treating to very high standard and then using, that is sometimes counterproductive rather than helping. So those aspects we have to see, and keeping this in view, only we examine that what is going around the world. Those things also I will be presenting. But before that, I would like to bring that In 1986, this was the standard that most of you are aware. But after that, the norms that was notified by MOEFCC in 2017, it was telling 20 BOD for metro cities and capital city and 30 for others. But unfortunately, some people went to court and they told that entire environment is, let us say, degrading. So based on that and some other discussion, this 10 BOD and other thing came from NGT. And there was also requirement that MOEFCC should notify within a month, but that was not notified. And again, central ministry went to Honorable Supreme Court through a civil appeal. So this is also one thing where it is going on, because these things often in every case not applicable and practical in the field. That is concerned. Otherwise, everybody want to go to very high standard. But what is its need and why it is why we should do to that extent in each and every case? Let us say in case of all coastal area, Mumbai and other, lot of dilution is there because of sea. In that case, if we are treating to 10 BOD, it will be simply wastage of resources. Similarly, whatever we are putting in agricultural use and irrigation, there if we are treating again, it is counterproductive, because all those micronutrients and other things we are taking out, and we are wasting energy and other thing in treatment. So this aspect has to be kept in mind. Morning may I shown that even in case of NGT also this sort of standards are there. So this confusion I wanted to discuss and clear, so that while framing DPR for a smaller town, there should not be any more confusion. If you see different states, how they are following, these states differently. In the morning also I shown different, somebody is having 30, somebody is having 10, and somebody is having 20. This sort of, I will say, standards are accepted by their state pollution control board. If really BOD 10 and other, whatever NGT has directed has to be there, it is 6 years, 7 years, these all should have been done to less 10 BOD, but that is not there. So iska matlab ki ekdam totally 100 or 10 BOD pe everything designing, that is not fair. Similarly, if you see in case of China and EU ke case mein European Union, they are temperate climate. We are in subtropical. In our case, all these biodegradable material degrade very fast. Lekin in case of Europe and colder region, it takes long time to degrade that. They are using BOD 25, but in our case it is 10. Even in case of China, only around Beijing in some areas and some core urban area, it is 10, where it is critical stages, some sort of things. Otherwise, most of the area type T, BOD 20, and secondary BOD 30. Even in spite of that, for villages, another set of these standards are there for all their states. So if our just like our Indian size of population, if China is doing like that and huge population, we have to provide facilities like that. In that case, if you don't judiciously utilize treatment technology and treat to a level, it will result in wastage of technology, wastage of power, and also whatever sometimes nutrients we are importing, urea and other. On one hand, we are importing and giving huge subsidy. On another hand, we are removing those nutrients and throwing in sludge and other things. So these sort of things we have to economize. It is only application of mind, and through a proper ecosystem, it will result in huge saving of fund, and jo challenges we are facing at this moment, that all will be, let us say, resolved to great extent. This is another thing I would like to mention, that if we are removing BOD from 30 to 20, only 4% reduction is there, but 50% our sewage is going untreated. Their BOD is 200, 250. So if at all we are very serious, and anybody is very serious, let us at least provide primary and secondary treatment to all first, and then go for secondary and tertiary. But what is happening, in name of these higher standards where STPs are there, funds are being quickly utilized to upgrade that without giving much benefit, and other places pay it is going untreated. So that aspect should not be there. We have to properly see that untreated sewage is also treated, where gap is more than 50%, and in many cases even higher end technology capacity utilization is also less. So those aspects we have to collectively address and raise also whatever forum required, so that a solution, if not today, 1 year, 2 years, this solution should come. Similarly, if you see cost variation also, if we see huge variation is there here in case of Campex technology wise, that is also costing a lot based on technology selection. And if you go for tertiary treatment, the cost is per MLD is very, very high, and O&M is also very high. So this is policy also another important thing. Most of these states 13, 12, they are telling that we will be utilizing 60%, 70%, 80% of treated sewage, but the given standard, if it is not conducive to irrigation, not conducive to water discharge, or let us for pond rejuvenation or in seed disposal, then how they will be able to utilize it? It is not possible to utilize all without this proper ecosystem, and whether for agriculture, domestic, or firefighting, or groundwater recharge, these things should be collectively developed and then decided. That will help a lot to this sector and also country. Reuse standard I will be taking from some countries. If you see in Jordan, they require a lot of these things for cooked vegetable parks and playground. BOD they are taking 30, and for fruit tree and other it is 200. Field crops it is taking 300. In case of Palestine also similar differential based on use standards are there. In case of China also vegetable, cereals and other it is less than 40. Cereals cultivated dry farmland 60, and here in case of fiber crop it is 100. But in our case everything is less than 10. So that is one area of concern. Here sometime I would like to highlight, in case of Israel some people counter, in case of Israel it is 10, why not go for a stringent one, and why you are suggesting like that. Here, their problem is not the standard, their problem is drip irrigation. If BOD is high, TSS is high, it get clogged because that is at very low pressure. I discussed with them a lot. They were also having 20, 30 initially when the sprinkler system was there under pressure. But when it comes to drip irrigation, they have to revise because they want to utilize water resources to very judiciously and efficiently. That was the reason. So these are the, these are 1-2 more examples. So Egypt, they have given in great detail what are the different grades and in different cases how to do application. And the suggested quality what we are telling, in case of marine, let us say normal case में more than 10 lakh city, BOD can be 30, and then cities with less than 30, and in case of 1 to 10 lakh, less than 50, it is for marine. Even additional secretary mentioned don't differentiate, let it be 100 when it is going to put in marine after primary treatment. So these sort of things we can utilize and huge fund can be saved, O&M can be saved. So this is one thing that as I mentioned, whatever NGT suggested, based on that lot of difference you are seeing, and the actual thing which I discussed with the CPCB and MOEFCC, they are telling that whatever these norms were notified in 2017 by MOEFCC, it was issued by Honorable NGT. After that, they directed to Ministry of Environment Forest to notify fresh. They didn't notify it. So eventually the standard in force is 1986 one, that is BOD 30. And same thing in NMCG directive that has come in January, there also it is telling that discharge standards should be as per Act. They have not told NGT. So these all area is telling that especially for a smaller city, no confusion, go for this 30 BOD wherever required unless some specific use is there. And parallel we are making effort. If anything come, collectively we will try to resolve, but because there is lack of confusion, we should not be doldrum and delay all such type of project. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Asfaq Jafri and Sri Subhani to present an advisory on this statement. Please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to present the outcome of a study carried out by NCPE, Hyderabad, in connection with technology selection for small and medium towns. I am thankful to the CPHEO for giving us this opportunity to work on the advisory and for giving us this opportunity to present the outcome. Today, more than ever, Today, more than ever, this topic has become important. What technology has to be selected for STP? Since yesterday, or more specifically today, several speakers have stressed on this aspect about the technology selection. I'm going to present a study that has been conducted by us. Perhaps for the first time, the SBM2, Urban 2, and the Amrut schemes have synergized as far as wastewater sector is concerned. While 500 Amrut towns can go in for wastewater treatment under Amrut 2, all the remaining ULBs, class 2 to class 6, find funding for STPs and wastewater, unused water management under SBM2. This means we are looking at about 4,500 and above ULBs under SBM2, which have the opportunity of treating their wastewater, which was not there so far. The selection of a technology has always been a very, very important topic of important discussion amongst the wastewater technology sector professionals. Today, we are going to see it, the STP size as per the specifications given by SBM. We are going to design it for 70% of the current population, and then we'll expand it later. That's the current guideline. Now, the present study deals with the objective, as I have listed there, about the nature-based technology versus mechanized technology. In order to choose between these two, we have conducted a life cycle cost analysis to design and undertake estimation of CAPEX and OPEX cost, that is the capital cost and the operation and maintenance cost. We also considered the land cost, because each technology requires different land areas. Combining all these things into a technical economic analysis, we have arrived at a conclusion recommending the type of suitable technology for different land costs, as well as volumes, STP, MLDs. The chosen technologies you can see over there, about 10 technologies have been chosen. About 4 of them are nature-based technologies and their combinations, and another 4 are mechanized technologies. Now, the characteristics for which the design has been done are listed over there. The input consists of latitude, elevation, which is very important as far as nature-based solutions are concerned, that is waste stabilization ponds, facultative ponds. The whole design is based upon the latitude and the altitude. And then the temperature, all the processes are important. Temperature is important in all the processes. And then the peak factor and the influent BOD and COD, a lot of discussion has taken place so far. The effluent BOD we have chosen as 30, but the influent BOD has been kept as 250. What we felt is when we are designing for grey water, for example, the BOD is only 150, no doubt, but when you go for co-treatment, that adds another 50 or odd BOD to that. So that comes to about 200 to 225. In that view, with that view, we have taken 250. And then the effluent standards are, as discussed by Chaudhary just now, we have taken 30 as the BOD and 250 as the COD and so on. These we are not varied. The design components are, we are having common components like wet well, coarse screen, medium screen, grid chamber, secondary settling tank, chlorination tank, and primary settling tank is required only in biotower. Then design bioreactors is done based upon the CPHEO manual, that's the first preference, or the advisories released by CPHEO. If these two do not cover the technology, then we are going for Metcalfe and Eddy, a standard textbook or more or less a Bible for wastewater treatment processes. Now the wet well design, as you can see, we are done for 1 MLD, 2 MLD, and 5 MLD. The diameters, the depth is taken as 6.5 meters head, and the pump size we obtained is 2 kilowatts, 4 kilowatts, and 10 kilowatts for 1, 2, and 5 MLD. Then we designed the coarse screen, fine screen, and the grid chamber. The various dimensions are also there. Then I'm showing you a waste stabilization pond, which consists of a wet well with pump, coarse screen and fine screen chambers, grid chamber. Then anaerobic pond, facultative pond, which requires only desludging. There is no aeration required. This is a nature-based process. And then you have the chlorination unit. The references are again the CPHEO manual as well as the IS 5611. This is the basic design, 250 mg per liter BOD in, 2 days HRT for anaerobic pond, BOD out is 127.5. This goes into the facultative pond, 2 primary facultative ponds and 1 secondary facultative pond. If you want, you can also add a maturation pond after that, in which fisheries can be undertaken. This is the size of the various units. This way we are designed. One thing that I would like to point out here is all our designs is based, the area estimates are based upon the actual layouts. We have not taken just the size of the tank, but we have placed all the tanks, we have prepared a layout, and the whole area of the layout has been considered here. So different technologies we have taken. You can see the layouts over there. And this is for the biotower. And then we have the primary clarifier, secondary clarifier, and then chlorination tank and so on. All these designs have been done. Then comes to the cost estimates and basis of costing. The capex we have taken, the cost of the structures, and then electromechanical equipment, including transformer and generator, and the land cost. In OPEX, we have taken establishment, which is nothing but the manpower as per the CPHEO recommendation, and then energy cost, consumables like chlorine and maybe polymers, etc., and then fuel. Then laboratory fuel is for the generator, laboratory cost, analysis cost, then repairs, renewals, etc. The basis of costing is layout of the plant, detailed designs, specifications, latest DSR, market rates when they are not available, and so on. Now for these 10 technologies or combinations, 3 STP capacities, that's 1 MLD, 2 MLD, 5 MLD, and 5 land costs. 0, that means government land is available, you don't pay anything for the land, or 25 lakhs per acre, 50 lakhs per acre, 75 and 100 lakhs per acre. These are the 5 land costs that we have considered. And then we are taken for the life cycle cost analysis, 15-year period. Then energy cost is 8 rupees per kilowatt hour, and 10% per annum is the interest rate, and escalation is also taken as 10%. Then this is the outcome that you see over here. This table, as you can see over here, this makes a very significant discovery that we found. Waste stabilization pond consisting of anaerobic pond and facultative pond is having the cheapest life cycle cost, or the least life cycle cost, for a capacity of up to 5 MLD and land cost of 25 lakhs per acre. Till that, this emerges as the cheapest life cycle cost technology. Thereafter, for 1 and 2 MLD, beyond 50 lakhs, biotower has emerged as the least life cycle cost. And then for 5 MLD, we are having SBR and other technologies. So for small towns in SBM2, as many speakers have already said, we prefer waste stabilization pond, if area is available. Then we prepared a nomogram. The earlier table was for discrete data 1 to 5 MLD. This nomogram can be used for 1.5 MLD or 2.2 MLD and so on, because it's a continuous graph. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jaffrey. This analysis is very, very important in the sense that they have come out that if we are going to purchase a land, then how economics will change. Even if you are purchasing, then still we are finding that we can safely have those nature-based technology which are less mechanized for a smaller town. Isme another important thing is there that together, NCP together with CPHO has developed all these design in Excel sheet. So as Madam mentioned in the morning, the moment we are going to put on knowledge center, all those things we will put so that each and everybody who is interested, by putting only few parameters, they will be able to find out which is economical in their given land cost, in given their area, and which way to go in technology selection. So it is going to empower all urban local bodies and engineers in a कह सकते हैं कि very substantive way. Thanks to NCP and thanks to Professor Jaffrey. Now I request Professor Dr. Bhalla to hello. Dr. Bhalla, please come and explain on the multi-story building, multi-story STP feasibility. See, on one hand, because CPHO is technical body, our job is to provide solution for all sort of problems. One way we are advocating this nature-based and other for smaller ULB, but where there is no land at all available, even we are suggesting you go for multi-story also, where land is not there. So this advisory is attempted that where land is not there, how in very minimum land we can make even underground, semi-underground or overground. So Mr. Bhalla is with CPHO. He will be explaining quickly on feasibility of multi-story in different towns. Thank you.
Respected seniors and my dear friends, I'm going to discuss a very innovative, resource conservative and sustainable approach, that is a multi-story sewage treatment plant. Multi-story sewage treatment plant, that is a need of our, that is our circumstantial requirement. In what sense? Due to rapid unplanned urbanization, then comes high population density, then limited land resources, specifically in the metropolitan regions. So we don't have the land for the development of the new STPs and for the retrofitting of the expansion of the existing STPs. So we just have to look into it, the new innovative technologies. We can't dead end the situation. We have to go for new technologies. So this is a new approach, a multi-story sewage treatment plant. We can save our land resources, just like cost saving, lot of cost saving is there. Then comes if we go for, there is a two criteria for multi-story. We can go for below the ground and above the ground. If we go below the ground, the upper region, we can use that region to make ecological parks, biodiversity parks. So that is definitely a new approach. This is the landscaping view of a typical conventional STP. And upper region, there is a biodiversity park over the multi-story underground sewage treatment plant. Then comes the objective of the feasibility report. In there is in our mind there is a doubt regarding the multi-story. There is a myth that whether this process will be feasible, whether we will get desired results. It will be expensive. It will be too expensive in related to conventional technologies. So we have to, this report, we have released a report on regarding the feasibility of this multi-story STPs, particularly on these, to answer these questions. So these, what is going on? So objectives to provide the guidance on the feasibility of multi-story STPs. Then comes the, okay. Right. Then comes second is the land area and the cost comparison. Another is the operational performance, whether we are getting the results as per the norms. These are the objectives of the study. This is not a new technology. Already this is an established technology. Number of countries, they have adopted this technology. We have, in India, we have a very few plants of multi-story. one in Rishikesh, another is in Pune cantonment, then at Delhi, and coming up, that is a mega project that is in Dharawai, Maharashtra, Bombay. Sir. Yeah. That's okay. So I have just covered a few case studies, scientific case studies. Firstly, that's the older one. That is based on at Osaka, Japan. That study was conducted in 1991. The technology they have used that is ASP, activated sludge process. In that, what they have just proved it out. If they go for conventional single-story STP, the area covered that is 164 square meter, and in case they go for multi-story, one tank over the other, the area get reduced, that is up to 76 meters. So what they have saved, that is the saving of about 46%. Another, this is regarding the land occupancy, then covers the cost comparison. In multi-story STPs, that is lower in what I just proved it, they have proved it out. Main structure in multi-story STPs, main structure cost less, while in single conventional story, the main structure cost more. But for multi-story, they need additional support. They need the retaining walls and earthwork. So that the thing is the two things got equalized. So construction cost is almost equal. So this study proves this. Accordingly, afterwards, I just think it out. I just search out. I search out a treatment plant, STP plant at Maharashtra, Pune, at Pune Cantonment Board. That its capacity is 20 MLD, and to compare it, I just search out a conventional sewage treatment plant based on the same technology, that is SVR, and its capacity is almost same. And I compare the area-wise and the cost comparison. Cost-wise, it's comparatively is marginal difference, and the area-wise, it is almost doubled. So this I just prove it out. Next. Operational performance of multi-stories. From these studies, I got some results. So the results what we are getting, they have got that are under permissible limits. One of this is Osaka, Japan. Another one is a multi-story at Rishikesh, Uttarakhand. So conclusion that ultimately we have to move for a new technology. So that is feasible already. The other countries, they have adopted. So we just have to go for multi-story. We are just facing a dead end, particularly at the metropolitan regions where there are land scarcity is there. Yeah, thank you.
थैंक यू भल्ला जी. इसमें एक मैसेज एक क्लियर है कि द मोमेंट वी गो लेट अस से सिंगल स्टोरी टू डबल स्टोरी ट्रिपल, area reduces and overall cost remaining same. So it effectively saves land. This thing can be taken especially for larger town where technology is high end and footprint is less. It will not be feasible for all those nature based and other technology. So after this, the last one presenter is Sri Sanjay. He will be presenting about greenhouse solar dryer, just the problem we are facing in case of sludge and also even in coming days with compost is that moisture content is high and pathogens are also high, that makes it unfit for use. So he will tell that use of solar dryer, this greenhouse solar dryer, how we can raise temperature to a level so that pathogens get inactivated and that become useful for use and acceptable, more acceptable to users. So please, Mr. Sanjay.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar and good afternoon, everyone. MoHUA is going to release soon advisory on promoting of take of treated sewage sludge And this can be achieved through the eradication of pathogens and removal of a moisture content of sewage sludge using the solar greenhouse dryer. So first of all, we should know what are the issues with the sewage treatment, sewage sludge. The biggest issue is that is the high cost of handling and transportation because of the high moisture content. It has health hazard because of the pathogen content, and the conventional sludge drying beds taking longer duration of drying time and less acceptability due to the odor, moisture content and pathogen. So all these issues has been addressed in this advisory to so this is the basic objective of this advisory. So the basic principle of a greenhouse dryer is very simple. That is the evaporation of water from the sewage sludge, and that has been determined using the solar radiation, humidity and temperature. This can be achieved by enhancing due to the increase of area of heat capture, that rate of evaporation can be increased, and also to exhaust the saturated air using the turbo ventilators and vents. The humidity and temperature inside solar greenhouse dryer is monitored and controlled on a real-time basis through the sensor, and the removing humidity and hot air out of the solar greenhouse dryer through the ventilation and exhaust fans. So to achieve this, it is very important to design the solar greenhouse dryer effectively and efficiently. The orientation is also very important. That has to be kept in an east to west direction to absorbing the maximum sunlight. Parabolic shape is also enhancing the transmission of a solar radiation and reduce the wind load. The multi-layer polycarbonate sheets with a UV coated on the both sides also enhance the efficiency of solar radiations and also capture the heat inside for a longer duration. The height of the solar greenhouse dryer shall be kept up to 2.4 to 3 meter at the center point to get the maximum solar radiation and maximum efficiency. And all the greenhouse dryer shall be sealed properly to reduce the thermal losses. And solar PV module is to be installed to operate and to exhaust the fans to determine to operate during the daytime. So we have calculated the tentative area required for the 10 TPD plant. So the sludge height has been assumed as a 30 centimeter, and the temperature has been assumed at considered the 45 degrees centigrade inside the greenhouse dryer. So it is required. Yeah, for the one thing is also important, that is the eradication of pathogen and moisture content is depend upon the two factors. One is the temperature and another one is the duration, and these both factors are inversely proportional to each other. If the temperature is rises, then the drying time will be reduced and vice versa. So if the inside temperature is about the 70 degrees centigrade, then it will take only 20 minutes to eradicate the pathogens. And if the temperature inside the greenhouse dryer is above 40 degrees centigrade, then it will take 1 week to eradicate the pathogens. As per the US EPA norms, if the temperature is 70 degrees centigrade, then it will require 30 minutes to eradicate the pathogens from the sewage sludge. Then we have calculated the tentative area required for the 10 TPD plant, and we consider the 30 centimeter sludge height inside the drying greenhouse dryer and 45 degree temperature inside it. So it will take us 7 days to take the dry, and that's why you consider 7 plus 1 beds, total 8 beds, and the approximate area required for the 434 square meter, and the approximate cost is to be 52 lakhs. Then operation and maintenance is also very important to get the maximum efficiency of solar greenhouse dryer. So again, the height of the sludge dryer inside the solar greenhouse shall not be exceed 30 centimeter, and the sludge turning shall be done inside the solar greenhouse at least once in 1 to 2 days. And the carrying out this turning and scraping etc. during the early morning or late evening, and also while cleaning the parabolic or polycarbonate sheets at least 2 to 3 times in a month with a water and soft cloth. It never rub when it is dry. So finally, the dried biosolids can be utilized as a soil supplements or soil enhancer because it has a high nutrients and increase the voids ratio in the soil. So it can be, we can get the quality of that dried biosolid as per the EPA specification of class A. So it can be utilized for the gardening purpose and in the agriculture purpose as well. So this advisory is already ready to share with UTs and states to get the suggestions and comments from them to further enhance this advisory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. The idea of this advisory came because we come across one CSC study where most of the compost plants and even this fecal, especially sludge, they were not being taken or preferred by people because moisture content was very high, 40%, 50%, and pathogens were also there. So in spite of all treatment, rather than using in field, it was being dumped, and all efforts on treatment was not fetching any fruitful thing. So through this process, one thing we have tried to, you are all aware, in case of compost, if 3 to 4 weeks we keep temperature ranges between 45 to 55, and that inactivates all pathogens. Here we have studied that this temperature somehow artificially is raised 65 degrees, 70 degrees. The time of, let us say, this inactivation of pathogen reduced to 1 hour, 2 hours. So it expedited all the process. We are going to release it for comment from the state, and after their valuable suggestions we will improve, and then we will further provide to states for use. So this was our presentations. Now, ma'am, we will take 2-3 questions and then your guidance. Thank you. So we will take 3 questions, maybe 2 to 3 questions. Anybody can raise question, whoever want. Yes, please.
My question is to Mr. Raut. Since you have advocated for the greenhouse dryer, we have already sludge thickener at our plant. We are running SBR technology-based sewage plant at Chandigarh, and we have a sludge thickener machine over there. And so the content, moisture content in the sludge is already considerably lesser as compared to other plants. And then we have a gasification plant also where we induce or we produce the gas out of the remnant sludge over there. So still, will you advocate the use of your technology in such plants?
Yes, because sure, because what happened when we de-sludge or de-water the sludge, the pathogen content cannot be removed, because it requires certain temperature and time to eradicate the pathogens, and that is the important thing to reutilize in anything as an agricultural purpose or any garden. So that will be always, and this solar dryer system is always economical than other methods. So that we can suggest to use the solar drying method. Thank you.
This effort we have taken to, let us say, standardize quality of treated sludge when it goes for, when it is ready for use. So moisture and this pathogen, we will be giving a certain level of surety that moisture will not be beyond this level and there will not be pathogen. It is safe for use. So in spite of that dewatering you are doing and even that biogas you are making, after that also it is advisable that when it is dried further, even sun dry or somewhere else, pass through this dryer so that quality will become uniform. It will just like a process for standardization, I will say like that. This is there. Yes, but pathogen is another thing. I mentioned two things, moisture content and pathogen. No. See that.
आपके पास वो एक ऑप्शन है, अगर 30 डेज के बेड का आपका स्प्रेड है, इतना स्पेस है, तो आप करिए, वो भी करिए, वो भी एक ऑप्शन हो सकता है। ये सब क्विकली करने का एक तरीका बताया था, जहाँ पे समटाइम्स व्हाट हैपेंस कि आपका वेट सीजन है, कोल्ड सीजन है, ये सब नहीं हो सकता, तो ये सब जगह पे एक अच्छा ऑप्शन दिया गया।
Again, as I said, we cannot pick up any of these things out of context. Yesterday also, you had asked a question about biogas plants and community toilets in Chandigarh, right? I think you or your colleague, somebody had asked. It is very common sense when we listen to this, कि while this is a feasibility that is being shown, we are not asking you to put it anywhere and everywhere. If you have a fair enough land with a good sludge drying bed, we are certainly not prescribing कि जाके इसको लगाइए. But there are places जहाँ पे humidity high है, drying नहीं हो पाता है, cold climatic conditions है, even organic compost में we also get these things. So this is a possibility to be used where such kind of local conditions arise. Low cost, viable, eco-friendly, but again and again I keep emphasizing whenever I speak to all of you, local conditions को ध्यान में रखें और अपना technology चुनें.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other question? Otherwise, we will request, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, no questions. 30 seconds, all of you, if you could just augment a few things for our audience. Rajesh ji, thoda sa fir se 30-40 seconds mein aap wrap up kijiye. There are, let's say, about 20% of the small cities who are going for standalone FSTPs. For these cities, what are the do's and don'ts that they have to keep in mind? That's the question for you. Praveen ji, the question for you is, you have the longest standing experience of implementing IND with STP in the Ganga basin. Now there are many colleagues here who are from the non-Ganga basin. So for them to implement, what is the kind of things, let's say 4-5 things that they have to keep in mind? Drain tapping कैसे करेंगे, correctness कैसे करेंगे, planning का क्या time होगा, implementation के लिए कितना time रखेंगे? Just give them 4-5 points very quickly. Dr. Ashfaq, for you, what I would request you to supplement is, you did mention at the end of your study that you saw the waste stabilization pond and the bio tower. Just kindly reiterate for the audience, if they don't have a land, you showed the cost efficacy of waste stabilization pond. That's what your study established. Praveen also kind of indicated as a cost comparison and it in his study. But if they don't have a land, then bio tower land requirement kya hai, kya nahi, thoda sa us pe please just respond very quickly. Bhalla Saab, I want you to quickly give again in 30-40 seconds. You actually elaborated a little more of the cases which were outside India. However, your first slide did indicate those 10-12 places, including Rishikesh and all, in India where they have gone for multi-storied STPs. So multi-story STP ka feasibility aapne dikha diya, but are you ready? Do you have those 10-12 cases of India where they have done it to be readily shared with them? If so, that link should be shared immediately. So for the 4 of you, your 30-40 seconders start now. Start off with Rajesh ji.
Yes, madam. I think it is a very pertinent question. I would say there are two things which one needs to consider, especially if you design the fecal sludge treatment facility for a smaller town, especially with the 10 to 20,000 population or still lesser. So one is a quantification. Most of the time, I think the quantification is done on 3 different methods actually, and we tend to design it very large. So, and also the method what we use it for the design, which makes it still bigger, because we wanted to keep the safety factor and all those things actually. This not only increases the cost, but also the operational maintenance also, the requirement of it. So my suggestion would be, we need to be very sensible while quantification of a fecal sludge, looking at the present practice. Because in one of the 14-town study, what I was mentioning is some of the septic tanks or pits were not emptied for 10 to 15 years actually. So the biggest challenge as on date, what I see is whenever you do a fecal sludge treatment facility, just I want to take one example of Devanahalli in Karnataka, which was designed in 2015 for 5 KLD of capacity. I think in the last, it is almost now 7 to 8 years. Now it is reaching to that level of capacity actually. So that's the reason it is very crucial that the quantification needs to be done properly. The second thing is a selection of technology. I think most of the time what we do is, again, as sir said, that we try to go for a higher level technology to meet the higher required standards and all. I think we don't require that at this point of time, because the end product can also be like a soil conditioner, and there are different way how it can be also disinfected. One of the method, as mentioned by one of my co-panelists here actually. So nature-based system is more than enough at this point of time. A simple sludge drying bed with the little bit we need to take a care for the monsoon season and all, wherever there is a high rain actually. If not, a simple drying beds are more than enough at this point of time, basically to dry it, and whatever liquid comes, that also can be treated with the simple liquid treatment facility like an anaerobic baffle reactor or a planted gravel filter, something like that. So these are the two things what I would see which is very important as a designer or at a city. Whenever you design, you need to take it into consideration.
Thank you. Pravinji.
Thank you, ma'am. The crux is time. Okay. I mean, when I mentioned like we have like 40 odd projects with comprehensive sewer network, probably I'll not like to name them from this platform, but those projects probably started maybe 5-6 years back, and we are still struggling to commission the STP and commission the entire sewer network. Probably in these 5-6 years, the city limit has also grown up. And even if we say like it is outside the municipal limit or something like that, the pollution will come from that area also. So for an IND scheme, like the advantage is time. So ideal time we consider around 15 months. So there are like STP constructions 15 to 18 months, and equivalent time is for laying of IND, because you do not have to lay lines like very, very long networks. The second thing is like we have to think a mix of centralized versus and decentralized. I think Rajesh presented a study wherein okay, there was one centralized solutions, maybe particularly for 4, 5, 6 drains, but it depends upon the topography also. We have live examples wherein we had like initially thought of going for a centralized system, but during execution it came to know like if we go for decentralized for these 2 particular drains, probably we don't require the permissions from local bodies and other things, because I was supposed to lay line of say 3 kilometers for 2 INDs, and now we moved to decentralized STP of say few hundred KLDs. And nowadays good solutions are available. It's not like that we have to, I mean, nature-based solution perfect if we have land and other things, but if there are space constraints, then up to certain KLD, say 500 KLD, very good model package solutions are available. You can just come plug and play type. Third point, whenever we go for any of the system, probably I think that has already been covered, but co-treatment, okay, irrespective of the town categorizations, there will be certain areas which will be always relying on the septic tank. So what we have adapted, this was also a learning, like it was not earlier with our projects. Later on we made it as mandatory part of, as co-treatment as mandatory part of the STP, which is not resulting into any particular cost. We had like few of the multi-story STPs. I think one example he quoted, another is coming up in Lucknow itself, that is also a multi-story STP, as work has just started, and also on the solar drying components also. So one advice is that if we integrate these things together in the project, depending upon the requirement. I'm not saying like it should be done for all the STPs, but do it in the beginning. Like we have live example wherein we are making co-treatment as part of the STP. It is not resulting into additional cost. But if you are adding it later on stage, it will impact, like it have certain high costs. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ashfaq.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, the presentation that I made was for the design of waste stabilization pond for a city in central India with an altitude of about 300 meters and average mean low temperature of December as 14.5 degrees centigrade. For that, I obtained an area of about 2.5 acres for 1 MLD plant. In contrast to this, a biotower plant requires about 0.43 to 0.45 acres of land, which is very much comparable to the land requirement of the MBBR or SBR or even USBR, etc. So in that way, this is going to be much less than that. But compared to these mechanized technologies, the biotower does not require aeration. The aeration over there, it's not an anaerobic process, it's an aerobic process. But as the water falls from the top to the bottom through a series of plastic mesh, then the bacteria which develops on that mesh, on an increased surface area, that treats the wastewater as it falls down. And air automatically gets sucked. One more minute, madam, but when we try to design the same thing, when we try to implement it for a state like Arunachal Pradesh, which is a high altitude state with low temperatures between 6 to 10 degrees centigrade, we got this area for the waste stabilization pond as about 4 to 5 acres per MLD. Being a hilly state, we could not find any stretch of land, a table land, to accommodate that much of area at one point. So there we have adopted the biotower. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashfaq. I have a request for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So every time we say that Swachh Bharat is everyone's business, right?
Yes.
So now I would request you to identify a few experts like yourself. And my special request to you is, for the Northeast, we would want one of you, each one of you, different people, to mentor and handhold along with SKPs and other partners who are there, but one mentor for one state in the Northeast so that they will be able to implement properly. So will you be able to find out a resource of like-minded and committed people who can help our Northeast states to design correctly and implement well?
Sure, madam. It's for the country, so
Wonderful.
we are definitely going to try our best.
Thank you so much. We have a provision of mentors in SBM capacity building.
Yeah.
Chaurasia ji, I would request you to please take inputs from Dr. Ashfaq and let's create a pool of resource for the Northeast and Himalayan regions specifically.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Bhala Saab, quickly, your response.
Ma'am, I have added that details in my presentation. I just keep it out. I just want to
So you can share it
Yeah.
with everyone.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Over to you, Chaurasia ji. Excellent.
This session is fine. Previous session mein one message was, ma'am, I could not see. That what is the design life that should be for the project. In that case, CPHO view at various forums had been very clear. If you are planning along with network and this treatment plant, you can adopt 15-year that STP capacity and 30-year network as given in manual. The logic behind that STP will be fully utilized. That's why we are allowing, because flow will come from houses. Where network is not there, in that case we are recommending that STP capacity should be equal to that present one, maybe 2026, because whatever flow is coming, even in that case also present population worth flow will not come. Somewhere going in single pit, double pit, somewhere flow here and there, all flow will not come. So even if you are designing for present, still it will be 30-40% more like we are doing in case of network. But the moment if there is commitment, like in case of Maharashtra, they gave virtually commitment, we have fund, we will be taking up this also. Their STP we allowed for 15-year period, that was only marginally 15-20% higher. So this sort of things we are doing, ma'am. Thank you.
just add one line? I was discussing with somebody. See, we have a design life of 30 years. The design life means that if we design for half-filled pipe presently, after 30 years, because of increase in population, increase in organic population, this pipe will get filled up. The pipe का जो structure में damage नहीं होता. You don't have to, in case it is not getting filled up, you don't say that because 30 years हो गया, I need to replace the pipe. A clay pipe life in USA is 100 years. जो हमारे यहाँ पे clay pipe, और हम तो यहाँ पे clay pipe की जगह concrete pipe use करते हैं, और आजकल तो electro steel, more महंगा pipe use करते हैं. So there's no reason for the pipe is not going anywhere because it's well embedded in the ground. So it's only the question of if it gets filled up, तब उसका life खत्म होता, not the structure.
Point I will just add, I have heard it in various forums as observations that CPHO के जो norms है, cost norms है, वो हमारे लिए adequate नहीं है. And I've heard that in solid waste management as well as used water management. Now the point that I would like to emphasize that when CPHO prepared these cost standards, that was way back in 2019-20, all right? It was while 2.0 was being conceptualized. And they did a fair job of collecting the rates from various sources. And primarily, the cost, as is indicated to you, is very indicative cost primarily to arrive at the central share for a state. Your market derived tender cost will be very different. It is very, very natural. The cost in Karnataka and the cost in Mizoram are not going to be same. So when you take your proposals to your SHPC, your SLTC, please see that you do not create a hindrance in implementation taking the pretext कि इसमें तो CPHO ने ऐसा norm कर दिया, बड़ा defective है, उसमें कोई काम नहीं हो सकता. Please go ahead to discover your own tender cost. Our costs indicate the capping of central financial assistance to a state. Rest, market is the deciding factor.
I request all the panelists to step forward for a photograph. I first request Dr. S.M. Subhani, MD, NCPE, to kindly receive his memento from Dr. V.K. Chaurasia. A round of applause for all our panelists, please. Thank you so much. We now move on to session 7. Again, we are not breaking for tea, but there is a running tea being provided at the rear of the hall for those who want it. Session 7 on project financing, recycle and reuse. I first invite our speakers, Ms. Sujata Sri Kumar, Finance Advisor, USAID WashFin Activity, Shri Naveen Saini, Water and Wastewater Management Expert, Gujarat Urban Development Mission, Shri Faraz Ahmed, Deputy Program Manager, CSE. I invite you all to the dais. To moderate this session, I invite Shri Rohit Kakkar, Deputy. To moderate this session, I request Shri Satish Kumar, CPHEO, to kindly join the panelists.
Very good evening, everyone. So I welcome you for the last session. So this session, from the morning you would have listened about the planning, implementation, and technology selection and everything. So this session is actually the most important aspect of any project, that is financing. And in addition to that, to top that cherry on the cake top, we are having this recycle and reuse also. So here we have three speakers, three eminent speakers from different agencies. This is actually a last session. Being a last session, it is very tough. So time constraint is also there, and we are running behind the time. So I request all the speakers to make their presentation within 6 minutes time. I'm very sorry for that one because many of the people, they have to catch their flights and all those things. With this, I'll directly invite the first presenter, Ms. Sujata Sri Kumar. She is the financial advisor from US side Washfin activity. Her topic is preparing bankable projects for used water management, sharing experience from Indian cities. Ms. Sujata, please.
Speaker at the last panel, and that too when everybody has to catch flights, I'll be very, very brief. What is project financial viability? Financial viability means project has the capacity to cover O&M costs through revenue sources, and those revenues leave a surplus after meeting O&M costs to recover capital costs over a period of time. So the payback period is defined as a period during which, So this is viability. Many urban projects, as all of us are aware, do not generate adequate revenues. It does not mean urban projects cannot get financed. That is where the concept of bankability comes in. Projects per se may not be viable, revenues may not be adequate to cover all aspects. All our reform agenda through Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs encourages cities to design projects which at least cover O&M costs. Our experience in this, barring a few stray cities, is not very great. Particularly in the case of the sewage sector, the used water segment, where either sewage taxes or sewage charges are typically, sewage taxes are clubbed with property tax, and sewage charges are a minuscule amount of water taxes. So the viability issue remains in the sector, but that doesn't mean you cannot improve bankability. I have a few examples. A brief introduction to the Washfin project. Basically, the Washfin project aims to provide the financing angle to water and sanitation and hygiene projects. The objective is to mobilize resources and demonstrate that if you prepare projects properly and you do your upstream preparation well, then it is possible to raise finances from the capital markets, from the banking channels, multiple sources. Like a speaker mentioned in the morning, in India today, funding is not an issue. You need bankable projects, you need well-structured projects. That is the key to achieving financial closure and achieving objectives. There are limits to which grants from Government of India, grants from states can meet the demand for project funding. It has to be through multiple sources. You need to have a blended financing approach, grants, borrowings, other sources, user charges, PPPs where feasible. A few examples, just 3 today because there's a paucity of time. The important concept here is creditworthiness. What is creditworthiness? At a very basic level, it means the project entity or the city has capacity when it borrows money to pay interest on time as agreed with the lender or investor and to repay principal on the due days. So the principal has to be returned after a period of time, and periodically a fixed interest rate or a variable interest rate, as some banks charge, has to be paid. This is the concept of creditworthiness. At a more fundamental level, creditworthiness means improved governance, improved financial management, and improved operations. All these three in any project, in any ULB, is what translates ultimately to creditworthiness. Moving on to the next slide. Yeah. Experience with PPPs in the wastewater sector. Just one example. The slightly older project, a 2015 project of Mahagenco, Why is this important? This gives an example in terms of this, wastewater, reuse of wastewater, how can it make it viable? In the case of Mahagenco, wherever in cities you have a large user who can absorb the wastewater, be it say the Mathura IOC refinery in Mathura, be it this Mahagenco project in Nagpur. Here there's a large off-taker. In this particular project, 50%, it is not that the user is paying all the capital costs and all the O&M costs. The user is Mahagenco, which obviously needs the water, but the financing was worked out in a way to make it acceptable to Mahagenco to use this water instead of alternate sources. The 50% of capital costs were met through grants from Jain and URM, 20% was borne by Nagpur Municipal Corporation, 30% by Mahagenco of the capital costs, and the clause was that if there were cost overruns, Mahagenco had to bear them. And over and above that, Mahagenco would pay the ULB a certain amount, I think it's 15 crores per annum on a monthly basis, and any excess treated STP water taken by Mahagenco, it would pay an additional sum of money. This project demonstrates that by choosing wherever in cities such big off-takers are available, this is the approach to make it work. There are other examples in India, I will not go to them. The second example is, of course, what a co-speaker from an earlier panel from NMCG mentioned. NMCG has, taken the hybrid annuity model used in roads and used it for the wastewater sector. From a financing perspective, the key plus point for an NMCG project is that annuity payments are coming from Government of India. Typically, if annuity payments come from a ULB, there are a lot of payment issues, and that is what ends up that the bidder loads those costs, the delayed payments, the working capital financing required for that, whatever all that is. So the project cost, you may have a certain estimate at the time of tender based on BOQs or whatever and your, schedule of rates. Actually, when it goes to tender, the costs are much, much higher because the bidder factors all these risks in. There's definitely a need at the national level to work out a way to address, payment issues by ULBs. It is working very successfully in the case of bond issues because this entire framework is put in place. This is not I have an example of a bond issue from Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation, which will move on next. There is this example I gave you of Mahagenco where 50% grants came from Government of India and partly from the state and then of course Nagpur. The other approaches today, both Amrut and SBM projects are providing grants, so cities can use that, contribute something themselves, look at PPPs where there is either a market for the used water, for the treated wastewater, or there's a large off-taker who needs the water, and particularly now I think there are guidelines that says that power projects must use a certain percentage of treated wastewater, etc. So this whole ecosystem can be created, those projects can be way to wake. The innovation which happened in the case of Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation was, there were, textile cluster, dyeing units, etc. in Saibabad industrial area who were abstracting groundwater, polluting the groundwater, and there was a lot of strictures against them from the UP Pollution Control Board. So they approached the municipal corporation for clean water to use for the, so that is where this concept of reuse of STP treated water came up for Ghaziabad. There was already a STP for secondary treatment. Then this whole project was about setting up a 40 MLD TTRO to supply industrial grade water to, textile cluster in Saibabad industrial area. The way the original financing was looked at was that 150 crores would be raised through municipal bonds. Because of the incentive available under Amrut, the cost at which these bonds were raised were 8.25. Government of India was offering 13 crores as incentive for every 100 crores raised. So the cost came out about 6.75%. These 150 crores was being supported through property tax revenues of Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation. They had some property tax increases to make sure their debt servicing were comfortable. They maintained their rating. They had a AASO rating acceptable to the market. So the initial capital cost for the project came through the municipal bonds. The original estimate for the project was about 240, 260 odd crores, which they thought that balance 100 odd crores they would meet through internal accruals and they would do the project on EPC basis. Later discussions with Mahua, feedback, etc., because there were industrial users willing to pay for the water, they said, why not look at a PPP model? That's when the hybrid annuity model was considered. Project was bid out. VATech Bagh won the project. For the reasons I mentioned earlier, and maybe cost escalations between when the project report was prepared and when actually it was tendered, The tendered project cost turned out about 300 odd crores. And sorry, I'm just finishing. And the way the project works is 150 crores is met through property taxes, and recovery of this, whatever this money, 150 odd crores, 170 odd crores, which is being put by the private operator, which is VA Tech Babad, that recovery is happening through annuity payments. The city's liability for annuity payments are being met through user charges recovered from industrial consumers. There will be a payback, once, it's a 15-year concession period. So once the annuity is paid, after that, whatever is recovered, the city can use to recover as capital investments. Thank you. And I just wanted to highlight that we are a part of USAID. It's a finance team available with us. Any city, any mission director, and any state needs support in financing projects, raising municipal bonds. Also, cluster of projects from small cities can raise, pooled municipal bonds. We are available to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sujata. Your points on this creditworthiness, as well as the Nagpur model, NMCG model, as well as this Ghaziabad green bonds, it has been well taken. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now I will call upon the next presenter. The next two presentations is on recycle and reuse. So the first presenter on recycle and reuse will be Mr. Naveen Saini. He is a water and wastewater management expert from GUDM, Gujarat. Over to you, Mr. Saini.
Thank you very much. Good evening all. So I'll be discussing about reuse of treated wastewater in state of Gujarat. Ma'am just highlighted that operation and maintenance of all the assets is one of the key issues that we are facing right now. So in my session I would be discussing about the Gujarat status as of now, how much reuse we are doing. Then Gujarat has a policy on treated wastewater reuse. Then we have the policy mandates reuse in certain sectors that I will discuss. Then reuse scenario, like what is the percentage right now being used. Then we are having an RFP which is right now online for hiring of an agency. What are the parameters used, and what are the key challenges and opportunities that we have in reuse of treated wastewater. So right now, if you could see, Gujarat is generating 4638 MLD of wastewater, and we have already got installed capacity of 5692. To add on to that, the capacity utilizes 4107 MLD, which is a very high number, which right now after treatment goes either into the natural streams or in the rivers. Out of that 4107, we have already started reusing 1206 MLD of wastewater, which is treated into various uses like industry, agriculture and all. We have got projects planned for 1272 MLD. The infrastructure of treatment in Gujarat is it is very big infrastructure right now. We have got 204 STP of capacity, 5692 MLD. There are almost 48 STPs which are under construction and which will be completed by December 26-25, and there are various which will come, and there are 2 STPs which would go up to 27. So talking about the policy on treated wastewater reuse. So the policy mandates that the reuse should be there, and the priority should be thermal power plant, industry, and then other usages. There is one change in this presentation. As on 19th of November, that was yesterday, there was one GR that was issued from Government of Gujarat, which mandated that there won't be any reuse of raw sewage. And another, the secondary treated water at STP outlet will be at 20% of prevailing freshwater cost. Now these are the, like, when we talk about costing, so the costing factor, there are various factors which affect the costing. The factors like where we are going to supply water till, for example, STP lies at X corner and the industry lies at Y corner. If I'm going to supply water till the gate of industry, there will be a different cost. If I'm going to supply water till the gate of, let's say, industrial estate, then there will be a different cost. If the industry itself makes make an investment to get water from the STP, then there will be a different cost. So those financial arrangements are also discussed into the policy. When we talk about policy objectives, 70% of reuse wastewater by December 2025, reuse of 25% of fresh water consumed. That is a very big, that will save us 25% of fresh water which is currently being consumed and which will be available for drinking also. And policy mandates that we will be reusing 100% of treated wastewater by 2030. Now talking about in which areas we can use these use the treated wastewater. So these are non-potable areas. The first one is thermal power plant. If any thermal power plant lies in the area like 50 kilometer vicinity of STP, then first priority should be given to thermal power plant. Then industrial unit, construction activities, commercial institutional users if they are using it for flushing and other purposes. Then municipal uses, a municipal corporation uses water for gardening and other purposes. In the morning when we were coming here, we saw that there was a truck which was moving ahead of us and dropping water on the road, so there is no dust. So that kind of uses can be there. Other non-potable uses, then the last one is agriculture. Although the policy mandates that the agriculture usage should be the least prioritized, but it is the most used right now. Okay, so presently this is the scenario. When we talk about municipal corporations, 61% goes into industry, 4% goes for irrigation purposes, and 34% goes for gardening purposes. And when we talk about nagarpalikas, maximum usage goes for irrigation purposes and gardening purposes only, because that is one of the places where nagarpalika themselves uses these water. Okay, I have taken two of the case studies here. One is of Surat Municipal Corporation. So they are already having 3 operational projects of reuse, and they are generating 12.5 crore per month revenue from that. Another one is Gandhidham Anjar Nagarpalika, where the capex was borne by Welspun India Private Limited, and they are operating it also, and they are just out of all the revenue generated from that, they are sharing 37 lakh per month with the Nagarpalika. So these are the two case studies which I have presented here. So like, if it can be possible in a Nagarpalika, it can be done in other Nagarpalikas also. Keeping that in mind, there are 159 Nagarpalikas in Gujarat. So keeping that in mind, we have formulated one RFP where we will be hiring an agency who will be like identifying the projects and who will be creating a master plan for identification of these treated wastewater projects. So quickly, this will be the scope. So starting whenever they will be onboarded, they are going to do a need and assessment planning. There will be infrastructure evaluation, like what is the age of the infrastructure, what is the age of STP right now, for how long it will be operational, as we talk about the life cycle also. Then they will carry out the technical studies like XYZ industry needs some water, what are the parameters that they need water for. Then there will be financial analysis, which is a major part. Right now, in absence of this agency, we have received almost 20 odd DPRs from which are prepared by Nagarpalika themselves for reuse. GODM mandated that all the Nagarpalika have to submit one DPR each for their existing STPs. But one thing was missing was the financial analysis. We wanted those projects to generate some revenue so that so that it can at least bear the cost of operation and maintenance of the asset. So financial analysis is one of the major scope that we have given to the agency. Then we have also kept stakeholder consultation also. Deliverables contain the inception report, that will be just the methodology, how they are going to do the work. Then there will be an interim feasibility report, there will be a final feasibility report, and after that support and parallel activities will also be there. In addition to this, there is a discussion which is going on parallel in the offices that that agency will be preparing the DPR and DTP also, and will carry out the PMC work also. So the deliverables and scope are going to increase. So what are the expected outcomes that we are thinking? So there will be the agencies will be selected for each RCM zone. As one of my colleague Pranav explained that there are 6 RCM zones, so there will be 3 agencies handling 2 RCM zones each. There will be feasibility, block cost analysis also there, rate finalization, and they will also do the draft MOU and agreement with the stakeholders.
Mr. Saini, can you please wrap it up? Can you please wrap it up? Time is up.
Yeah, this is the last slide. Okay, so this is the last one. This is the last slide where I'll be discussing about the key challenges and opportunities. So the first challenge is wastewater management. What are we going to do of the wastewater? So that challenge will be addressed using this reuse. The groundwater. One of the key challenge that we are facing right now is there is a lot of groundwater which is available, so people are not ready to take the reused water. Competitive pricing of water. Yes, the policy is dynamic, so we are changing we are updating all the prices as we go ahead. Then there are opportunity of revenue generation which will address the O&M of the asset. Obviously there will be a reuse, and the industries will have a sustainable practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saini, for your presentation on your Gujarat government's policy on treated wastewater, recycle and reuse, as well as RFP for hiring the agency. Next, I'll invite the last speaker of the day as well as for the workshop, Mr. Faraz Ahmed, Deputy Project Manager from CSC, to talk about reuse of treated sewage by various cities. Mr.
So good evening, everyone. So as everyone said, this is the last session, and it's very rightly last session because in this I am going to present a study that has been conducted by CSC, which we have taken in 7 states of India, 4 states in northern India, and 3 states in southern part of India. So this study that we have taken is just to analyze that how different states are faring in terms of reusing of treated wastewater, what are their policies, and how the things are implemented on ground in the real scenario. So the session outline will be current wastewater scenario, then brief about CSC study, and I'm not going to present the case study because a lot of case studies we have collected and documented and analyzed throughout this country. But due to time constraint, I am not going to delve into the case studies. Then key highlights from the study and what are the recommendations that we need to look into to scale up these reuse initiatives. So very quickly, if we see the current wastewater scenario in India as per CPCB 2021 report. So sewage generation in the urban context it is 72,368 MLD. And if we see the installed sewage capacity, it is close to 32,000 MLD. And out of that, operational sewage treatment capacity is 26. So there's clear gap still between the sewage generation and the sewage treatment that is happening. And over the years, various policies and institutional framework has been developed to scale up these reuse initiatives. if you can see, and very latest we have like 2022 National Framework on Safe Reuse of Treated Wastewater, which has been released by NMCG, and in which all the aspects of how to scale up the reuse in terms of prioritization, in terms of stakeholder mapping, financing, and everything has been mentioned, which can act as a guide for states and ULBs to promote this reuse initiative. And in this, national target has also been set up. So where STPs are operational, 50% of that water to be collected, treated, and reused by 2035, and all 100% by 2030. And where STPs are not operational or does not exist, so there 50% by 2035 and 100% by 2030. So because all these policies and everything we have been hearing all day, and it can be available also. So due to time constraint, I'm directly jumping to CSC study and what methodology we have adopted. So if you can see, we have conducted this study in 7 states of India, and the state has been selected where some most significant case studies we could find. And the study analyzes the not only the national level policies and programs, but how states have their own policies and how they are faring in terms of implementing projects on ground and taking up the reuse of treated wastewater. And this study only concentrates on treated used water from centralized treatment facilities. And the analysis, the findings, and the recommendations that have been given in this study is based on the assessment of 35 case studies that have been collected from 7 cities across 7 states in northern and southern India. So the key highlights, if you see, for all the states we visited, we mapped what is the total amount of, what is the number of STP they have, what is the total amount of wastewater that is being generated in every state, and most importantly, what is the percentage of treated wastewater that is being reused in this state. So if you can see, Haryana, it is 15%, 49% in Delhi, 29% in Rajasthan, similarly Karnataka 43%, 17% Tamil Nadu, and 17% in Maharashtra. And Delhi, it is showing higher just because 265 mgd of treated wastewater Delhi has to discharge in Yamuna as per the mandate of Honorable Supreme Court of India. So they are also taking that as a reuse, so hence the number is high in Delhi. And what we found in all the state, that major reuse that is happening, if you look at the sectoral wise, so major reuse is happening in agriculture, which is 40%, followed by lake revival or lake rejuvenation, which is 26%, and then industry, which is 20%. So some of the key highlights from the state, if you see, Haryana basically is faring good, and they have integrated water resource action plan, where they have a complete detailed plan from 2023 to 2025, and these plans are being continuously monitored month by month for every block and district, and what interventions they are doing and how they are completing their task. In Delhi, there is draft policy in 2016 which promotes the decentralized use of treated wastewater with set targets. However, faster policy adoption and implementation are needed for achieving targets. And action plan and policy exist, but as of now, still clear implementation strategy is lacking in Delhi in terms of reuse. Rajasthan, treated water is primary practice in industries. So in Rajasthan, as we know, it's a drought-prone state. So the risk is that it doesn't lead to industrial monopolization, and reuse should be prioritized based on equity and justice, because there are many places where even we have shortage of drinking water. So there we have to see how we have to prioritize this treated wastewater as per the area-specific requirement and need. Uttar Pradesh, as of now, no mandated policy or action plan when we have conducted this study. And treated wastewater is used mainly in agriculture, because in Uttar Pradesh we have canal-based irrigation system. But it is mostly unplanned through canal system. So proper monitoring how much water is being delivered for agriculture, what is the quality of water that the farmers are taking. So these things are not monitored. And since accessibility to groundwater is very easy, there is no stringent, you can say strict norms of extracting groundwater, and anybody can take, just dig up well and take groundwater. So these conditions basically hampers the scale up of treated wastewater reuse. In Karnataka, Bangalore holds 50% of state sewage treatment capacity and offering the highest reuse potential. And most reuse is happening for lake revival and aquifer recharge. And some decentralized system are also provided where wastewater is treated and being reused for parks, garden and industry. Tamil Nadu also action plan and timeline as of now is clearly missing, and major reuse is happening only in Chennai. And there it is mostly promoting the tertiary treatment of water and for industrial reuse. And so in all this, in Maharashtra, in Maharashtra also major use is very concentrated in like cities like Nagpur, Pune, Mumbai with limited adoption elsewhere. So what we have seen, so these are some of the snaps that you can see that we have captured during our visit. So where you can see wastewater being used for construction, irrigation, shallow aquifer recharge, canal irrigation, and revival of lakes. So what we have found in our study that still the major reuse in all this state is confined to only 2-3 major cities. It is not equitably distributed across the state. Be it in case of Haryana, be it in case of Karnataka, be it in case of Rajasthan. So all states we have seen. So what is recommendations is that still only 17% of the total treatment capacity complies with the established standards. So infrastructure revival in terms of how each STPs are complying with the treatment standard of reuse. And as of now, absence of reuse standard for a major hurdle towards reusing of treated water. And standard of reuse should be tailored to a specific purpose of reuse, not a one-size-fits-all solution. Then only limited number of states had made significant progress. So as I was saying that, like for in Haryana, Gurugram, 50% of total wastewater is generated and reused in only in Gurugram. And in Karnataka, 69% alone is used only in Bengaluru. And need for state-level policies developed through public engagement. Then, wherever we have this reuse policy in state, a dedicated timeline and action plan needs to be there for monitoring the progress of the project. And then effective governance model needed. Still many states, when we discuss with the stakeholders, so still lack of stakeholder mapping, and the roles needs to be defined properly, who will look into what in terms of reuse initiatives. And local treatment and local reuse should be prioritized. There are many states where we visited, we found that there are huge STPs, 300, 200 MLD, but the demand centers nearby are missing where they can reuse this water. So they have only left with the option where they have to convey the water like to 100, 150 kilometers to make the reuse happen. So we have to prioritize local treatment and local reuse. And CSC roles, so we have been working in different areas of reuse. So this is the report that we are going to launch hopefully the next month, Waste to Worth. Managing India's urban water crisis. Then we are also working in Uttar Pradesh, where we are preparing guidance note for prioritization on reuse of treated wastewater. And then we have recently released our city-level template for reuse of treated wastewater, which has been released in Ganga Utsav. So this is CSC's work in reuse of treated wastewater. So thank you so much for your patience here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faraz. I guess your presentation will be benefited in two ways. One is actually they would have these states, whatever the 7 states which you have conducted the study, they will be, you are very clearly pointed out where are the gaps that is lying and how to proceed and all those things. In addition to that, in your report you have pointed out that around 60 to 70% of water is being used for agriculture and lake regeneration only. So accordingly, the engineers as well as the administrator over here, they will be selecting their treatment processes. And moreover, these things, whatever they have conducted, these studies has been conducted in cities, not in the towns. But here under SBM, actually these things, whatever we are focusing in SBM 2.0 are smaller towns comparatively. So that is the thing actually, you have to judiciously, you have to take the treatment technologies. With this, we have come to the end of the presentation. So we will be opening right now for the questions. We will take 2 questions due to the paucity of time. If there is any questions, you may please ask. Yes, can you please someone give the mic? Yeah. Yeah, it's audible, it's audible.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lakshmikant Tripathi. I am the executive engineer from Odisha Water Supply and Sewerage Board. My question is that why we don't charge to the water resource department, because most of our STP, they contribute water to the rivers, and many of the industries and the municipality on the downstream, they get water from the downstream of the rivers. So if we will charge some amount of rupees to the water resource department, so it will contribute to a circular economy.
Can you just direct the question? To whom you are directing the question?
To Gujarat, actually.
Gujarat. Mr. Saini, can you please answer?
If I'm getting your question right, you are saying that supplying the reused treated wastewater to the river or putting it into a canal, and you want that to be charged from the water supply and whatever.
Water resource department.
Water resource department.
Because all the water bodies. Because most of water resource department is the nodal agency to distribute water in the state, right? So we also in PSD we pay money to withdraw water from the river. So after treatment we are recharging the water body, na? So they should we should get paid for the treatment, na? So there will be a circular economy.
Okay, thank you, thank you. It is actually very difficult to quantify that one, and on what basis they have to charge also, it will be very difficult. And moreover, recovering that cost also, it is once again difficult, because you are just letting it into the canal, and you cannot just like that, you cannot charge the farmers. So you have to have a proper recycle. So, but once again, it should be benefited, no sir?
My point is, you were earlier charging polluted water back into the rivers, at least now you were treating and putting it back. They were not charging you or fining you when you were putting the polluted water. So why are you expecting them to pay for treated
Okay.
No,
Okay, that.
in case there is STP.
No, your question is well taken, but there are some practical difficulties in determining the charges as well as recovering the charges also. So let us go to the next question. Is there any other question? Yes, to the gentleman over there.
Thank you so much. Myself, Deepak Sharma, as Mr. Naveen, I think so from Gujarat, he mentioned that he has floated one RFP. My concern to senior level, you have published the tender. There's a limitation for the small scale industries consultant to bid those projects, because in your RFP you have mentioned minimum turnover should be 30 crore. When individual ULB, your consultancy fees will be maximum 20 to 30 lakhs. So it is my suggestion that we has to give the opportunity to the newcomers who just started their company as a consultant and they want to do some great innovative ideas in the water and wastewater sector. So it is my humble request to every department, whenever they are floating a tender, they should consider MSME companies, so their innovative ideas, because youngsters, they are having a brilliant idea to implement, like artificial intelligence, machine learning. Now it is upcoming field in water and wastewater sector. So it is my humble request to every department, whenever you are putting a tender, at least you give us some leverage to MSME companies, so they can also participate. They also technically qualify. Like I am doing so many projects in MP for the Swachh Bharat Mission. I think so in MP, my company is the first company who prepared and delivered the DPR and float the tender. And rest company they never did. But my company is MSME, we don't have a turnover. So it is my humble request, like whenever you are floating a tender, consider MSME.
Mr. Saini Menat, do you want to answer that one?
I think Mr. Deepak, right? So there were many, during the pre-bid meeting also, there were many vendors who wanted that. So it is under discussion. At the same time, the state is also in dilemma that whether we should go with experienced one. I I think higher authorities can answer that very well. We are always in a dilemma that whether we should go with experienced one. If I'm saying that you should have done, let's say 5 projects of similar nature, you should have done 2 projects of similar nature, and if you have not done any project of that nature, there is always a dilemma with us whether we should hire someone or not. So even when we go for a job interviews, they would ask कि आपने ऐसा काम किया है या नहीं. So
Okay.
I mean,
It is actually the.
Something different. I'm not talking about the technical capabilities like World Bank, ADB, and Delhi Jal Board. Delhi Jal Board is a big organization. They are having a budget around 10.
Mr. Deepak, you can ask this question after this session, because some of them actually they want to catch the flight also.
That is a very important question.
No, that is I can understand, and it is the state government who have to take the call. So you can ask him later, right? So with this, we have come to the conclusion of the session as well as the workshop. Ma'am, if you want to offer any insights, ma'am. To madam.
3 quick observations. First of all, Sujata ji, not now. Sujata ji, it was a pleasure seeing you. Reason being, out of 36 speakers, there were just about, today I think there were 2 lady speakers. So I raise my voice of protest once again, Chaurasia ji, about this gender bias that you have. And next time, Sashank, you're curating the sessions, I would like to see a more balanced, nahi, mujhe reservation nahi chahiye. I would like to see a more balanced team there on the stage. Nonetheless, I think you were brilliant in highlighting that point of ham, because people generally kind of prescribe it for all sectors without seeing from where the O&M costs will accrue. So that's a brilliant point made, and I would request USAID, because you're already working with the ministry, let's make a profiling of these feasibility of such cases, including what just Gujarat also mentioned about, and one of it was for a small city. And if we can share these kind of PPP financing models with all the states as a knowledge material, that would be great. The second thing I'd highlight, Sashank was just giving me the data here. This policy of treated wastewater reuse, it's quite fascinating to see that only 11 states in the country have a clear-cut policy of treated wastewater reuse, and that's also what CSC study was trying to highlight. And 3 of them have wastewater reuse incorporated as larger water policies, and the rest of the states have no wastewater policy. So this is where, again, I would request mission directors and state heads to take this as a takeaway from this workshop. We cannot plan in isolation as a SBM urban team for small cities. It has to be a larger overarching plan policy of the state where we are addressing wastewater management, including treatment and reuse. So for all those states, even where you have a policy, please see how your action plan is matching to your policy. Because even CSC study did indicate that even where you have policy, you're not having matching action plans. So my request is, this policy is what you are preparing as your used water management plan. Be it under Amrut, be it under Namami Gange, be it under Swachh Bharat, be it under any external aided funding. So please take a holistic view of it, and it is in SHPC that these kind of issues should be discussed under the chairmanship of the Chief Secretary. The third important point which came out from this forum, this particular session, was again related to reuse. So Chaurasia ji, this committee which is now come in under the chairmanship of the additional secretary, reuse, standards, benchmarking. I think we need to quickly finalize that. What Namami Gange has already issued as a standard sort of framework is a guiding light for us. Using that for sectoral specific, let's prepare it quickly, have it discussed, and let's target January, the beginning of the coming calendar year, if we can have it finalized. Bilkul, bilkul. Theek hai. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your guiding words. With this, we have officially come to the end of the workshop as well as the session. So,
I request all our panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. We request our panel moderator to kindly hand over the mementos to our participants. Thank you, panelists. I now request Dr. Chaurasia to kindly provide concluding remarks for the work we have seen displayed here for the past 2 days.
Thank you very much. So, my thanks and congratulations to all of you for patiently being present, full house here and contributing in discussion. I will not go in all those sessions because that has been discussed in detail, question, answer and all other things are there. Finally, before leaving, I have come to request some of the things and so that when you go back to your home, you are able to provide us. First thing, CPHO is aggregator and helps others who are needy. So wherever best practices are there, anything which you can showcase, please provide to us so that we can guide others. Even many states are eager to see some of the successful projects. So in any of the states successful projects are there, you find it is credible, please share to us. Similarly, whatever issues and challenges are there at state level, please share to us rather than discussing at your own level and thinking that it is workable, it is not workable. Those things should be shared to us. And CPHO will be ready to support at any point of time that we are there. Another thing that Joint Secretary also earlier mentioned, Swachhatam portal pe data populating is very, very important, not only from survection and certification point of view, but from JMP point of view. So I request each one of you senior people to lead this so that data is quickly filled up rather than leaving to that MIS person. This data is very, very important, that should be taken. Similarly, regarding standards, I made a presentation that will be definitely clicking somewhere ki why this sort of confusion is there. I request, since it is a state fund, public fund, State Urban Development Department and State Pollution Control Board both need to discuss and jointly act so that we can utilize available public fund in a more, let us say, better way. Similarly, wherever you are planning, robust system in the mind should be there. Fund is going to come, there is not a problem. It is a matter of implementation in phases. So I request that whenever you are implementing, that long sight also should be there, that we are going to develop it into a robust system. And in no way under pressure or somewhere hurriedly you are utilizing fund and sending UC. That thing should be avoided. Similarly, one more thing I would like to mention, that is somewhere some type of bankable project in smaller, whether it is for solid waste and liquid, that also please share so that we can circulate to all of that. And finally, one point I would like to mention, that government is working towards circularity in big way. If you have any document, any expertise to support, please share to us, because we want to develop a ecosystem. Even any one of you want to work with CPHO, that is also most welcome. So with this, I thank each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are two functionaries here whose rigorous standards have made this year's National Knowledge Workshop very successful. To felicitate them, I invite Shri Anuj Kumar Jha, State Mission Director, Government of Uttar Pradesh, to the stage. I now request Shri Anuj Kumar Jha to kindly hand over a memento of appreciation to Ms. Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary and MD, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Please, ma'am.
Just 1 second. Yeah, so I take back the focus on the point from where we started. So we launched the Clean Toilet campaign yesterday, and already Indore takes 1 lakh selfies with CTPTs in 24 hours. So people ask me why Indore is getting the award every time. The fact that the engagement with people is at a level which is quite unparalleled, where community public toilets are seen as truly a place to celebrate, a community place to gather, and that beauty and cleanliness goes and reaches till the CTPTs. So while CTC 2024 rolls out, in the first 24 hours itself, Indore is already here. So for the next 5 weeks, I request that our story and our effort of yesterday and today, you heard 36 experts share various experiences from different parts of the country. You heard for almost 2 hours dignitaries from across, the Honorable Minister from Mahua, the Honorable Ministers from UD Department, Government of UP, the US Ambassador all the way, the partners rallying their effort with the Government of India, all of it for one cause, which is Swachh Bharat. So for the next 5 weeks, toilets, flushing, beyond toilets, this story has to intensify. All the discussion that we've had is around that. From toilets to beyond toilets, and 5 weeks Clean Toilet Campaign 2024, I would request the lead cities of UP at least to take up this challenge, gear up, and Mission Director, I would request you to please immediately start your work around the Clean Toilet Campaign, which perfectly aligns with the Mahakumbh. And I also request all the states to go back immediately, start sharing the guidelines, the 5 to 6 points that we have put together, including the footfall mapping, the data entry, getting ready for the JMP, which is about to come in the next couple of days, the ODF certification that's going to start in a couple of weeks, completing your plan. And as you heard from everyone, the clear timeline that is required for implementation is anything between 15 months to 18 months, which means by 31st March coming year, all your projects must get started. Only then we are possibly getting a clear 15 to 18 months time for completing these projects as per the expected outcomes. But I'm very sure with your commitment, your passion for Swachh Bharat, and your experience, we will be able to reach this goal. All my best wishes to all of you, and thank you to all the hosts and organizers for making this happen. Thank you so much.
For our next memento, I request Shri Indrajit Singh, Municipal Commissioner, Lucknow, to kindly approach the dais. I request him to kindly felicitate Ms. Anita Meena, Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Shashanka Velidandla, Director, Government Advisory, Wash Institute, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Before it concludes, finally, just one little word that guests who are staying for the night or traveling tomorrow or day after tomorrow, if you want to have any kind of facilitation for going around Lucknow or maybe nearby cities like Ayodhya or any other place, please feel free to contact us through your coordinators, and we'll be happy to help in whatever way to make your stay comfortable and your visits comfortable. Thank you.
Good evening once again. It's my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks at the end of this two-day workshop. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for having participated with gusto, energy, and given your valuable suggestions, questions, visited the exhibition, encouraged us with your words. So a big thank you to all the participants. I would thank ma'am, JS ma'am, Rupa Mishra ma'am, for giving us the energy and the passion. We met her n number of times in the build-up to this workshop, and every time she guided us, gave us a lot of very beautiful suggestions on how to do this. So the design of this workshop, thank you so much, ma'am. Anita Meena ma'am, thank you so much for reaching out to all the partners for helping us to make this a success. The National PMU, where are you? Washai, KPMG, I think they had a flight to catch, so they left. But thank you to the National PMU for facilitating this in a big way through their boundless energy. None of them slept for a few nights. My distinct pleasure, our guides, Dr. V.K. Chaurasia sir, Rohit Kakkar sir, and Satish ji from CPHEO. They put together, curated each and every technical and non-technical session, went through the slides, gave us real guidance on what the content should be. So thank you so much for your energy and passion, sir. Our co-hosts, the government of UP, right from the Principal Secretary Amrit Abhijat sir, our Mission Director Anuj Kumar Jha sir, and Lucknow Municipal Corporation Commissioner Shri Indrajit Singh ji. Thank you so much for helping us put this together. I know it was at very short notice, and we got a lot of support from you unstintingly. We asked you many things, and you helped us out without any hesitation in organizing, finding the venue. Many, many things went into this, so thank you very much. We're very grateful to you, sir. We're very grateful to ma'am, Ritu Suhas ji. She has been behind getting so many things done here, including the mementos and the small, small details that go into making this thing happen. Thank you so much, ma'am. The PMU Suvasi team at UP, if you are here, please, thank you so much. Yeah. Kamaljit Singh sir, Chief Engineer UP, thank you so much, sir, for supporting us and guiding us through this. Many, many people here in UP have supported us, including the Lucknow Development Authority officials, police officials, we're very grateful to you. It was, as an NGO, we find it very difficult to handle protocol and things like that. It's not something that we understand very well. Your guidance in that aspect is deeply appreciated. I also wish to thank our event partners for they set up this event in 3 days flat. It was very grateful to them for doing that. Digital Jalebi, Harshit and his team, and Moksh Events. Thank you so much. And a very important gratitude goes to our donors, the USAID and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This year, they participated in a very big way. The Honorable Ambassador of the US to India also participated this year. We are thankful to both USAID and BMGF for supporting this event and making it happen. This is the 3rd year that they have supported us. Very grateful to them. Last but not the least, my team. If you're here, please stand up. This team has put this together, and I hope you've all had a good time in the last 2 days and also learned a lot. So the entire exhibition that you see, the data for that was collected by this team. They also put up the panels and everything that goes along with this workshop. So very grateful to them also. Like I said, none of this would have been possible without all of you. So very grateful for the participation and for the enthusiastic support. With that, I thank you all very much. This is Wash Institute.
Thank you so much, sir. We now conclude with day 2 of the National Knowledge Workshop. Thank you all for your participation. Have a good day. It's a little ironic that we are mentioning it now, but any participants who have not registered attendance for day 2, kindly proceed to the registration counter and get your QR code scanned. Thank you. Anyone who would like to visit certain spots in Lucknow, kindly reach out to the WashEye team and we may be able to help you coordinate it. Thank you.